Sometimes I wonder what you're hiding. You say don't worry, but your eyes tell me you're lying. At night, you sneak away in silence, hoping I don't call out. I don't think that I deserve it. I'm hurting because you play these games. Tell me why you do this, I'm fuming. Oh, please just give his name. Tell me why you're trying to fight it, cause I know what you do. Maybe it is time to tell the truth. Cause I know you're going out every single time that I'm stuck in my room trying to make it another night. I said, hey, lovely, won't you come home tonight? It's like the words caught in the breeze, cause I'm losing my mind.
Shalom. Hello. We have made it. Killer, Discord, Hella, thank you for being here. And Hella, prompt as ever. There's your hydrate. Alright. So, as we discussed previously, today is the day that we are going to be doing a crash course into circuit logic and all that. We're going to give it a bit of time to let people, you know, show up that are interested in it. So, we're not going to start immediately on the crash course itself. We're going to give time for people that are interested to come in so they can see it live, they can have questions answered, all that if they so desire. But after a while, we will just go ahead and get started, and if I just go through what I have planned, and there's no questions, it'll go probably relatively quickly. I'm expecting there to be some questions at some point along the way. And I had the idea that if people want to submit their own saves, and I can come in and have a look at those saves, and actually give some suggestions on circuit logic applications, I am willing to do that, if people would like that. So, yes, you, Murkai, in the back. You have a question. Present it. Yes, thank you for making sure that I stay hydrated. One can never be, you know, too sure. Why are you so cute? You know, some might say it's my looks. Others, my personality. Some may even dare to say that it could be my voice. I'm here to tell you, every single one of them are completely wrong. That's right, they're wrong. Do you know why I'm so cute? It's because I'm not. Got him. Let me show the bit of chest exposed. I was cleaning today, so I needed something that was a little bit more aerated, so... But also, you know, I'm trying to appeal to the thirst algorithm as well. You know? Not that I have much to give on that one, but got you moist. Perfect. So yeah, like I said, we're gonna start with Factorio. We're gonna get started on a few things. But the actual crash course, that stuff's not gonna start. I'm anticipating for probably another 30 to 45 minutes. Again, just to give... There were a lot of people that seemed interested, so I want to give them time to actually be here so they can see it live. But if people don't show up, people don't show up, and that's just the way it is. That's just the way that it goes. That's the way the cookie crumbles with it. So yeah, we will see. But until then, let's go ahead, let's jump into Factorio ourselves and get ourselves in the mood. I do have a couple of little, like, state diagram charts that I made as well. Just in case we need something a little bit more visual. They're pretty basic. There's nothing too crazy about these, but it's just in case we need a little bit of a... Oh, well, that one's not working, of course. That was working before. I don't know why that crashed. But it's just an SR launch. We can show those in game, so that won't be too bad. These are more of just kind of a secondary visual indicator anyway. These aren't really necessary. They just might be... They might be nice later on, so That's why I went ahead and just cranked out a few of them. And let's get to it, shall we? One thing I want to learn is how to set recipe and have it change when logic demands items. Hear me out. I'm hearing. I'm listening. And that's also a valid application. I would say, at least. I would declare that valid. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to try. I've noticed that this camera's a little bit small. I don't know if I like that. We'll go medium. We'll go medium for now. And then, so Savage gave me their save over there. I went and had a look at it. There's a couple things that we could do with that, but we're going to be on the save that we've got with Pistachio and myself first. So it'll be sushi belted. When Logix needs an item, it'll set and craft those. There is promise in that. I can tell you that right now. There is promise in it, but how do you determine when you need an item? Like, where exactly are you going to be getting that from? That's the first thing you should probably answer with that. Okay, you know what? I don't usually let music play while I'm doing this. I'm gonna let the music play. That's what I've been asking myself. So, we'll do this crash course. There might be a fundamental concept that might give you an idea with it, just so you know. So we'll go over that when we actually get into the meat and potatoes of it. But again, I'm giving time for people to show up, for people that are interested in that particular topic, is what we're going with here. So, Hex, you are early. Oh my goodness. It is so nice to see you. I'm going to change this up a little bit. What sparked that? That is amazing. I'm glad to have you here so early. That means I get to have more of you. Is this Riz? You're awake, that's what the change is. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Close enough. Close enough. Alright. So yeah, obviously the other thing is that we do have plenty of application examples, so to speak, in the factory so far that we can go over as well when we get to that point here, because really, my whole factory operates on a lot of this circuit logic nonsense type of thing, right? But there's a couple of core fundamental things that I maintain with pretty much most of my builds that will translate over pretty well. And then we'll be able to make a few other example builds of things too. So that's, you know, that's later. We'll get to that later. For now, I wanted to see... Alright. 380, I'll say 381. SPM's not terrible, but it could also be better. So we'll see. We will see. Let's see, what can we work on right now? Just doing Gamba in your world? Nice. Waiting. Yeah, there are ways to reduce that wait time for sure, but time is definitely one of the factors that you deal with there. Oh, shoot. I think... Yes, here's our new bottleneck, is that we need to be dealing with utility science, which means that we need somewhere to begin producing lubricant. So we're going to come up to where we're doing our cracking. Now, oil cracking is something that is kind of scary for a lot of people, especially when you get to the advanced cracking, because the balance of everything without having things back up when you're going through high-speed throughputs can be a bit of a bear, right? But it can also, we also have some issues where right now I just don't have enough oil coming in itself, right? But that's actually not bad. So one of the things I want to do is we want to set a similar tank to this, which will just go right here. That's going to be for reading our lubricant storage, and we'll do a similar thing with the lubricant where we'll have a dedicated tank up here, I think. Or actually, maybe we'll just do... Let's just do the 4 tank deal right here. Set it Fulgora to be able to ship the blue sticks and pink plates consistently. Nice! Coming out not hurting. Just like you've done pallets of it. Exactly, yes. Not pallets. We're not crazy. And Hex, you're just in time because today is lecture day. Today is classroom day. We're going to talk about circuit logic stuff because there's been a couple people requesting that. We'll see if they still request it by the, by the end of this, but love a good lecture. Good. Excellent. That's the spirit. That's the spirit. It's been a while since I've sat down to actually teach something, so we'll see. Raise his hand. Go ahead, Mirakai. Get a pen and paper notes to form an AP student to me. Oh, perfect. Do you have Factorio Hex? I don't remember. I think you do. I thought you did. Maybe you're planning on getting it at one point. I don't remember now. But yeah, like I said, we're going to give it a few minutes to let people show up that are interested in it. Can I use the restroom? No. Denied. Do not pass go. Can't use my computer right now. Gotcha. Gotcha. So you will be taking notes for later. See, that's the trick right there. I'll also need to go get some more oil. I was already thinking about that last time. Going and tapping into a new source to increase our oil throughput. Yeah, sorry, Murkai. It's just the way it is. Just the way it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do just a simple little lubricant setup right here. Again, nothing crazy or fancy. That'll just attach in right there, and we'll set this again to lubricant, and it's a 1-to-1. We don't lose anything on that, which is nice. So the only thing that we're concerned about here is we want to make sure we have at least one load, right? We want at least one load of this stuff. Raise his hand. Here we go. What is it this time? Raise anything. I haven't been able to hook the PC back up yet. Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha. What is your go-to in making tier 3 prod mods? What do you mean? What do you mean by go-to? Because that could mean a lot of things in our cases here. I'm going to be attaching somewhere, probably right here. I can't do that, actually. It'll have to be up here, I think. Something like this, so then we'll have to do... There's going to be a little bit of a weird connection here, trust me. I know it's going to look a little ugly, but... How do you even start to? You got to get Bioflux and capturing bugs. Yeah, oh yeah, okay. So, it does rely on shipments a little bit. And I'll be honest, I never needed enough prod mods to warrant something truly automated. Because I wasn't really using too much of the prod mods. I was already focused on using the new buildings, which give you some base productivity. So I was focusing on speed with those ones. But if you look at your Factoriopedia, this is like the best thing to do. Look up your Bioflux. And the first thing I always do is I check, is there an alternate recipe that is even remotely possible, right? We can see that it's made in here, and it's made from the mash and the jelly, so no, there's just no chance. However, what we do know is that these things spoil in about 4 to 3 minutes there, and this has a spoil time of 2 hours, which is plenty of time. So you would just set up an automatic shipment from Gleba to just send this out because it's infinite, so that doesn't really matter. But then you bring this over, and then you can use that to feed everything, right? Because you can break it down into nutrients. But you can also get nutrients if we look over here. You can get nutrients from fish breeding, or you can use it in fish breeding, which then produces some fish, and then you can use the fish to actually generate some nutrients with that one, right? So Really, the bioflux is mainly something that you need to kind of get the soil, not the soil, the nutrients started. But then you'll need the bioflux for your capture bot rockets. Oh, except here's the thing, you can just make your capture bot rockets on Gleba, and then you can ship those rockets out, and then you can use them however you need. You don't need to worry about that. You can ship these as is, right? Your science, again, you have to be shipping that. That's all, you know, that's a whole thing there. Factorized fishing? Yeah, automated fishing. Fish breeding is not good enough. You think it's not good enough. But if you do the math behind it, there are applications to your fish breeding there. However, you can do the whole thing straight from bioflux. Bioflux is still a, you know, relatively nice thing. But you look at this, at 5 bioflux to produce 40 nutrients. And then if you look at the fish, what was the fish one again? Hold on a second. Look at the fish. So right here at fish breeding, you're gonna get 3 fish. So you can get like a bunch of fish made, and then you can send the excess fish, right? But then you can take that fish. 1 fish is 20 nutrients. So you get 5 fish. Well, then hold on just a moment. If you get 5 fish, you are now going to get 100 nutrients. Do you see what we're going with here? Versus your bioflux, right? Plus, the other thing is that when you look at your fish, raw fish on its own has a spoil time of 2 hours and 5 minutes. Unless you get some legendary fish. Which you can do. And hello, bird. How's it going? 100 nutrients whispered in my ears. Yes, exactly. See, we're in a mood. We're in a mood today because we're going to be doing some Combinator logic teaching today. Today's lecture day. Today is lecture day. I've got some prepared material, and we're going to go through and actually show how combinators work and how you can use circuit logic in your factory. My husband's looking after me. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry to hear about that. I hope you get well soon. I didn't realize that you were ill. I'm sorry. I'll try not to be too crazy. But yes. So if you think about that, your fish gives you nutrients that are here locally for free, right? So if you look at this here, nutrients from fish, 1 fish will give you 20 nutrients a pop, okay? That's all well and good. That's all well and good. Fish breeding requires 100 nutrients a piece, right? Which at first probably seems like it's really bad, but it's been a while. Hold on a second. I've done the math on this here. So if I just come back to fish again. So if you go and take wild fish, that's 1 will do 5 fish. Don't ask me why. So look at this, that's 6 seconds of crafting time. This is 2 seconds crafting time, okay? So, it eats up 100 nutrients for 6 seconds, right? And then you're gonna get 1 raw fish out. Okay. That's all well and good. Just been more lurky than normal. That's totally fine. A lot of people have been more lurky than normal. I just assume it's because I'm just not interesting to talk to. So, I'm glad that your case is that you're just ill. So, you are absolved. You know, be at peace and all that. I'm just kidding. Don't listen to me. Okay, anyway. So again, when we do this, we break this down, we can get 10 nutrients per second from 1 raw fish. And then right here, this will produce 3 raw fish, but 2 of it has to go back, so we can consider that like 1 raw fish, right? Then we divide that up by 6, which is not quite 20 per second. That's going to be more like... it's gonna be like maybe 16, 17 or something like that. I can't remember exactly. So that's per second. And 1 fish is able to produce 10. So it's not quite enough, but there are ways that you can make that, those nutrients stretch as well. And I forget exactly how I was doing it, but there is a way that you can make this absolutely sustainable. Like 100% you can make this sustainable. Technically, you don't have to be capturing fish all the time. No, you can make it a cyclical process. Especially if you supplement it with your bioflux. You can have bioflux as a backup fuel thing. I don't like the fact that was oscillating that quick. That makes me a little bit nervous on that. Didn't like that at all. Alright, so back to what we were doing over here for a bit. So essentially what I want to do here is I want to be pulling and I want to get this like so. Okay, so we're going to build up some lubricant out of this. It's going to eat into the rest of our production stuff over here, but that's fine. Keep running ahead to get more fish. Yeah, so you have to balance it. You have to balance it mathematically, and your biochambers here have a couple things to kind of assist that, right? So biochambers have... Oh, they actually changed it. Biochambers now have a productivity of plus 50%. Okay, that wasn't the case before. So I had a much harder time. You have a much easier time. So now we can... I'm pretty sure we can think of this another way here. Because I don't think that 50% counts towards this. Because we just look at the raw recipe, because that does assembly machines too. Let's see if it says the same thing. Oh, it does count it now. Okay, so yeah, here's... You see this? So in your biochambers, they changed the chambers, yeah, since last time I used it. So chambers now have a base productivity of plus 50%, meaning 1 fish per second is giving you 30 nutrient a second now. Okay? So this has become much, much easier, rather than the 10 that we had before, right? Well, now you're getting 30, which means you can easily cover that math that we discussed before, right? Because we look over here again, we got our fish, and the fish breeding, what did we decide? It's 100, but we have to divide it by 6, so we were saying it was about like 16 and 20, somewhere in there. There's like a decimal number with that, right? Well, if you're getting 30, you're doing more than enough, and you have excess nutrients now, all of a sudden. Very interesting, that, right? Very interesting. So, you just do a little bit of math that's why it's usually important to actually slap down the machines you're going to use, because sometimes the base recipe doesn't always come through. But if, for example, I were to take this machine 2 here, which is a 0.75, and if I were to do that same nutrient recipe there, well, now you can see there, yeah, 7.5 a second is just not going to cut it, right? That's just unacceptable. There's no way that that would ever work in any way, shape, or form. We do our slightly faster one. Oh, okay, you know, maybe this one will do a little bit better on that time frame, right? Well, no, because it's still 12.5. So then you're thinking on the same logic there, then this, because it's just a double, well, that's only going to do 20, right? Because we determined that 1 second is 10. But then you come over and hover, oh no, it's 30. Because of that, 50% productivity bonus, okay? And this is why using all the unique buildings is such a key factor. It's going to make your life just generally easier. So, we can actually set up a little example here, because now I'm invested in this. And let's set up something that just does kind of a cyclical process to demonstrate this, right? So what I'd want to do is I do a fish breeding right here, which would take some water up there. And we'll even do 2 of these just to make it like really, really nice, right? So what you would want to do is you could come through here and we would do something like this, where we have these pipes that are just kind of up and out of the way, so we don't have to actually worry about them. These would then attach to your, you know, water pump. Because I feel that sometimes it's easier to see a little bit of an example with people. So I'm going to do stack inserted because I just had them on hand. In fact, let's go ahead, we'll stack the belt. So I'm going to do this. And then we know that we need to bring some of that back in for the process, right? We only have to bring in like half the output there, okay? So then all I have to do is I have to seed this with some beginning nutrients for the inside, and I have to seed it for that. But then once I have that, it just goes. And it'll be able to feed itself here, right? So, just to make sure that we understand what's going on here, we know that we need to provide power at this point. And then we can do this. Because this will show that the math is actually working. And we can use this as an example for other things as well, too. Okay, so then we just come through here. We can grab out some fish. And then we just want to come back over here to our nutrients. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which gives us 100 nutrients to start with. But then we'll need a little bit more And I think because this takes both, we need to do like this. I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna just go 1, 2, 3 again. And then you put that in. Here's the other issue, is that we need to have it... It needs to be enough nutrients to get a bunch of fish through. So I actually need to override the stack size for a second. I forgot about that. We have to override the stack size a bit. Okay. So I'll need a few more fish to actually make this work. And it might be best to actually turn off one of these for a brief period of time. And then we'll just do this. Which is then outputting that fish. Oh, right. But then we need to also take that same fish, and we need to... That's what this is meant to be for. Duh, I'm so stupid. It's been a while since I've done this, can you tell? So then we just want to use a filter here. Yeah, so it's a little bit more complicated than I remembered it, but it's going to end up being the same deal. And then I'll just copy this. That will then provide both of these here, okay? Okay, so now I do that, we then just have to separate what's what with it all. And then just do the same thing again. Where I've got some fish. I've got some nutrients. And this one I think we can go ahead and do that. And then we can also use filters. I'll do stacks of 5. So that way it just goes, basically. Because you don't want to be too stuck on things. In fact, it might be better just to do this. So that I don't have to worry about the stack size all that much, right? Then we can do this again. And again, it takes a little bit of setup, but once you actually do it, it's a breeze. So then just come over here. And we can actually not override that stack size, so it just outputs. We can actually already see there that, like, that is just gonna crank it. But because I'm stupid, I know that I can't actually do that. And we could also do this, like, significantly faster, too. And I know it. Let's see, let's do... Oh, I gotta wait on it now, but... Let's override the stack size again for a second, just to make sure these get in here. You can see here, this will definitely output more than enough. And then, fish is backing up. This is always going to be the first to grab the fish. And then this is where we always have fish coming. And we have such a huge amount of time to actually do all this fish coming in that we don't have to be worried about it in the slightest. So there's, like, definitely better ways to do this, but this will basically be infinite if we just had, you know, some better inserters for all this stuff. Basically. More or less. So we could just set this one, we could use this one for the fish, since fish is such a lower amount. And then we can do stack inserters for the nutrient stuff. Because that makes way more sense. And then there's a little bit of nutrients down there that's not going to get put in, and that's okay. Yep, because there we go. Once we actually achieve a balance with it, these then come through pretty nicely. And then you can do some circuit logic here to make sure that this is getting, you know, enough, this is getting enough. There's a couple different applications you can do here. But because we're getting that 50% productivity bonus nowadays, this has just become that much easier, more or less. We can actually have this just do stack size 3. Because then that makes sure that some of it does get down there, even though it's going to get some right there, right? But yeah, that's basically your little loop right there. It takes a little bit of time for it to catch up, but once it does go, it just goes. And then obviously you'd want to come in and make sure that you check for spoilage and all that, because that's always going to be something you need to be careful of. But yeah, and then it's just a matter of, you can do speed modules, you can do even more productivity modules if you want to go that route with it. And one of the things that you'll notice too is biochambers reduce your pollution. So that's another important stat that you're going to want as well. And what we probably want to do is we probably want to actually, to be more efficient, we would separate like this. So that we make sure that we get everything where it's meant to be. Yeah, because one of the checks we'd have to actually read like this. And then we'd want to do enable, disable on the inside. So like, you'd say fish, right? Is right there. And then you would read the contents, including crafting with that, right? So now what that essentially allows you to do, you come over here, we grab some fish to seed this again, right? So we'll just go here. That won't pull anything as long, you know, as this needs some more fish. Now, if there's enough fish, now we can say, hey, now we can come in here and grab some of these going down the line. Because there's enough fish in there, right? So this is how we can now allow it to make sure that it's always going to prioritize getting enough fish in here that it can make one, you know, one continuous thing of fish, and then it'll hold off on the spoilage. But then you can see now it's got like 4 right there, and now there's only that 81 spoilage. So it's again, it's a balancing act that you have to get kind of right, and a lot of it's going to be based on this stuff. So we could do like, you know, 5. 5 is pretty generic, or we could just switch out the inserters so they're not having these issues here, right? Because that is going to be an issue where sometimes you're going to get these held up when you don't need them held up. Yeah, see how that can be a bit of a pain. So stack inserters aren't the answer to everything like I'd like them to be. But they can be. They definitely can be. It's just a matter of getting them through with it, right? So you wouldn't want to do your stack inserters for this section. You'd want to replace your inputs in particular with this. And then I have no clue how... Oh, did those fish turn into spoiler? No, that shouldn't have happened. Well, I can officially say that was weird. But yeah, so it's touchy, but once you get it going, just a little bit of circuit logic will make this whole thing just absolutely killer with it. And of course, not using... I only had stack inserters on me, that's why I was using them. I wouldn't normally use stack inserters for all of this. Actually, probably for none of this. I don't think this is an application that you get a lot of benefit from stack inserters, right? So we'd want to replace pretty much all those with the bulk inserters and try this again. But luckily, there's plenty of fish out here, and really, if you wanted to, something that I haven't tested yet, I'm pretty sure that you can put fish back in. I'm actually super curious now. Oh, damn you developers, ruining my fun. I always wanted to try this. Nope, they don't let you do that. I wish. I wish. Maybe... Oh, 5 fish would equal the 1, so I don't know. Bug report, yeah. My guess is that's intentional. That's my guess. That is intentional. So yeah, you try to get some fish just to get it sort of quote-unquote seeded. And then you go from there, right? Yeah, we can just do this, and then this one last one here would be the big one. So I'll just override the stack size for now. Then we'll go here. I'll pull out 10 just to start some of this nutrient nonsense. Then we'll take off the overrides. Because those ones don't wait on that stuff. Yep, so then this goes. We've got enough of all that. And then we just start pumping out as much of that as we can. It is so finicky. So damn finicky. Like I said, once it gets going, it'll be fine, but it needs to get going first. I still do. Oh, you know, I'm so stupid. I know why it's doing that. I know why it's doing that. It's because I'm stupid. Gotta do like that. There you go. Hey, Mahalik, thank you for the lurk. Maybe with more prod mods. No, you shouldn't need the prod mods for it. It's just a matter of, again, just balancing the stuff out. Once it gets going, it will go. And of course, obviously, it's going to desire some of that nutrients for itself as well. And if you had more machines, there'd be more of these providing, and this would go a lot faster with more machines. In fact, I think I would recommend... I'd recommend doing speed. Because you can also see that the pollution factors have gone down significantly with it as well with that, right? So faster means that you're able to get this through more and more and more and more and more. And that should be better. Now I need to get some more fish. I might actually clean this entire thing out of fish. Who knows? Who knows? There we go. There's got to be a better way to do this. Because I swear this should be working. Especially with that productivity boost. Unless you just have to seed it really, really well at the beginning, which you might need to do. That is a possibility. Take the spoilage. I'm just going to try seeding this until it can actually take care of itself. Because the biggest thing is just getting that to go through with enough to actually feed all of this and not get all caught up on that. Also because of, well, no, we just let that go as is. Wow. It is so finicky. I don't understand why it's 3.5 a second. This makes 90 a second. Ooh. Oh, yes. Okay. Yes. I see now. And you can't use prods on the nutrient. Okay, so you'd actually need like 2 of these. Like this. That would actually feed into this. The reason you need that is so that the the nutrients actually keep up. Which then means that you could... No, you just leave it as is. Alright. That is actually going to work now, for sure. You would then also just have to make sure that that's attached to the same logic. Okay. So now, if we were to seed, as we did before, because there's enough fish in here, so these ones will definitely eat up quite a bit of fish. No one's disputing that. Yep, so then we turn these on. Oh. Gotta chill these out a little bit. Oh, I see now. I see what's going on. Okay, so here's the thing that's going on. You need to make sure that there's just enough that comes in here. So see, there's a little bit of excess that comes in. We actually need to turn it off at this point. Yes. Nope. No, we don't need to do that, because that would prevent it from backing up right there. So what you'd want to do, essentially, is... Hi, you made it. How you doing? What?
I mean, what?
That's normal, that happens all the time.
No, it's not. Okay. Where am I looking?
This happens when two belts connect. And they're green belts, so they go at like, this says 60 items per second. That's crazy, huh? Yeah, I'm just like going over a concept of how to like have infinite like nutrients and stuff on the office, but yeah, because we're doing the circuit logic like class tonight, so for people, so I was just showing like one of the applications that you can do with this type of stuff. But, yeah. No. Yeah. That's why I thought it'd be really exciting for you to come home and like we could hang out before stream, and then you just like decided that you like to work more. So that's okay. Argue though? Yeah. Not really. Yeah, there's some mint chocolate ice cream in the freezer. The good brand stuff.
The good stuff.
Mm-hmm. For you.
Thank you.
You want to chat for a little bit, or?
I'll probably go to the coffee. Like that. I was just surprised no kidding. Is sleeping over, or was I supposed to get them?
No, they're sleeping over.
Okay.
So, I'll get them at like 10 or something. And Grandpa's thinking about going fishing and stuff, so I might go fishing for a bit. Okay, goodbye. Love you too. Okay. Anyway, this will work. But again, you do have to kind of balance out the numbers and stuff with it too, so... In the end, you just make whatever works with it, but... I don't need this right now, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. But yeah, I think you'd have to just scale it up and then just make sure you're balancing it a little bit, and it'll be fine. Once you get it set up and running, it runs infinitely. And you have plenty of fish to try again. You don't have to go farming that fish, so... Thank you for an idea, of course. We can revisit that later after we've gone through some of the circuit logic stuff, if we so desire. Let's see, it is 1851. Do we feel like we've given enough time, or should we give a little bit more time for people, do you think? Because there are some people that come on later that might benefit from a full discussion with this. That's why I kind of wish that I was doing, wish I was starting with a YouTube video on it, just to have people go and look at it. Yeah, the timing's gonna be a little bit strange on that, because I don't want to fire the shot too early, then have to go back and repeat myself multiple times. But I don't want to do it so late that then people that were here on time and were ready for it are not ready for it anymore. And I just realized this doesn't need to be here, because we went and set it up already. So yeah, let's reclaim some material here, shall we? Look at them. Look at them go. Beautiful little buggers. Sure, I'll take that. I'll take those trees too. Why not? There we go. It looks a little bit cleaner. Then I've got a little bit more space that I can add on another train station. I'm going to give it a little bit longer. We'll give it a little bit longer before we delve into that stuff. So we'll get our lubricant available to the system, and then go from there. Alright, so let's see here. Gotta lube it up. Precisely. Precisely. So we can just do this. We'll do a similar deal here, but we can actually just tack it right there. And then we'll just change this to be lubricant. And lubricant. And we will have this specifically like that. And then we just need to provide it with a train stop. And then we just need some happy little pumps. And then life is dreamy. And this thing will work wonderfully. Oh, I'll need another decider combinator, I suppose. So go 1, 2, and 3. Ta-da! Just like that, now we've got 30,000, so we're actually already just about ready to provide some lubricant. And see, that's the thing, is once you get some circuits set up, it's literally as easy as setting that up to have a train station that perfectly will, you know, request as many trains as are needed and whatnot. So that's great. That's like one of the practical applications we'll go over later with it. But for now, again, we're gonna wait for more people to show up and try to get, you know, as many people helped with that as possible. So, as a task, now that I've got lube up, what we need to do is we need to go get oil. Because we've got these ones tapped into, we need to now secure another field. And I'm thinking we go over and grab this one and just attach it to that rail line. So how many did we need? We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12? 12. So much lube you make Diddy proud. 3. What if I don't want to make Diddy proud? What if I want none of that smoke from the diddler? The great diddler, as we say. One of the most feared Batman villains of all time. Second only to the Rizzler, I dare say. I dare say. Alright, so anyway, we're going to come down here. We're going to grab what we need to make these pumps. That'll be 1. 6. I don't know exactly how many that is now. We'll see. I haven't set up automatic like pumps because I haven't been expanding that much. I probably need to though, because we are sort of beginning to expand. I should actually turn this on, to be honest with you, and just start making shit. It's really what I should do. I probably could throw some stuff on here, actually. You know what? Let's do that. We're going to pull from the main line here and start feeding that. And then we'll do... So our basic materials of copper, iron, and steel. Which I would prefer if we did this. I didn't mean to do both of them. Oh, oops. Yeah, so these are kind of our core materials needed for this up here. And then we just want to pair them up, basically. So they'll come up like right here. 2. And then steel is actually on this line, so I'm just going to kind of keep it in line with that for now. And then I can explain how the sushi belt thing works as well. Since, Murkai, you were talking about a sushi thing as well, we can see about potentially giving you something with that. So do that, and then we need to leave space here for those additional materials, basically. So that's a future expansion. Like so. And then finally, our actual steel comes up. Right here. It's not efficient at all, but fun. You might be surprised, there are some actual, true applications to sushi belts. There are more advantages than people give it credit for. At least in my opinion. Well, let's go ahead and let it line up, I suppose. And one of them is going to be right here with this setup. So watch this, okay? One of the main things about this is that I can just come up here, I can just set these in now. And then again, because we have the circuit logic all set up, this will just automatically begin to ratio out whatever's needed, components get made. Some of them will then get put into the logistic network, and some of them will then get put back onto the belt to go and make other things here, right? Which means that now I have a very feasible way to actually provide materials for myself here, and I don't really have to worry about how I add them in here. I will say this was not really designed with like the stack inserters and all that in mind necessarily, but the funny thing is that it actually makes it a lot more efficient to have these on the belt. I'd have to do some math again to like make the space a bit more efficient, but as you can see right here, now this has already begun, and pretty much anything that just takes these core components will eventually get their pieces made. Right now, the only thing I need to add in some of the, the circuit boards, which that is actually very easy to do for us as well. So we'll go ahead and do exactly that. We can just kind of, again, build it in. Some of it will be a little bit janky and construed. So let's do this. And then we know we're going to go bottom up. It's going to be green, red, blue. Easy, right? So all I have to do is come over here to one of these, where we're already, making them. And then we just kind of pull off a line of what's being made. And then we just get it to come over. So we can even do this. And it'll be a little bit spaghetti-fied, but then later we can actually make it much more clean looking. So we can do this, and then we need to look at where are we in line. We're just about in line. So we'll just kind of wiggle it up a little bit, then we can just come straight across. Just like that. And then again, we'll just kind of wait so that we have everything going at around the same time. And then we come up here to where we've got our main line of reds coming out. And before we feed those blues, we'll just go ahead and pull some out. You don't actually need a whole lot for the design that I've done here. You just need enough. Again, we'll snip those off. And because, again, the beauty of these green belts means that we can actually feed these pretty quickly going in. And then finally, we can have a splitter over here. Even. Just realized, why are you not? Sulfuric acid. Oh, wait a minute. Have I not been providing sulfuric acid here? I apologize. I apologize. Wait a minute. Is that what this whole line was? That looks like that's what it was. That whole... Ah, yes. That is what it was. Okay. There's a pipeline that has been deprecated for an incredibly long amount of time that we need to get rid of. So let's just kind of snip all this. I didn't even have to dance around that like I thought I did. I wasn't paying attention. Okay. Well, that's good. So now I can actually just add another train line right up here. Ooh, hold on. We're gonna get crazy with this one. We're gonna get crazy with it, okay? So watch this. So what I want to do... is I want to come down and I want to have some tanks that fill that up for its purposes. And where I want it to be is I want it to come like this. And then hopefully this will just go ahead and marry on up. And we want to make sure that we avoid everything else. Yes. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that gorgeous, darling? Gorgeous. Now I'm just going to kind of do some haphazard separation here. It's not super important. And then there. Give us a little bit of space if we want to add another one. And then we can have this just come over here. And the same line that we're coming this way will just then break off to go this way. And then we can just go... like right here, I think. Yeah. Yep. That works just fine. Easy as that. And then, again, we just have to decide how we want to do this. So we just go to our stuff that we've already set up. And we can do, like, our generic liquid train, ore trains, ore pickup, generic load. And it looks like we don't have a generic liquid drop-off thing, but that's totally fine because that's actually one of the easier ones to do anyway. So let's do that. I'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. So we just have, like, a little bit of a buffer of the fluid storage on here. Usually I'll do just kind of a 1-to-1 for something like this because this tends to go pretty slow, but I also do want to have plenty of it, so... So we will do this. And I'm just going to come up here. Like so. We'll need some of these. Some of that. And then, the beauty of this is that I can actually just go like so. And then we can add yet another pump if we have the capacity, which is, we don't have the engine units, of course. And I think I ripped up the engine unit stuff. I did, but there's still a little bit left, so we'll grab that. So then we'll just grab one additional pump. And you don't have to do the pump right here, but personally, I do kind of like it. I like the way it looks. And then we'll just do a slight little jagged connection right there. Ooh, and then we can perfectly do all that. Then we'll just do... Keep losing drones. I need to automate the drone production again at some point, but that's beside the point. Okay, so in here, again, we could do some decider combinators like we've done before. I'm going to enable train limit. I'm going to name this a... Do I have a sulfuric drop? I don't think I do yet. Yes, I do. I do. Okay. This will be getting changed just a second. So then I just want to do like this. And then I just want to say... I want to take that sulfuric acid... Oh, wait. This should be an arithmetic, actually. I apologize. I apologize. Stand by. We want to take... Well, we can just make it generic. Divided by 50,000. And then output L. In fact, we can just do that. Oh, wait a second. No, duh. Yeah, can't do that. Cannot do that. I've broken my brain again. I forgot how I typically do this. Because I could set up a constant combinator. We could just do like a negative value and then have it come up to 0. That is like one way to do it, but that also costs another combinator. So I'm curious, where's my other? That sulfuric drop should be here. No. Where is it? Where is it? That one. Yeah, how did I do that one? That's the real question. Ah, so I did if it's less than 2,000, then I'm just asking for one train load. Yes, okay. That's right. Duh. I have to remind myself. So less than 2,000, not 200. Then you're setting it... I'll just go with that. There was a more complicated way I was doing it before, but... we can do it like this. Do it like this instead. So then immediately turns that on. And then we'll have blue chips going again. So now we can add blue chips to this for real. And we can do this. And then I just added some bonus rocket fuel to all that stuff. But yes, then we can just come over here and we'll dedicate half of these to going like so. Now, the trick here is that we have to get from here to over here, which is not what I anticipated because I'm stupid. So let me save a little bit of belts there. Bronald, hello. How's it going? What you up to tonight? So we gotta come down like 4 here because I gotta go around the steel. It's gonna be a little bit spaghetti-fied. That's okay. And let's go here. Actually, let's commit to the spaghetti, shall we? I like it. Things not hurt after surgery. Yeah, I bet. I bet. I'd be surprised if you weren't. I'd consider you to be like a demigod or something. Glad you're surviving, though. At the very least, that's a good sign. Okay, so now, once more. All we have to do for our system, this is one of the advantages of the sushi design, is now we just add these in like so. And then those just get added in as needed. Get the football game coaching tomorrow, though, and work Monday. Gross. Even after the surgery? Come on. They can't give you some time off? That's disgusting. Outrageous. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you're enjoying it at the very least, but that does kind of suck. Yeah, I was wondering, you know, like when I was going to see you again, or if I was going to have to come to your grave to see you. But I'm glad that it wasn't the grave this time. Said I can stay home, but I don't know if I want to stay home. Oh, okay, so it was your choice. That's a different context then. I understand that. I understand that completely. I mean, I think you should stay home and just like really make the most out of that, but I also understand not wanting to do that too. It is your call in the end. When's this BG3 run happening? We're trying to see how much more interest there is. There was an alarmingly low amount after I made the announcement, considering the amount of people that seemed interested with it, but I think we've got enough people that even if just the people running it are interested in it, we can probably do that. So probably not next week, but we might be looking at the week after we could be starting it. Trying to see about some schedules, and how regularly we could start doing something like that. But I am excited. I'm hoping pretty soon to do that. I'm hoping pretty soon. Okay, I think we gave it enough time. I think we can start going down and doing our circuit tutorial, spiel, if everybody feels confident and ready. What class do you like to play? I play, like, every class. I don't really have a preferred class. Paladins are fun, but my first playthrough that I did, I was a bard. That was on a tactician run, which is super awesome. I ended up multi-classing and doing a bard lock, which was hilarious, by the way. Felt really good. I've enjoyed druid to a degree. Mage and sorcerer are the bard lock was pretty fun. I liked it, but usually, you know, I like the combat-oriented stuff. Support classes are pretty fun, too. The bard, for me, was something that I had a lot of flexibility to do, so I'd probably do, like, a stealth archer. I do like doing that type of a build, so... Okay. Are we ready to begin the class? I think I've given plenty of time for people that were interested to join to actually join, so... Let's go to kind of a semi-remote area. And we will begin. Let me get some notes up that I had. Okay. So. Love Paladin. Paladin is a good one. That is a good one. So let me get some of these up here. I'll even add in some selector combinators here. Like 2. And then we'll get some constants. I'll get a couple switches, a couple speakers, a couple display panels. We'll get a couple lamps made as well. Not a min-max like my buddy in that game. Yeah, and you don't have to be. Even in honor mode, you don't necessarily have to min-max. You just have to make the right decisions. That's really what it is, just making the right decisions. At least in my eyes. Okay, so we've got ourselves a nice blank area here. I am going to draw some power over, so we can kind of see some of this stuff in action. And then we can begin. Let's see about making like a... maybe something a little bit more. There we go. Something to kind of give us a little visual representation. And then what I'll do is we're going to do... this to give us some power, and then I'm going to place down one of each that we can then begin to talk about them all. We'll have to wait a little bit for this to all go. But yes, these all have different applications and different like fun things that we can go with. Some of them range from pretty simple to pretty complicated. And again, we'll go through these and have some bare bone basic examples of all this stuff, so... And then I'll get some extra lamps, because lamps help us to actually visualize a lot of what's going on. And then there's that, and then we'll add in... Let's see. I'll do a speaker at the end there. Alright, so these are all basically the components of any logic network that we're going to be doing here. Why are you awake? We could be asking you the same thing. Okay, and then let me do a couple of power lines here. So the first thing I'm going to show you, right here, is that down here you've got like a little tab menu of things. I think this can be minimized. You can kind of alter this stuff, but kind of at a bare minimum, you'll have a few things that come up. These get unlocked over time too, but you've got these things. You can hotkey this. So Alt-G is to do green wires. Q, you can then deselect. Alt-R is red wires if you want to do that. And then you come over here, look, Alt-C, copper wire. So pretty straightforward on that. I tend to come down and click because I'm just tactile like that. But a couple things you can do. You can hook up, we'll do red wires. You can hook up wires across anywhere that you can do a power line. But then you can also hook them up to all of these on their outputs. These ones have all inputs. And then you can hook up from these up to that. And you can see anywhere that I hover, circuit wires will then show connected ones. So if I do a green one here, you can see the green ones don't light up. But then right there, the green ones do. And then here you can see that the combinator's outputs will flash, but the inputs don't. And that's going to be very important. Now, if you want to disconnect them, you just take the same connection, and you just click between where you want to disconnect any of them. So, pretty straightforward with that. One other thing you can do, if you want to clean up stuff, is you can actually do the same thing with your regular wire. Like that, you can disconnect and connect the actual power lines themselves. And so you can then turn these into not power carriers, but they can just be purely circuit carriers. Like that. And then if you said, oh, I do actually want power to come through, you can then have it come and carry all that power through. It's all well and good, right? Most of these will only deal with the circuit logic. The power switch is an exception. This is able to take green. You can also give it red at the same time. But then it also has this wire on both ends. Because, of course, this is a switch, which means that it has the ability to power on and to power off. And it's very clear when it's doing that. There's a couple different applications that you can do with that, but the power switch is one of my less used applications nowadays. I used to use it a lot back in the day. I tend to find that I don't really need to use it anymore, but if you are having some power issues, a power switch is a great way to actually manage your power and save yourself from brownouts or complete blackouts even. So, the way that we can think about this is that you've got your, your belts, you've got your inserters, and then you've got your assemblers and such, right? And then your storage stuff. Think of the factory sort of like a body, right? A body has muscles, which are strong, and they can do things, but they're also dumb. Muscles don't do anything on their own, okay? Muscles require direction and input to be able to do anything. Because on their own, they can't do anything. Pretty simple, right? Pretty simple. One of the things that we need to consider here is I need to look at this. I don't know why that's so low right there. Let me change this a bit. Come up. Really? Why are you being so weird, camera? It's not moving. Great. Hold on. I was wondering why my camera was acting a bit weird. I think I need to reconnect this. So let's get that fixed. So like I said, think of your inserters and all that. On their own, they're strong. They can do stuff. But they're not going to do much on their own. It's not even moving. That is so strange. That sucks because I can't really truly fine-tune my control with it here. I'm gonna try to. Yeah, it's hanging loose. I don't like that. It might need to... Here, hold on. We're gonna disconnect the camera. Try to reset her a little bit. And come back. There we go, it's moving again. That's just gonna bug me until it's fixed, so. Ba-dink. Stand by. Boop. There we go. And then track. Hey, there we go. Should be dying still. Well, it looks like he's well and truly alive, so that's good. Okay. So again, we've established over here muscles. Now we can think of this as our nervous system, right? So if we're thinking about it in that sense, nervous system in the brain. So this is the stuff that allows us to actually fine-tune our control of everything, right? So for one example, what we're going to do is there's a unique interaction that we can do with lamps. So let me put a lamp right here. Normally these will turn off during the day and they'll turn on at night. But if we hook this up to a wire like this, we actually get some options. So if I put another lamp next to this, you can see this is what it normally looks like. We can change the color, and then we can always do always on. Very binary. We either have it set to turn on at night only, or we have it turned on all the time. The funny thing about this is I don't think the lamps take up any power anymore. Oh no, they do. Okay. They only take up like 5 kilowatts. They don't... Some people get mad about people putting lamps and stuff around. Because they draw power, they don't draw that much power. Let's relax, okay? Let's relax. If you're struggling for power that much that these lamps are going to start adding up, you need to expand your power grid, is the thing. So, we can now come in here, we can use enable, disable, we can use colors, and what this means is that if I set this to use colors, I do always on. We can then have it pass signals, and this is going to be the first stage that we're going to actually... In fact, let's do simpler. We'll do the constant combinator. So you can see right here that I've got this is just a normal white. If I come over to a red, you have a red light. If I do a green, you do a green light. If I do red and green, it'll go to the first signal that technically passes. And you can see this isn't the order that actually matters with it. So if I did a yellow one over here and then I took away the red, it does green. But then if I do this and I change this, you can see that doesn't change anything until I come over here to that red. So there is like there's a certain order to these things, and that's the default setting with using colors. So there's color mapping, which is provided color signals. Then there's color components, which can be specified by red, green, and blue signals separately, and then those signals can have different values, right? So if I come over here and I do a red value of 1, you can see there that that value is not very high. But then if I up the value like 700, now we've got a little bit more. But now I can do a green value, and then I can up that one. And what happens when I mix those? Oh, now I've got a yellow light. Okay, but then what if I just take that down a notch? What if I go down to like 500? Okay, well now what if I go down to 200, we'll say, huh? Well now I'm getting more of an orange light, so you can actually sort of customize your light colors a little bit with this. So you can get like kind of some interesting light shows go on with this. This is how those people that do the really fun light shows in Factorio get away with it. Is that they do things like this to basically pack the colors around. So you can see there's the different signals. Now I can add a blue signal where I can change the blue. And let's go crazy, let's say like 1500. And what does that get us? Boom. Oh look, it's a soft little pinky light. Isn't that fun? So you can do that, or you can do a packed RGB. And this one is saying a hex-encoded RGB color. Value should be 0 to an insanely high number. And I haven't used this one very much, but this does have some application. But you'd essentially be running like a whole like list of numbers and strings that you can do that's more programmatic with it. But typically, most people will use color mapping, and then they'll just map one color signal, we'll do like a pink signal right there, to just indicate a certain state, right? And that's something that we're going to cover later, is states and state machines. It's not exactly what's happening, but state flow is a very good way to think about how circuits work in this game, okay? So we're gonna point that out in just a bit. So let's keep it nice and easy. We'll take off the colors for now. We're gonna remove this signal. All right. So I've already mentioned that these can connect to each other. What we didn't really say is that we can take something like a chest, and a chest can also be connected to the network. That's all well and good, right? Well, this doesn't do anything. Right now I can do enable, disable. And so I can say, hey, let's just put a condition, because right now you can see it's disabled. I want to say, once we've hit a certain amount of, we'll do just iron plate, just to make it easy. Or let's say as long as this is less than, we'll say 50. We want it to use color, right? And that won't really do anything for us right now, although we probably should. I think, can I just do... I can't change numbers on this one, that kind of sucks, but that's okay. So let's not worry about the colors right now, we'll just do this. So as long as it's less than 50, this light turns on and indicates that we have a need for something. So then if I come over here, I add plates, light turns off. I'll divide that in half. You can see right there, 50. If I were to then take this, you can see right there at the 49 and the 1, that turns on and off. And it goes off a tick rate. It's essentially instantaneous when this happens, okay? To better visualize this, we can look at, let's see here, which one did I have? 2 chests. Simple on or off light right here. This is the basic idea of how the circuit actually works, okay? You've got your power off as your quote-unquote default state, typically, according to the game. The light's off. While the light's off, you're going to check. And in this case, we had 50, but we can do, 20 as well. Item X, which we said plates, greater than or equal to 20, lights on. And then if it ever drops below 20, we turn the light off. It's just kind of checking that state. Now, this is technically running in the background all the time, checking this. It doesn't ever actually stay static, it's just kind of constantly checking the state, which is why it's an instantaneous change to have that happen. That's why it's instantaneous, okay? Or seemingly instantaneous. It does take a little bit of time, and you can consider each wire connection is like 1 tick, as far as I'm aware. To the human eye, it's all pretty much like instantaneous. When you're actually running calculations, that tick is something that you need to keep in mind, but that's a more advanced thing for later designs, okay? Let me see here. So I did chest lamp. I think I kind of demonstrated how numbers appear in the lamp GUI there. That's not super important. Suffice it to say that there's always numbers running in the background, right? Now, here's an interesting thing. Let's say we shake it up a bit. Now I add 2 chests. Right? And now I add a little bit there. Well, what the heck happened? What's going on? Because this says less than 50, right? So I got 5 over there, and now I take this one out. Oh, shoot, nothing happened. But now something did. So now I can do this. We keep coming over here. And the beauty of this is that I'm going to reach the point of 45, and as soon as we hit 45, the light turns off. Now watch this. this is another important concept. I'm going to attach a green wire. And would you look at that? It's now considered still the same. This is something that's going to trip up a lot of people because I say all the time that red and green are separate signals and it keeps things separate. That is sort of true. If we're to take this now, and I bring the red up here, and I bring the green up here, you can see that right there, those are, in fact, separate signals. They're on separate connections. The issue is that when they're connected to the same entity, they are passed to that entity as combined signals, right? So, it doesn't matter if it's coming from a red or a green source. If they're connected to the same thing, they're seen on it. The only way that you can really change this, and you can't do it here, is if you have things basically going off of only specific things, okay? Hey, Bobby, how's it going? Just in time. We're doing a lecture on circuit logic and stuff for people that don't know how to do it, getting a little crash course on it, so you're just in time. So yes, even though it's on two separately colored wires, if they connect to the same entity, they'll still be red. Unless we do this. So if I come over here to this decider, you're going to see something interesting. Let's do this decider, and then you'll see here, I have the input signals very easy to see. Not too bad, you. Oh, I'm doing great. And yay, yeah. Some people yay, some people, you know, boo, don't like, but that's okay. So you can see right here, I'm connected to both of these circuit signals now. That's all well and good. So if I were to sit here right now and I take just each signal, and let's just say that I just want anything that's greater than 0. I then want to pass each signal. And you can see it has combined it to 50, just like it did on the lamp. Now here's the interesting thing. I can then say, let's filter out the red. Toggle red. You see that? So this doesn't matter right here, but the output does matter. You see that? So because we're looking at the input count. You see that? So that means is you can have multiple signals, multiple wires coming by. Be right back for a tick. Sure thing, yeah, no problem. Thank you for the lurk. So you have multiple things coming by, but then you can actually choose to only output certain bits right there, okay? That's not a huge deal most of the time. There's going to come a time, I'll show you, I'm almost dead positive I've got an example in my current factory that uses this concept of looking at only certain signals. And in fact, if I'm recalling correctly, it has to do with the train system, which is going to be a good application. So, we've demonstrated that. We're now going to go ahead, we'll reset a few things here. So let's disconnect these, because those aren't needed. We'll keep these up right here. Okay. And then let's just reset that to nothing. Okay. Let's see here. So we've got that. That's just the simple connecting everything, you know, chess and all that. Something to keep in mind before I move on here is this. When I hook up this to here and I do like these items, you'll see that it's reading that value. One thing that you need to understand is that this is not the physical item itself. To demonstrate this, let's take a red wire. Let's come over to this arithmetic and then hook up over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take these signals, whatever they are. I'm not going to do anything to it other than I'm going to change it. And I'm just going to say an inserter. Well, would you look at that? We don't have inserters in this system. But now we're reading that there are inserters. So you need to break away from the idea that the signals that you see are real objects. They are representations. They are virtual. They are fake. And because of that, that allows us to do multiple different things, okay? So just kind of roll with me here and let's just agree that this stuff is abstract. It's not real. And you shouldn't treat it as real. Okay, so let's go ahead, reset back to square one. Okay. Now, we've already shown this is an arithmetic, which means that this can do a bunch of math operations and other stuff, right? And some slight comparison things. We can also have what's called decider combinators. These ones are your comparators. These ones operate pretty much like an if. Like a if then, if else in programming, right? Pretty simple to understand. We'll get into this one first. But let me just introduce you to some of these other things here, just so you know what they are. They call this one a selector combinator. This one's a little bit more unique and nuanced, and you're not going to find a lot of simple applications that will use this. You're going to find more complex applications that will use this. So keep that in mind as we go forward. But this one has a bunch of different operation modes. You don't really need to know these right now. We'll get into this later on. But right now, the one thing that is a very useful thing is the stack size. So what this does, and I'll demonstrate it right here just to kind of get it out of the way, is you can give this any signal, and what it will do is it will output the stack size of that input signal. So we can do a single inserter is a stack size of 50. And then let's say that we had a whole lot of these substations, we'll say like 50,000. It'll still only say 50. So what you can do is if you have an application that allows for this, you are actually able to accurately calculate things. One example is we can go to Fulgora. I believe this is the one that has it. No, we don't have it here. I'd have to go to my other save to demonstrate that one. Let's see, one of my train stations should have a stack size calculation thing. Yeah, right here. Here's one example. This is our generic intermediate stop. And what this does is this has a bunch of combinators doing a lot of things. I'm not going to get too deep into it, but let me show you one particular piece. This selector combinator right here is set to stack size. So what we're doing is we're taking this stuff in here on just one of the rows of chests, which shows what we're making here. We're then going to take that, we're going to calculate the stack size, which is 200. This is then getting passed to these, well, to this one in particular. And what this does is it calculates one train load. And then outputs W. And then what we're seeing here is we want to take each of the signals coming in, and we want to divide it by one train load. So in this case, we're seeing here on the green, this is the separation again. We're looking at green, and we're comparing it to the red. So you look over here, we've got a green input and a red input. Both of these are connecting, and I told you before that technically, because they connect to the same entity, they would be calculated simultaneously. But what we're doing is we're choosing to only look on the one side of the input comparison is the green, and one is the red. We don't need to do that, but the advantage of that is that it makes sure that we're separating, we're only counting on those wires, so that there's absolutely no chance of crossover. Then we come over here and we say, hey, we are now over this number, we're going to output R. Now, where are we taking that R? Well, that R is actually coming over here and stacking up on this, which is then just checking forward and rear, F and R, greater than 0, meaning that we have enough to fill one train at least in each of these. And so this is now available if we desire to send something over. So that's just one little application right there. And again, it got a little complicated there, but what I wanted to show you was the application of a stack size comparison right there, which stays static no matter what's actually in there. You can use it just to kind of get calculations done in order to make a decision. And that's the biggest thing. We're making decisions, right? Now, one of the things that you can do is you can use lamps as monitors. So let's take two lamps up here, for example. And on this decider, like I said, this is a decider, meaning that we have something going on. Okay, so we'll do enable disable. Let's say that we have some condition. We're going to hook this up to our constant combinator again. Don't want to make a decision? Great, because this will make the decision for you. Isn't that fantastic? That's why we have the automation. So, let's say that this is going to make a comparison, okay? We want to say, right here, the red signal, okay? We want to turn the red signal on. Well, okay, I'm on the wrong end of that. Let's do the actual thing that we're checking. Let's say that we're looking for fish, just for kicks and giggles. Fish greater than 50, just arbitrary number. If that's the case, if the fish is greater than 50, I want to then output a green signal, meaning, yay, everything is happy, right? If that's not the case, nothing gets output. Telling you what to do, that's worse. It's not telling you what to do, it's telling your factory what to do. It's even better. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to have this go on. Use colors on both of them, just to make it easy. And we're just going to say if the green signal is greater than 0, we want to turn on. And then this one, we just do the opposite. If it's less than 0, if it equals 0, we turn on. So you can see right there, we got one light on. Now I'm going to come over here, and I'm just going to add some fish. We'll move straight 50. What does it say? Oh, wait a second. I said that it had to be greater than 50. So, technically, that doesn't work. Well, all I have to do is come down here and go to the greater than or equal to, and suddenly it turns on. Look at that. And then I can just do some changes over here, where I can then say, oh, now there's only 40, and then it changes it. Then I can come up, I can say, oh, now there's like 50,000. But now we're saying we're still green. Okay? What's powerful about this is that you can use this as a visual indicator to let you know what's going on in your factory, right? If you've got enough of what you're looking for. If you've got enough of a buffer, if you've got less than enough of a buffer and all that. There's different things you can do with this. But now, if you wanted to have like, oh, whoops. If you wanted to have another color here, I haven't found a way to do like a red signal here, necessarily, in like one combinator. So I can't do like this. So the red signal will just come up by default. So what we could do is we could do like an input count with this, right? Which you can see there that it doesn't really do much for us at all right there because it wants 1. So you have to be doing like this. And you see that changes everything with it. So you can set a constant number that it could be, right? But in the end, it's not going to really do much. And no matter what your conditionals are, that won't change the output. These outputs are just, if these conditions pass, these outputs come out. Which is useful to have multiple outputs, but what's not useful for it is that you can't have it as one thing right here that has the lights turning on like that. So what you have to do is then you do a second combinator with another light signal, or you do this. And you can just have, so you can have like the green signal can just be constant, for example, okay? So we can set a green signal constant, then we can actually do the opposite of this. We say less, and then we will have red. So now what'll happen is if I come over here and I take this away, now this turned to red. Okay, but why did it do that? Because it wanted the green to be up there, greater than 0, right? So there's all kinds of different things, but you can see the light changed. Because red supersedes all the other colors, right? So I can do it with just a single light then, rather than having 2 lights. So better application, because you're using less materials for it. But if you wanted multiple different lights and all that, obviously there's different things that you'd have to do to achieve that. So now we just take that off. Now there's no signals passing, so nothing's going to happen at all with that. We'll go ahead and clear that, and then we'll set this back to a default level. Okay, over here, take that off. Back to a default state. Okay. So that's all well and good. That's all well and good. But how do we actually use it in a practical application? Let me demonstrate with down here. You can see here, we've got a little setup, little getup here, that is actually a belt balancing system that uses a couple different lights. You can see here that when this is true, we want green. Green is up. When this is true, we want blue. And then when this is true, we want yellow. And what are we actually saying with this? More or less, we're saying right here, if the rear is less than the front, we want to have the green signal indicating that we're turning the front on. And then here, if rear is greater than the front, we want to have the blue light indicating we turn the rear on. What's happening here? Well, it's quite simple. we want to balance our output and trying to make it so that there's not too much of any in one or the other so that a full train can come through every time. So we are coming through, we're reading the contents of this chest, and then we're actually controlling the belts themselves here and saying, hey, I need you to start eating up this side over here, which it does, so that we can keep things nice and even, which means that we actually reduce the number of trains that come through, and we don't have trains that are needlessly sitting here and clogging it, which can end up causing problems later. And we have visual indicators for the different states. Remember, we were talking about states earlier, right? So this is kind of visually indicating a state. Green means that we turn on the front inserters, green means that we turn on the front inserters there. Red, not red, blue means that we're turning on the rear inserters, or at least we're turning on the rear belt with it. And then yellow means that we have turned on both of the belts and allowing both to go through because they have evened out, right? That is a very rare case, it's not going to happen very often, but when this is actually going through and eating up a lot of plastic, you will actually see the applications come through. And that's an exciting thing. So, that's a little bit of a practical application with that. Let's see, what do I got here? Oh, I guess I should do... Let me just demonstrate here, of course. So clearly, we've got our comparison operators that I should have done here. We have greater than, less than, equal to, greater than equal to, less than equal to, or not equal to. Those are pretty self-explanatory in themselves, I feel like. If you have questions on that, let me know and we'll go into them a little bit more. But the biggest thing to indicate here is that when these deciders have some decision that allows a signal to go through, you can then decide how to get those signals through. So there's something here called everything, which means that if all input signals meet a condition, then it passes. This is a very draconian, like hard line. Everything passes, or nothing passes. Meaning, that like, this is true and there's no inputs as well, of course, but you'll output all input signals with it. Then there's anything. So this one specifically says if any of the input signals meet the condition, it passes. It's false when there are no inputs. Output the first input signal or the first signal that passed all conditions, respecting signal order in both cases. This is a very useful thing. This basically means that you can have a condition and then have multiple inputs that will actually get output with this. So you can just decide, for example, we could say, hey, I'm kind of calculating a bunch of different things here. I only want to output one signal of each, meaning that this is the stuff I'm working with, and I can then do something with that. And again, that's something we can do more detail later on that. It's not super important. And there's, of course, like more generic stuff that you can do. And the generic stuff is very powerful, and you can use that to create generic stations and such. And we'll get to that demonstration when we actually look at some of the stations that we've done and look at parameterized blueprints. That's something that's very, very cool, and I found some really unique little applications that people might be interested in. Okay. So now we know about a decider. Now let's try to make a decision. I'm going to have a chest here with a second chest over here. I'm going to give it a blue inserter. Okay. And then I'm going to hook this up with a red wire to this decider combinator. Not the input though, because I'm not that stupid. Okay. And we're going to set enable disable. Okay. Meaning that normally when you put stuff in, this is just going to operate. I'll put 100 rails in, does nothing, right? I'll just say Vo. Hello, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you here. What brings you my way today? So as I was saying, we have a little combinator here that can make a decision, but nothing's being passed, and there's no actual condition here. So what we're going to do is we're going to say anything greater than 0 from this signal will turn this on. Okay? Very generic. Very generic. So then I'm going to do, to separate these, we'll do a green from the input. We're going to base our decisions based on the green. Okay? So what I want to say is, if, we'll say each for this one. That'll come into play later. If I say each, I want to say each signal greater than, and we're going to say 50. Okay? I then want to output one of that signal. Okay? So we'll come over here, and we'll just do the same thing. Each. You can see there's now one rail, and you can see this is now turned on. And then it stopped. And why did it stop? Well, because now we're below that. Okay? This game looks interesting. Have you ever heard of Factorio, Vo? Because I'm teaching a little class today for anybody that's interested in it about circuit logic, which is something that people don't typically do. Not everybody does, I should say, in Factorio. A lot of us, I feel like most of the people I know do, but there are some people I also know that don't do it. No? Okay. Basically, without any spoilers, this is a game about building a factory, and you start from your ship crash, which I have memorialized right over here, and you mine resources, for example, at a mine like this. You take the ores, you put them, in my case, onto trains, you take them back to your factory, you then process them, and I have a very unique processing system here. Very unique, I dare say. And then you put it into your factory like so, and you make a bunch of different goods and all that, which you then use to launch rockets, which I have right here, up to space. I'm using the Space Age expansion, which expands that gameplay by quite a bit. But the base vanilla game is that your goal is to launch a rocket to get yourself off the planet. That's the story behind it. With Space Age, you're going even farther beyond. So, it's one of the grandfathers. I think it's actually the granddaddy of factory and automation games. It's kind of what, in my eyes, started the genre. And one of the most unique things about it is that it provides you with a system to fine-tunely control your factory, which is what I'm going over today, is the circuit system. Thanks for the rundown, of course, yeah. Don't be afraid to ask questions. If you have any questions about this, I love this game. Absolutely love this game. Mr. Discord, thank you for the resub. I really appreciate that. I don't know what I even deserve that, but thank you very much. Okay, back to what we're doing. So this is our little demonstration area here, okay? So, we can do that. There's also something else that can be done here. Oh, Vo! Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that as well. Thank you, thank you. So here we can do something interesting, right? We can do something very interesting. So right here, I've got green is attached there, but I can also do green as an output right there, which keeps it separate from feeding back in over there, right? So I already said here that I can have any signal greater than 0 will turn this on. Let me show you something a little bit more advanced. I can also set a filter with that same logic. So what does that do? Well, recall we set it to anything that's above 50. We want to pull out. And we said that for like just one item, right? Well, there's a reason I did this each thing. Because now, if I were to put in some steel plate, would you look at that? All of a sudden, it started pulling steel out. And then it stopped the same way. That's very interesting. So what's actually going on here? Well, we could look at this with our little debug pole, right? So right here, we've got the green wire as the output. Well, let's see. Let's separate these a little bit more. All right, so green wire on the pole represents what's actually in this chest. Red is what's going to be output. So again, watch what happens when I add in like 100 explosive shells. You can see that we've sent one signal based on the condition that says, hey, I want to pull out these cannon shells because we hit a certain limit. When it's done, it then stops. And it's stopping at the exact same number. And that's because we're only reading what's in the chest. We don't read what's actually in the hand of the inserter itself, right? Because we don't need to. Because we don't need to. Now, we could override stack size, do a bunch of stuff like that. There's a bunch of things you can do with that to make it like more fine-tuned, controlled, and all that. But we don't need to. Again, that's kind of me jumping the gun a little bit. That's a little bit more advanced. basically, in essence, what I'm saying is I'm taking each, which is going to act like a single signal. So I could just say, for example, that I just wanted rails. I wanted to only focus on rails greater than 50, and then I would output a rail signal, right? We're doing this exact thing, but for everything. So now, again, if I just add in rails, but then I were to add in, like, let's see here, green belt, let's say, right? So you'll see here, rails go out, but then it stops. It doesn't worry about the transport belts itself because it doesn't filter it. But then again, if I were to take this and I go back to the each, now it's turned on, but then you'll notice, oh, it just ate up all of the rails that we had in there. Why? Well, because it's sending out a rail signal, because we just said each signal that is greater than 50, we're going to always pass one rail. Well, we don't want that. We want to pass one of each thing. And now, you can see there, it's gone back to doing it to the specific item, which is the green belt. Making sense so far, ladies and gentlemen? Do we have any questions? If I see no questions, I'm going to assume that we're good and that we can move on with it. Oh, snap. Oh, snap indeed, yes. That right there is our basic decider combinator. That is probably the combinator that most people will use, and a lot of people will only use a decider combinator and they don't want to get into the other stuff. And that is okay. You can totally do that. This combinator alone right here has a great many number of use cases, and honestly, I think it's the one combinator that everybody should learn and use, even if they don't use anything else. But there is a lot more that you can do. There's a lot more that you can do. So, let it stew for just a second. Take a quick break. Write down your notes. If anybody has any questions, now is the time to ask them about this section. I've got a couple more sections planned here. And if we're not getting a whole lot of interaction feedback with it, I'll probably just kind of speed through a little bit with it. Because right now we were doing like basically the bare bone basics of the nervous system is what I called it. And then we were doing the decisions. The next section we're going to do is math. Because I think, let's see, we did inserter only runs, plates. We did lamp changing colors. I have one that's a simple alarm system. We could probably do that really quick when I come back. I just need to go get a drink. But the math is where things are going to get a little bit more complicated, but it won't be too complicated here. So, devs are smart. This was one of the single greatest gameplay decisions I think any dev has made in any game ever. And I am opinionated, you know, like I don't doubt. That's just my opinion on it, but this is an incredible and powerful feature, and they continue to expand it. So right now, just to kind of show this isn't available right now. Right now, you can't actually connect a wire to splitters. You can connect it to the belt. See there? We can't connect to splitters. But in experimental right now, you can connect to splitters. And you can do some pretty wicked stuff with splitters. But we're not going to do the splitters because that's on experimental, and I'm assuming that most people that are not using combinators yet are not on experimental. So we're going to assume the tools that we have on hand, and then when the splitter connection comes to stable, then we will cover it. Okay? And yes, we can show you the math with it. There's a couple of nuances with it, and I might have to pull up the circuit cookbook a little bit to kind of demonstrate some of the features with it, because honestly, with this one, I use mostly the basic arithmetics. Most of these other ones you don't tend to use, except for some very, very specific, like, comparator things, or like the modulo is one. Like, I don't tend to square. I always forget what these ones are, but I rarely use these two. And then and or an exclusive or, I use like on the odd occasion. These are pretty awesome logic gate things, but typically you can kind of simulate the same thing with just basic arithmetic. Your multiplication, division, addition and subtraction. So, again, just something to think about. We do have an ad break that's coming up. It's in 3 minutes. I'm going to fire it now, go get a drink, and then when the ads are done, we will continue with this discussion. So, stick around. It's going to be 3 minutes of ads maximum, which I know is stupid. You can go ahead and mute it if you want to. That's totally fine. But I need to do that to keep the pre-rolls off. So, I'm going to run these 3 minutes now. I'm going to walk away, and then we'll come back and we will dive into the math end of it. We'll do some just very basic examples, nothing too crazy, and then I'll show some real-world applications in the actual factory itself. So, be right back. Be right back. it took a little longer than I thought. That's okay. We're here now. We're back. So, let's get back into this. Assuming that people are... I'm going to assume most of the people that are interested in this are probably going to come back and look at this VOD later at this point. So, we're going to kind of gently breeze through it since I'm not really getting any questions. But we'll try not to go too fast with it. Okay. So let's go ahead, let's reset here. So I'm going to rip these up. We'll keep that. Let's do that. Okay. So, the next thing we're going to do is math, which is going to be the arithmetic combinator right here. So, let's turn that off. And let's look over here. So, when we hook this up to our constant combinator, which we've already determined we'll just send constant signals whatever we send to it, right? We can then do stuff with that, which will then represent out here on this pole, just for sake of ease, just hovering over it, right? So, what we can do here is we can just set some random signals. So we'll just do something completely random. Do like a 1 yellow inserter. We'll then do like 12 of these green inserters. We'll do 19 blue belts. I'm then going to do, say, 6 of these yellow splitters. And then let's do one more out of this. And let's say, like, 3 uranium fuel cells, okay? So you can see there, that's our output signals. We come over here. Boom. Right there, we have all these things exist on the red signals, okay? So what we can do is we can take these and we can do stuff to it. So for example, let's say that we wanted to take one of these signals at a time, just like we did before. So in this case, I'm going to take the blue belts and I'm just going to add 1. And then I'm going to output that blue belt. Easy. It's 20, right? Now I'm going to do the same thing to bulk inserters. And that's easy. It went from 12 bulk inserters to 13 blue belts. Oh. Well, isn't that interesting? So remember what I said before. Your signals that you're dealing with here are not real. They're not representative of real things unless you associate them with that. They are, in the end, just values, right? So you do this arithmetic operation here, but if I'm outputting this, I'm still going to output only this. What I can do instead is stuff with signals, right? So here, because I'm dealing with just one thing, I can only output one thing. But if I were to come over here, and there's this thing called the each, which I can then take every signal that comes in, I can evaluate them individually, and then when those ones pass, I can put those through. So you can see here, oh, well, what just happened? Well, we took all of these, and then added one. It's not quite what we want to do. So what we can do is we can come over to each, and now we've separated them out, and now I'm taking each of these and adding 1. I can then do the same thing. I can add like 100, and I've done the same thing to all those individually. But if I were to do this thing with the yellow inserter, for example, 541. But then if I did something that doesn't even exist there, oh, strange, it's still 541. So what's happening on the back end of that? Basically, what's happening is we're taking all these signals with this condition of each, evaluating them all, and then we're lumping them up into one sum. But if we do this, each, we're then taking that same each and we're evaluating them individually. This allows us to then output them individually, which is fantastic. Now go back to the square one here. So now what if I wanted to times? Well, now, as you can imagine, I times 5, and we've got 5, 15, 30, 60, 95. Because, you know, believe it or not, we've times everything by 5 and then outputted them individually. Great. Now I can divide. And you can see here that when I divide by 5, some of these have gone away. Because we don't deal with decimal values. The devs decided that it was too much complexity to have floating point values when it comes to the math. So, if you have anything that basically evaluates to less than half, it will then round down. So for example here, if I divide that by 12, that 12 by 5, well, what do you get? You get like 2.4 or something like that, right? That's pretty easy to understand. And that comes out to 2. No remainder available. So now what if I change this to 13? Change to 13, I then come back over to that arithmetic, and would you look at that? It's still, oh, I think it actually defaults to rounding down. Oh, interesting. What, they must have changed that a while ago. Yeah, so we default to rounding down. So we round to the lowest value, and the reason that that's absolutely okay is because we would rather evaluate a little bit lower and then have one extra item than to evaluate one higher and have one less item. So that's totally fine. So now, again, if I come up, we just make that a nice 15. Whenever that happens, you can then see, like, lights will flash that there's a tick calculation going on. And then boom, right there, we got 3. And then this one, again, 3, because we've been rounding the same way. Then you can do, obviously, there's, you know, subtraction and addition, like we said before. You then got modulo, which we can then say, hey, modulo 2, and we can see here that blue belts passed, yellow inserter passed, green passed, uranium fuel cell passed, but the splitter didn't. Why is that? Well, because when you divide anything by, well, not divide, but you do this modulo 2, this is a very common way programmatically to check for even numbers. So all of the odd numbers passed, because when we say anything divide like modulo 2, we're basically saying, hey, modulo 2, and then it has a remainder with it, right? And so it evaluates out. When there's nothing there, it's even. Go figure. So that allowed it to pass. So then if I do the same thing with modulo 1, nothing passes. Modulo 0, nothing passes. Modulo 2. Oh, just like that. Am I an engineer? No. No, I'm not. I'm actually very dumb most of the time. And then, like I said, I don't typically use these ones, but you can, obviously, you can square stuff. Square of 1 is nothing, square of 3 is 9, and then squares of these other ones get even bigger and bigger and all that. That doesn't really matter. I always forget, I don't really remember what all of these are here. There is an actual use case for those, but this and right here, again, I don't always use these and, ors, and exclusive ors. There's certain applications for them, but for the most part, you're going to be using these top 4, and then I tend to use the modulo for a few things, but not very often for Factorio. So now we're just going to take those out, and then we're going to reset our signals, and then let's see what some practical examples we can do here. Let's see, we did add, subtract, multiply, divide, we did the scaling signals, which was, you know, dividing by 10, and then we did combining multiple signals, yada, yada, yada. Okay. But yeah, I'm not an engineer. I don't claim to be an engineer either. That would be false advertising, and I'm not advertising none of that. Okay, so, practical example, I've got a flowchart here. Where was it? Was it Math 1? Yes, okay. So think about it like this. This is without using the combinators themselves here, but we've got a train load station, conceptually speaking, right? We have 2 wagons to a train, which is what we have in our current system. Each wagon has 40 cells, and one cell has 50 ore. So we know that we can do 2 wagons times 40 cells times 50 ore, which is 4,000 ore. Represented right there. So, if we wanted to do some calculation, this is a great way to do it. You can do this in the game as well, or you can do it with an outside tool like I did here for, you know, visual representation. We can then determine that we get 100% output from a regular smelter, which means that for 4,000 ore, we get 4,000 plate. But a foundry has 150%, meaning that for 4,000 ore, we get 6,000 plate. You see that? That's pretty darn awesome, I'm just saying. Right? So you can do like little calculations like that if you're not willing to do that in real life type of thing. But you could easily do that comparison right here, where we would just take 2 of these, and we would pass the same signal to do this, okay? So let me just set this up preloaded here, and we'll just times by 1. Oh, we can't do percentages though, I always forget this. I always forget this. That's one of the reasons why you would do this outside for percentage calculation, because you can't really do floating point stuff, so disregard that. That's not a great application for it, but what you can do is you can calculate like a stack size. So if you know the stack size of things, let's say just each thing coming in, and I'm going to say anything in here that I pass, I'm going to times it by its stack size, okay? There is a better way to do this, but I'm going to do it the dumb way, assuming that we have ores, and then I'm going to output that, okay? So we're taking each of these times 50. So I'm going to say right here, we're going to put in stone. This comes out, you saw the little blue light flash right there, and then it says 50. So why do we need to know that? Well, because we can then add a second combinator here. And then we're just going to remove that, which means, okay, now I want to take each of these with their stack size. Now I want to times it by a cargo wagon. And then I want to output that number. And what we just did is we said, hey, I have 1 stone here. Oh, good. I need 2,000 stone to insert into a single wagon. You can then do like more adjustments and calculations off of this if you wanted to. You don't have to, but if you wanted to, you could. Okay? That's at a very basic level right there. Most of the time you don't need this. Let me show you a practical example of where we actually use this. And again, it comes down to this stuff right here. So you'll see right here, I'm using some arithmetic combinators for a few things. And I told you that before, if you know the stack size of something, you can just hard code it in. This is that selector combinator we talked about before. And has that stack size thing, which means that it's going to come over here no matter how much is in here. We're just going to take the signal value, which is the red circuit, and we're going to output the stack size, which is 200. We then pass that to this combinator, which this one is doing the 40 for our train stack. And why are we doing that 40? Well, because we're saying that that's our wagon size, and then we pass that wagon size to each of these, which then divides the thing coming in on the green, which is our actual load, by the wagon size, and then outputting that as a value, which is R. R is representative of rear. This one is then F, which is representative of front. If you then follow those wires to where they output, they come to this one, which then says as long as front and rear are greater than 0, meaning we have enough to provide 1 train load in both wagons. You then output this L, which is limit. There's a bunch of other complicated stuff coming in here that we'll get into later, but that's the bare bone basic right there, where you have them chain into each other to do some calculations and then make a decision based on the calculations that came through. Nice and simple. We'll get into the rest of this and what this all means. This is all you really need to know right now, is up to that point. You could then wire this directly to the train stop, and this system would work just fine. It would work absolutely just fine. But we can get a little bit more complicated and add some additional checks with it. Okay? That's later. Okay, so let me see. So that did multiply. We showed that we can multiply to estimate different things. You can also add signals together. I did show that a little bit, but let me demonstrate that here. So let's say that I was adding in... Let's actually change to iron and copper. And let's say that we were taking these signals, right? These are now coming out individually. But then let's say that I wanted to do a single generic thing, which is P, to represent plate. Well, you notice that it took that 2000, remember? Individually, and because we set to one signal, we've actually combined everything with one simple little trick there to then say this is the total number of just generic material that comes out, right? And if everything is the same stack size, this could be a useful number to know, because then you know how much your storage system is getting bogged down based on like cell size and all that. But if you have a bunch of stuff in the storage that has varying different stack sizes, much less useful, and you would want to instead go for the individual calculations to see all of that stuff, right? Let me add a little bit extra bit here. And let's add some display panels. So I showed the display panels. I haven't talked about these very much here. But we can do this. Display panels are basically exactly what they sound like. They are panels that can be given an icon. So for this example, let's do an ice melting icon. You can then show tag and chart, and you can always show an alt mode. And see right there, it just shows a little icon on its display panel. Alt doesn't do anything. What's the alt for? The text. Would you look at that? Ain't that a cute little thing? Let me show you something here. Let's say that we're doing something like this. I'll say this is a test message with a test spacing to show testing things. And I'll hit that. Notice though that that didn't expand right there. It's showing just the top line. But if I hover over it, oh, all of a sudden this is popped out with more to read. This is very useful for leaving messages for people. So for example, over on Vulcanus, this planet, I had set up something over here. You can see that I had labeled it Chris, referring to the person that I had written the message for. That catches attention because most people will be in alt mode all the time, or they'll like turn it off for an occasion and then they turn it back on. So this comes up, has a little eye icon to say information. Hover over it, and then there's a little message here. Needed some supplies from Vulcanus to expedite quality manufacturing, set up shop to get a rocket silo to feed my own shipping. Feel free to use my designs for inspiration or destroy them if you want to maintain your sanctity. This is all available for you to use. I'm not attached to any of these designs. Feel free to expand or completely rework as needed. And then I put my name, my tag, and then I put a date on it so that if they came to it later, they would know, oh, okay, this is how long ago he actually put this here. You know, and like, this was the context of when that might have been important. There's also something like right here, and this one is saying this was a quick design to help me maximize blue chips, not needed by me, could be useful, yada yada yada, and all that. And then you can also add descriptions underneath each of your combinators if you so choose as well. But it's kind of nice to have that display panel as a comment. So like right here, 2 of the new way of doing SR latches with single combinators. Highly recommend looking at the signal setup, because over here I'd found out that you can actually do this as an SR latch with using only one decider combinator and how powerful that is. And you can see here, now there's a description underneath this. Set multiple conditions on single combinator, so multiple deciders and an additional memory cell are no longer required. Might inspire you. And then you can see how all the signals do that. And then he can come back and ask me questions about it later. And then I even added, this light's not necessary, but we added anyway. There's also a concept here with this like feeding into itself that's called a memory cell. We'll get to that later, okay? I'm just kind of giving you a little preview of some of the more advanced stuff you can do, but that comes later. That comes later. So, coming back to over here, why did I show the display panel? Well, because we can wire the display panels. You can see here that there is no label right there, and then there's some conditions. Okay, so we could say right here, we could say anything greater than 0, and then we could put like a label, we'll say like a check mark, right? And you can see right there, it's come on. And why? Because we have something coming up right there. We can then copy this over, but then we could say if anything, well, we won't do anything equals 0. We would then just say everything equals 0. Okay? And now, watch this. I'm going to disconnect the wire. Connect, disconnect. Connect. I can do like, even right here. Disconnect. Connect, disconnect. You see it switches places based on that condition, right? But you could also do, on the same one, add a new message, and then you can just do what we did before, where everything equals 0. We can then just do a big old no entry on that. Hey. Why did you not work? Why did you not work? Wait a second. That should have worked. Anything greater than 0. Guess we could do like everything greater than 0. Oh, that's really weird. Well, I broke it. I actually broke this somehow. I'm not sure how. Because that should not be going on right now. That should be turning off. So I'm not sure exactly how I broke that. That's normally supposed to work, and I apologize for being stupid with that. Let's see if I can go back to that. That's pretty bizarre. So I just did that with adding no label. See, it still works. So then what if I did... Yeah, see, now it works. But now it doesn't. What the hell? That is the strangest interact. Okay, we just learned something new today. So, you can always find some weird little bug interactions that shouldn't happen. Like that. Which is funny because I guarantee you if I just took this off, it still operates the same. Yeah, it does. My guess, and this is just a guess, is that because we have spaced this out a little bit, and it might be true if I did this too. So let's see if we give an example like that. Ah, you see that? See how it's working now? I think it's because it needs... Oh, you know what it is? Okay. This is actually... Okay, I don't know why I didn't tune into this very quickly. This is something very important. Remember how I was talking about tick rates? Let me show you an example. Let's see if I remember how to do this off the top of my head. Let me show you an example of something called a clock. Okay, so we have this, and then we're going to have a decider, combinator. And then we'll have a green. So this is where we're thinking about the memory cell, okay? So decider combinator is, we're going to say t. If t is greater than 60, we then want to set like a reset, okay? And let's see if I remember to do this again. And r does not equal 1. So actually we would do less. See right there how it's now doing that. So we'd actually want to do greater, and then we over here we would do t and t, I believe. Except it should be feeding into itself. Oh, it might need the red, actually. Yep, it does need the red. I had that mixed up. Okay. Hold on a second, why is that? Because it should clear it. Because what we were trying to do is, so we basically have a clock, but we need this to reset, and I don't remember how the clock worked again. So, stand by just a second. Stand by just a moment. Let me go find what I had written down. I'm missing something. And my brain is too fried from talking about all the other stuff right now. I think it should be less than. So I think we need to reset this. No. Oh, probably equals 0. And then reset. I think. No? Oh, you know what? This is supposed to output... T as a 1. And then we should be doing T as an input count, if I recall. I don't remember, where did I put... Oh, I'm trying to look at my notes again and remember what I did. Hold on. I think there's a different way to do this. Should be doing like on second deal. Sorry, Benjamin. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head what it was. Like T. I swear it was some shit like this. Yeah, there it is. Oh my gosh. That's what it was. So I don't think you need the R signal. I thought you did. Maybe it's something. Hold on. So now let's just do. We'll turn this on. We'll use colors too. Well, we'll say when T. We'll do like greater than 30. Because that gives it a little blinking bit right there. But yeah, thank you for that. I know that the wiki has the clock set up and all that. But yeah, so right here we can do that, but then we can also add another output for the color. There you go. Okay. I was trying to figure out like where I was supposed to do the reset thing, but I think you can pretty much just set anything, and it just breaks the condition. And you used to have the arithmetic. You don't need it anymore. That's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. So this is your basic clock setup here. So this operates 60 ticks, which if I recall, each tick is a 60th of a second. So this is a 1 second clock, but this is going off of a half-second blinking output type of thing. So think about like if you had an Arduino and you're doing like your microcontroller, you know, breadboard stuff. This is kind of like your basic program that you would have a little LED that blinks on and on. That's essentially what this is. So you can kind of adjust how fast it goes with this. So one example is you can make this oscillate faster by having this set to 30, and then you could change this one to 15, and then you get a faster blink right there, right? And there's ways you can set this up to be a little bit better. So we could actually copy this, and then we could actually change this one a little bit as well. So we could have this one be like 10. And then you can see there that comes on just a little bit faster and then turns off at the same time. So you can get like a little bit of a trailing deal here with it. So you can do cool stuff with this. So let's do this for an example. So we know right here we've got 30. So I'm just going to take this. We'll make them all the same for a second. So I've got 15 right there. And 15 up here. So we're just going to kind of come down. We'll do like 10. Then we'll do 5. And then we'll do like 1. Just to give it a little bit of that. And now you've got a fun little light show. See, so that's a fun thing you can do. It's not incredibly useful, but it is fancy. So you can do little cool things like that. That can give you like a little trailing stop with all that. Based on like conditions that you have. But the essential component of this is the clock, and this operates on the concept of what's called a memory cell. So that's one of the things that I used to use a lot. So here's an example of something called the sushi belt. Let's say that you had an application like so. In fact, we have an actual sushi belt that we're using right now. It used to be that you would have to have, let's see if I remember how to do this again. You'd have yourself a setup like this, where you have your memory cell, which basically is not that one. You add nothing to it. And then this is coming over to feed into this, and then you'd have, like, say this is reading all your other stuff, right? Which would then be hooked up to inserters that you were then reading. Red would be if you're taking out from the system, and then I had green as you're inputting into the system, right? So then you had red coming here, but then you had green as well coming in with it as well. That would then, you know, work with all that. And this would then take the red signals, and this would actually take all the signals, and then it would invert them, is what it was. And then you would, of course, have these ones read the hand contents and pulse with it. So for example here, if I were to, let's see if I actually did this correct. I probably didn't, but we'll find out, won't we? If I did that. So it actually read it correctly for that, but it didn't read it correctly on the green. And you know what? Did it actually read those? It did, yeah. So right there, it did that. So I wired my green slightly incorrectly, I think. Maybe the decider was the one. I can't remember exactly what it is because you don't need this anymore. So let's rip these up. Because there's a cool little thing that you can do in 2.0 where you can just hook up to the belt and then you can read the belt contents. You've always been able to do that. But now you can hold for all belts. And what's interesting about this, so I can just add random stuff like that. You can see that's now on the red. It could be the green to indicate that there's stuff on there, but then I can come over here and I can just take it off and you can see it just comes off automatically. That's beautiful because what I used to have to do on my sushi belts, in fact, I can kind of show it a little bit. Well, no, I won't do that. Basically, what happened is that if anything went wrong on here, I would have to clean the belts off by feeding them out, putting them all into chests, and then I'd have to reset the memory cell, right? In fact, you know what? Since we're here, let's go ahead, let's show that really quick. So if I look over here, this was way back. I went back to look at this before 2.0. So we're just gonna load. I don't care. These are deprecated mods. You're not gonna see like the mod stuff, but you're gonna see the core stuff that's actually important. Because I've changed my sushi setup and it's been a year, so I don't remember exactly how I did it with the memory cell stuff. Which is why we're going back to look at it. Maybe. unless this completely breaks us. This mention of memory cells monitoring a sushi belt is making me think of Dosh Doshington's 18-belt sushi base. It's kind of similar to that. It operates on the same logic. It didn't require as much fine-tuning with that, right? Oh yeah, I forgot I don't have my suit here. And this is all modded, so I don't have my jetpack either. So none of this is working because obviously it was filled with like mods and all that stuff. So this was the original sushi mall that we did at one point. There's gonna be alarms going off. Don't worry about that. But this all operated right here. This was the actual brain. So you can see here, I had this arithmetic combinator, adding nothing to it on the... Oh, that's what it was, okay. So I had this arithmetic adding green. This was the memory cell. I was actually taking this one. So it was two arithmetic combinators. I'm stupid, excuse me. This is the one that was actually inverting and taking the red and bringing it all in. And what that would do is it then took everything and then it outputted everything. And the reason that works is because you have your green and your red, but then we're actually outputting this only onto the green. Because that's where we're doing the memory there. It's separated from the red, right? So all the red signals, they pulse and then they subtract from the green. And what's powerful about this is that it lets you actually see everything that's being made. You'll also notice there's some green wire here. Back then we had to actually make all of our green and red wires and that pissed off some people, so they took that feature away, by the way. I didn't mind it as much, but it is kind of funny that they ended up getting rid of that, just so you know. So this is what you had to do. So the problem with this is that if you ever had a power outage, or you had a brownout, which was even worse, where your power over here dips below production, you don't actually retain the stuff. You could lose your memory because you lost power with that. It wasn't always guaranteed, there was a chance, but the biggest thing was that you would get these pulses, and because of the travel time on the tick rates between all of the little connections, if you had a brownout, you would lose some of that, and then this stuff would just get clogged up like hell. So you can see here in the design, there's a lot of this overflow stuff that tries to compensate for that, and we even had a little extra overflow belt out here, so it's just a mess. It's just a mess with it all, right? Fast forward to then when we did our first space age thing. Where was it again? System reached. Fast forward to this one. That's fine. And over here, this was the revamped design. that added a little bit more things. You'll notice it had the same number of belts and all that out here. It has the green belts too. But what was interesting about this is that you'll see there's very little overflow actually occurring here. Because one, we've got the nice belts and all that. Two, you could actually stack stuff on the belt. So you'll see occasionally some of the stuff is stacked. And then again, we're controlling everything on this. But you'll notice that everything is just read belt only. So we're constantly reading several locations because, unfortunately, when you have these splitters, they separate the belt, right? So you can't actually have these things on just like one thing to read the entire belt thing. You have to do it for each of the sections, which is why you see some of these going everywhere. But you'll notice that there is no little brain. So we were able to save some space and suck it in a little bit there. We then added, you know, some more refined indicators with all this to show when things are properly fed and not fed, which is fantastic. And I learned, you know, that it was a lot easier rather than doing inserters to just do it straight off the belts very early on. And look how clean that looks with the reed belts and having the little bars come up. I loved that attention to detail. It made doing sushi malls like this much more viable as a result. So there you go, the more you know with that. So let's go back over to Neverland. Right there. I couldn't remember where I had it. So yeah, so then that leads us to now our current iteration of that same sushi mall thing right here. And the beauty of this is that I can just come into this existing factory that we had, and we can just have this, you know, integrate. We'll add in things as we bring train stations over and all that. And this will just be kind of a fire and forget. And it slowly makes a couple of things that we want to have on our person at any given time, for the most part. And it does it pretty well. It goes a little slow because it has a lot of travel time, but with the green belts, it's really not too bad. It's really not too bad at all on the time. And you can see already here, like, we put it on just a little while ago, and now we have a bunch of our basic stuff around that now I can come through and set up my, you know, logistic network provision and all that if I so choose. I'm not going to do that because I don't really need to do that right here, but suffice to say, if I wanted to, it wouldn't be that hard to set up. And the biggest thing is adding, you know, all these like combinators that I'm constantly using, having them on hand and all that. Some extra solar panels if I need just like a little isolated power grid, or I need to send some stuff up to space, that'll work for that. I don't have batteries here, so the accumulators aren't in, but that's a pretty simple fix that we can do pretty easily. Okay, so I got off a little bit sidetracked with that to kind of show some applications with this. But hopefully that kind of demonstrated what I was talking about with it. Let's go through my thing here again. So let's see. Add for the total, use division to only craft and stocks below ratio. Oh, yes. So this is the other thing. You can connect to buildings. I'm pretty sure a lot of people tune into that pretty early on. So let's say that you had gears here, okay? This is a practical application example. And let's say that you've got this chest here. And what you want to do is you want to put something in. And then you want to basically craft until you have a certain amount. There's a couple different ways that you can do this. So, for example, let's just kind of connect these. Where they come over like so, okay? You've got a little, you know, circular closed system here, okay? Is there a way where if you are fed a signal of items, it will return only the item with the highest value? Yes. In fact, let me show you that right now. In 2.0, and I think Space Age does... Hold on. Factorio Selector Combinator. Does this require... It's 4 different ones off. Okay, so this actually is available in vanilla. It just gets additional operations in Space Age. That's what I was wanting to check before I went into this. Okay. You take this. Okay. And what you can do with this is very, very interesting. We'll do a red signal up onto the power line, okay? And then we'll do a green signal here. So in the modes of operation here, you can have select input, which can do an index, which will just do like the first one, right? So for example, if I did something like 50 of these speed Mark II, I do 50 of these belts, and then I do 100 of the turbo belts. You'll see here that it only does one of those, okay? It only does one of those. If I were to take this, divide that by 50, and then divide it by that again, You can see 50 again. Very interesting. So it's doing that index of 0, which is kind of the highest. But I think you can actually also do like count inputs. Yeah, you can do count inputs, random input, stack size, rocket capacity, quality filter, quality transfer. A lot of people will use this as a quality filter and for the stack size. Those are two of the most useful components of all this. Stack size you can use universally for everything. Quality filter is only really pertinent to space age, which I'm assuming is why these three are probably the only things that matter for space age, and that's why they have these locked to space age. But you get the other 4 operations with that instead. We'll have yellow on ground, red on ground, a signal controlling an assembler. The assembler would shift from making red or yellow on ground depending on how many are missing. Starting at the instant, only returning the first item. Can you see the blue chips? Set the blue chips only 20, one of them be 50? Yeah. Yeah, I can do that, as a matter of fact. So, this is 50. Now do 25. You'll see right there, it switched. So it is going to compete where if they're the same value, it will do based on like signal size. But now if I were to add one more right there, you'll notice now it's gone up on the signal stack. We can also demonstrate this if I come over here, and if I were to then remove this, you can see the same thing happening. So right there on the right, you can see all the signals kind of lined up there. And if I were to then take this and reduce that to 24, it's now bumped itself back down. So if they're all equal, what'll happen is it will go off of the like back-end internal, however it does the sorting for that. I don't know if it's alphabetical or if it's like, I think it might be based on order of like this, where it's like left to right. So we can actually check that if we just do this with the yellow belts, for example. This would probably confirm it right here. So right here, I've got about 27. So if I come over here and I just put down 25, what do we see? Boom, yellow belts came up right there. Okay, but now if I go to like, let's say here with the repair packs, and I did 25 repair packs, right? Will this stack up because it's technically at the top of its list? No, it won't. No, it won't. Why? Because the repair packs are above the speed module 2s in its tier over here. See that? But then if I were to do the speed 3s, even though speed 3s are superior in every way, shape, and form, they count as below. That's how the indexes work on the same value. Otherwise, they'll do the first signal, which is typically the highest signal passed. You can also see this in your logistic network, that everything is ordered based on size first, and then it goes off of the signal stack when it's the same, which you can demonstrate right there with all those 200s and such. Does that make sense? That's a little bit more advanced than what we were like planning to cover here, but it's very important to understand signal stack size and all that, and how it kind of generates all that. So it's a very, very far edge case, but yeah, you could just do the sort descending, index 0, be totally fine. You could also count just the number of inputs that are here. That is something you can do. So right here, count output signal. You can here do like C, and this can give you just the total count of unique signals in here. So for example, right here, there's definitely not, there's more than 6, but there's 6 types of items in here. So think of a combinator that would list the minimum number of different items as the initial output, subtracting the current stockpile parts, not putting only the highest to an assembler to control the recipe. So you can do that, but it won't be a single combinator that would do that. You'd have to have a couple combinators that has a few different checks and all that with it. Because let me see if I read this correctly. Combinator that would list the minimum number of different items as the initial output. Okay. Subtracting the current stockpile. So again, with the different items, over here, you would have a constant combinator would be the initial listing, the minimum items. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you can have that as just like your base value type of stuff. But then you can use a selector combinator that can show you like the different uniques that are here, and then do like different operations on that if you wanted to do different things there. So count inputs I mean, it's a little bit random. Then stack size is pretty good. But you can do select input. I've used that quite a few times for the index and all that. You can actually pull like the top 3 if you do like a bunch of selector combinators with it. There's a few applications that you can do with that. So yes, you can do that, and then you can change the recipe of your assembly machine by passing signals to it. So for example, I come over here and I remove these signals, and then we set recipe. I can then, using different logic and stuff, I can set a recipe for, let's say, a boiler. And that sets it to a boiler right there. So you can have like a little logic brain, if you will, over here, that based on your conditions you give it on that box, you can then set it to do all that stuff. You could also then have it, you could have it purge. It will purge items that it's not crafting with anymore when you do this, when you switch the recipe. There is a lot of applications to use a constantly changing assembly machine and stuff. We actually have a practical example of something like that, but it's actually up here with our cracking system, where we have everything go to just these, which then changes the recipe of what's being cracked, and then it cleans out the pipes of the original thing that was in there to make way for the new thing going in and stuff. So it's like a lossless and very compact way of handling all this stuff, basically, which allows you to actually get more materials out and keep a lot more fine-tuned control with it here. Here to remind you guys about Setter's wall that blocks nothing. No. I mentioned this. That wall is just in case some weird little glitch happens on one of these like loads that I do, that something jumps across the water. Just in case. If nothing happens for like the next few sessions that we do this, I'll rip this up. Okay? Relax. Relax just a little bit on that one, okay? An arithmetic combinator would take combinator input and subtract the material stored, giving what is missing. Then select a combinator using index 0 to select the one that is missing the most. The one that's missing is then fed to an assembler. So as well as Chesterton's face. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, so Foldly, I mean, I think you had a pretty good idea of what you want to do there. So, just do it. Yeah, just do it. I think you're onto something there. I haven't thought about it myself, so I don't have like a clear concept of how I would actually approach the problem with it. But from what I'm reading, I think you've got a pretty good direction for it. It sounds like it has a lot of promise. So I'm pretty positive. That would work. But when you're saying using index 0 to select the one that's missing the most, you'd have to determine, like, how do you get your logic for, you know, calculating which one is needed the most with it. And that's going to be based on whatever your constant values are and how you're going to be calculating, you know, like your current stockpile versus your desired stockpile. But that's just a little bit of math, and then the rest of it should flow pretty smoothly with that. So, just saying. Perfect. Okay, let's come back to... I went on a bit of a segue there. I apologize. Just clear that out. Let's... I think I can just... What was I doing again? I completely lost my train of thought. Oh, that's right. I was just going to demonstrate something stupid simple. then we went to the complicated. Standby. Okay. So what we were going to do is we were going to demonstrate a very simple logic thing here. So let's say that you want to put in some plates here, but you want to control how many plates remain in here, okay? So you could hook up to the inserter itself, you could hook up to the assembly machine, because you see here you can set recipe, which we're going to take that off, because we wanted to manually set the recipe this time. And you could actually read working, read recipe finished, you can enable and disable it directly, or you can enable, disable the insert if you want to have a little bit of an overflow with it. Sounds like it would be fun to give the exact answer I'd hoped for. Oh, that's good. I hope so. I hope so. Because again, like I said, when you start to get into some of the more complex stuff, you're dealing with the obvious math behind it, but then you also have to kind of tackle how Factorio's backend actually handles the signals. As long as you're aware of the nuances with it, where the index will go with the highest first, but then if it's the same, it will sort it based on basically the quote-unquote index of where it is in the crafting list, as far as I'm aware. There might be some very rare exceptions to that one on the back end, but I think for the most part it goes off of your crafting list. So tab, left to right gets priority, and then it goes top to bottom, also left to right, which is a pretty standard sorting method, so to speak. So, okay, so again, back to beginners here. So let's say that I wanted to turn this machine off when I have so many gears, okay? In fact, why don't we do... No, we'll stick with this. We want to do like a nice even number though, okay? So I'm going to enable disable this right now, and enable disable this as well. And let's do a nice even... Oh, let's say like 20, okay? We'll just say 20 plates, okay? So what I could do, I could go over here and say, as long as our iron plates, and let's just say that it is greater than, let's say greater than 10. Okay? So as long as it's greater than 10, I want this to continue to work, okay? So then I can take this off, and we'll see a couple of things happen here. So this went down to 10, but actually went down to 8. And then you notice that it turned off right there at the source, meaning that we didn't get all of the gear wheels out. So what we could do is we can then enable disable, we do plate, and then we do... Okay, hold on. Just so I don't mess up the numbers here. Greater than 10 again. And then we can take this off, which means that we actually allow this to craft the gears that it had and bring them on over, right? But the issue is that here we ended up going too far with it, and that is based on your stack size a bit with it. This would actually have cut off a little bit cleaner if we had done something similar. So if I did like this, where it's reading it and it goes down until it hits that, and then oh no, all of a sudden went down to 7. Why? Because it was at 11, but we have a stack size of 4. So there's little nuances like that. Most of the time, minuscule enough that most people won't care. But if you do care, you have a couple options. You can actually set the stack size, for one, with a control signal here, which is a very interesting thing to do. So, what you could do is you just do something simple here, where you could take like an arithmetic here, right? And you could pull a signal, and you could then take your iron plate, and then you could say, you know, iron plate, and, well, let's see. Actually, do this. You do a decider first, because you want to decide, yes, I want to do this, right? You want to say if this is less than... Actually, let's do greater than 10 again, okay? Greater than 10, and then I want to output, let's say, a green signal. We're just kind of conceptualizing a little bit here. Saying that, you know, you wouldn't normally want to do this. This is kind of over-engineering, honestly, for this application. But what you can do is here we got this green signal, so we want to do green here to kind of keep things a little bit separate. And... oh, shoot. We're doing it the wrong way. Doing it the wrong way. So you would actually want to do the division first. And I'll show why in just a bit here. You want to do the division first. Or you'd want to have like the, you know, your stock size that you want, basically. So we would take our iron plate, and then let's say that we wanted to have a signal. And we could say storage, but I'm just going to do like an arbitrary thing. I'm going to say like star, okay? And then we want to output that as our stack size, right? So that would then come over here, where this would then set a stack size, and right now, that stack size is set to 1. Because what do we get over here? Get a whole lot of nothing, right? So, we need to come over here. We have a constant combinator. which we can then just do a separate signal again, just to keep things nice and clean. We then set that star signal, and we say we want it to be like, say just 10 again, right? So we do that. We have a stack size of 70. That's not what we wanted. Why did we do that? Well, because we have times, because I'm stupid. So we'd actually do minus 10. Which then brings it down to 1. Which is interesting. Hold on a second. So that actually never... Even though it's negative, that doesn't come out as 0. So maybe what we need to do is a decider combinator. That's actually really interesting. I never tried this before. Now I'm invested. Give me a second. So here we'd want to say if S is less than or equal to 0, then we would just do like a red signal to indicate like turn off, right? So then we could just say enable disable this red equals 1. So now let's try it, because the goal here is that we want this to stop at 10, right? Well, now what happened? Well, now it says our output is 7. So that is incorrect. So I did my math wrong on that one. So if I did 0, so now it says 17. That's not on. But wait, there shouldn't be a red signal. Why is that disabled? Oh, it's because of the stack. No? Okay. Well, like I said, it's not really that important of a thing. I was just kind of theory crafting there. But yeah, you can get like, you can do a little bit of thinking with that sort of stuff, and it's a lot easier to come up with stuff when you're not, you know, doing something that's completely arbitrary. If you have an actual reason to make something, it makes it a lot easier to get motivated to do that. So let's just go ahead and move on. Memory and timing, we've already covered it a little bit. Let's go over a little bit more with it here. So we've already determined that a memory cell involves an arithmetic combinator that pretty much does nothing to the actual signal itself, and then does this, okay? So then we can determine that if we were to have something that pulses a signal, this will then add to said combinator, right? So we bring this up, and then we just are going to read the hand contents with the pulse, and we'll just do this. And right there, it is pulsed. And then if I were to pull it out of that, it maintains, and there you go, you have a memory cell, right? Just like we said before. And then we determined again, because we went back and looked at our notes, like we should have done at the beginning, we then determined that we can do this, which we just invert whatever comes across the red for everything, and then we output those, meaning that we're going to subtract from this. Now, if I were to take this, and then we were to say, let's just put 2 right there, that is now subtract 2. And if I pull those out, because it just pulsed it, there you go. That's how you have a memory cell with it. So that's a pretty simple concept right there. I just had to remind myself on it. This is also kind of how you do counters with it. Now let's talk about our typical SR latch. So you need 3 signals for this basically, and you have an AND down here. So let's say you have your base signal here. Let's just do something like, what do I have a lot of on me? I've got a lot of these speed modules, okay? So let's do these speed modules. So let's say that I want to turn this on when speed modules have gone below 25, okay? And then I want this to be less than a target number, which I'm going to arbitrarily set to 150, okay? And then we're going to have R, which is our reset, equals 1. So when this becomes true, we're then going to output R as 1. This feeds into itself, making that condition true. Okay? We then are going to do a bulk inserter. We don't need to worry about the bulk inserter itself. Well, actually, yes, we do. We're going to do a couple things here. So while this is true, a couple things will go on. We'll have a green signal turn on. So this will enable on green equaling 1. Excellent. Okay. So what do we need with this? Let's pull these over again. We'll have 2 boxes. And again, we'll just be going here. This is the one we're reading off of. So let's have a look. When I do that, it pulls out, and then nothing happens, right? Because it's all been put into this box. Let's do this. So we can see right there, I can then actually do that. Now, I'm going to just add a whole bunch, and we'll see here, very quickly, this is now still going. When it hits that threshold, now shuts off. It's a little bit above it. It doesn't really matter too much, but it turned this off when it hit that point. Now, I bring this down to 100, and it hasn't kicked on. We know that this is our kind of upper range, right? But the actual activation range is when we hit 25. So do this, and then I hit 25, and then I hit that again, and it turns back on. So this is that again, that's that concept of a set and a reset signal that's been condensed down to a single combinator. I showed that up there before. I know this one a lot more by heart because set and reset latches are an extremely useful tool in anyone's toolbox with this. There is so much that you can do with this. And the reason that this is really important too is because you can have use cases like this, where we're just going to do enable, we're going to use colors, then again I'm just going to take these. Oh yeah, I forgot to do the green equals 1. Okay, so again, I pull this, green signal turns on, and then that. Perfect, right? So, the reason that we want to do this instead of other things is because if I were trying to just do when it's like less than 25, then it keeps like adding in, it can oscillate and do stuff really, really crazy. That's usually more important when it comes to power, where you want to turn a generator on, and it'll just like do a flickering thing, right? You don't want that flicker. And SR latch will completely remove that flicker entirely, so you don't need that. Choose the power coal array when the accumulators drop too low, but lasting long enough to charge the accumulators up to diesel for turning off the coal array. Instead of only turning on off, the 20% causing oscillation. Yeah, that's one of the more common oscillations that'll happen, but there's plenty of other cases that oscillation can happen as well. But yeah, a lot of people, when they do their first SR latch, I think it's even in the combinator circuit stuff, it's usually a power control mechanism. Because you want your coal power to stay off until you reach like a certain critical point, and then you turn them on to then get up to a certain level, and then you turn it off again. Then you have kind of a nice gentle curves of operation rather than just a like this, right? And some people use the power switches to kind of do that. I prefer to do the method of controlling it at the inserter level with the burner inserters and just cutting them off when we don't need it. And then what'll happen is they'll burn a little bit more, and they'll kind of shoot above, and then they'll taper back down as they start to burn off like their power, their steam, and all that stuff. So power graph looks like a turtle instead of a porcupine. Exactly. Yeah, you don't want the porcupine. Porcupine bad, very, very bad. We don't want that. Okay, so we've gone over that a bit. So again, so with the lamp there, we've essentially set an alarm thing. It says like, hey, green, we've turned on. Once we hit our condition, we then turn off. Right? That's just a visual alarm. You can do the same thing with like a programmable speaker. We've shown that a little bit before in the past. We don't need to go into that right now in heavy detail, but suffice it to say that's kind of the general basic idea of how an SR latch is going to work, and you have multiple applications for that. We showed the flashing clock a little bit early there because of the timing with the clock and all that. And then counter... I don't think that one's really necessary, but you can count stuff that's like on a belt, which used to be a very important thing to do. Now you don't need to do it as much because you can just read an entire belt content. The only time that you'd want to do a memory cell like this, that counts what's on the belt and all that, is if you have something like this going on where you've got, you know, this comes over here, and then you've got it splitting, and it goes into two different directions like this, and then maybe there's another split right here, you know, that this is then going off in two different directions like this, because when you wire this, I've showed this before, when you read the belts, this will stop at the inserter. Not the insert, at the splitter. It will continue, however, with undergrounds, which I thought was really interesting and very, very nice. That's really convenient. But it stops here, so if you wanted to read all these, you would have to then do something like this, which, as you can imagine, the more that these begin to, you know, expand, this can start to look a little bit ugly and tedious, especially if you're me and you don't like that stuff like that, and you would prefer it to be a couple different places. You can do, like, you know, right here where you have to read and then control. This can look a lot better. This looks a lot cleaner to have it like this, if you're really looking for some fine-tuned control on that stuff. But again, it'd be easier just to, like, take from the source right here. You're just going to count everything that gets added onto this belt. And then at the locations that you take them off the belt, you can then take them off using the red wires and all that. That's really simple to set up. It looks, to me, a lot better. But in the end, there's no right or wrong way to do it, so you can do whatever you want. And no one should judge you for that. Okay, so we've gone through that. I've got 7 more sections here that we can go through, but I don't think we have any, like, necessarily new people that are watching this. I'm assuming the new people are going to be watching this later on in the VOD if they're, like, interested after the stream, or I might have to revisit and come back to this again. Let's do this. Let's clear out our little workspace with our little examples that we had here. I don't want to see that blinking light. Let's do that. There we go. There we go. Okay. Let's see. What are we missing on this? Practical applications, where we've done a bunch of things. Okay, so this one is where I just go through and I show you some of the stuff that we've already done, if anyone is interested in that. If we're not interested in that, I will just move on to covering some of the more specific things that happen with Space Age. There are some, like, fun stuff. We've shown a couple of fun things, like the little oscillating light that you can do. So, that's something. That's something that is, like, wigging out with it. Let's see, we can also do... Not time to do review just yet, so we'll see. Whilst you're needing out on this, Super is crying, being left on voicemail. Nerding out. Hate autocorrect. Yeah, is that right? Why? What's going on right now? I know that there's, like, a squid mission going on, that there's a squid, major operation deal in order to get some technology to help with the gloom over on the bugs and all that. I did a couple operations the other day. Better than the voice recognition program that was a cod and pizza ship. What? I'm confused on that one. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Sounds interesting. That does sound very interesting, whatever that is. Okay. Let me just double check my notes here. Say the last 4 words fairly rapidly. Oh, goddamn piece of shit. I got it. You could have just said it. I wouldn't have been offended. That's fine. That's totally fine. Which voice recognition program, though? I'm trying to think of one. I must be tired. The key is that the voice recognition didn't understand it. True. True. You're right. You're right. It gets through. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows what happens with that stuff? Technology's funny. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. Sometimes it doesn't. Okay, let's see. So we could go through some of the practical applications, but I think I've shown that stuff enough, and I don't think any of the the people that would actually need it are here tonight. So we might save that for another time. I'm a little bummed. I thought there would be more of those people that were originally interested, that talked about it, would be here, but none of them are here. So, that sucks. That's okay, though. Hopefully they can find the VOD later and come back to it. Let's see if there's anything else that I have left out here. Space platforms. I mean, there's, like, applications there, but that's kind of a nuance based on control with it. So, we'll see. I'm gonna head back to bed night. Good night, Discord. We'll see you later. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm just trying to go through my notes right here and see if there's anything super critical important that would be good for the VOD. Because with the Space Age twist, scaling into late game, new signals, interplanetary supply management, that's mostly done with, like, train signals and stuff, so that's not a huge deal. So I guess we can just go over the train system I have here. That will cover pretty much... It'll cover pretty much all the stuff that we use on a regular basis. And then we'll just wrap up and do a little review at the end with that. So I'm going to leave this here for a bit. So let's go through, let's kind of demonstrate the current train system. There are some flaws with it, as there's always some flaws, like little nuances that could be fixed, but it does work for the most part. And we can also show a progression on how each of these work, because this one is the simple, basic one. This was the next step in, you know, sophistication. And then the intermediate trains up here is the final stage that we've done so far, with still, you know, more room for improvement. So, let's go over this. This is where we have all of our ore trains that go out to all of our various mines that we set up, which is a very convenient system because this solves a couple of problems. One of the problems that it solves is whenever you're actually out here on the map, you very often have multiple mines in multiple different places, and if you do a conventional train stop, you end up having this issue where you have to set up specific train stops to everything, and that doesn't work. In the past, the solution to that was you name every single ore the same name. So, for example, you do an iron mine as a train stop. You do a copper mine as a train stop. You do a stone mine as a train stop. Then you have trains that are specific as like iron trains, copper trains, and stone trains and all that go to those places, and then they go to specific places that request that stuff. It all works well and good, but it had a couple flaws. One of them is that somewhere in that chain you need to be supplying those trains with fuel, which you would usually do at the depot, if that's how you had it set up with the depot. You'll notice that we don't have the depot, because there's something called train interrupts now that make it a lot easier to deal with that stuff. We'll get to that in just a moment. So, because of this, we're actually able to instead name every single mine a generic one. And I've just chosen ore pickup because ore pickup makes sense to my brain. Same thing with everything like this, these are just liquid pickups. This sulfuric pickup was just an experimental thing. Later on, we then end up using these images because we were using the wildcard signals for all this stuff. And I'll explain that in a bit as well. That's something we haven't covered. That's not directly circuit logic, but it's close enough that I think it does warrant going over a little bit. So, what we have with this setup, and we'll just take one train that's empty. What we've got here, let me make sure I'm not covering that up too bad. I don't think I am. Where's OBS? Come here, OBS, stupid. Oh, I am covering it up. Okay. Let me hide my camera and stuff real quick. Boom, there we go. So I can just show this without obstructing anything. So here, this is an empty train that we got right here. This might move while we're talking about it, which would be exciting. The default is that we're at a depot and we stay here until ore pickup's not full, meaning that an ore pickup station turns on and requests a train. In this, we have interrupts where this is our fuel right now. This is something that will interrupt a current schedule and then add a temporary stop, which in this case is when we fall below 10 rocket fuel, we will end up actually requesting that we go to a refuel station until all locomotives fully fueled, which is just in case we add more of these locomotives to it. And we do 3 seconds of inactivity, meaning that we have actually filled up everything. We waited a little bit. There was no, you know, disgusting wait going on with that. You can see here we've got one that's already turned on. So this has gone to temporary ore pickup, which is down here with the ore pickup logic, which indicates that we're at the depot and we have nothing on our inventory, meaning that we're available to go and pick up something. So we can go to any generic deal. We have a depot rest with cargo, meaning that we have cargo in inventory and where we want to go is full. So we want to go back to the depot until that specific drop is no longer full or somewhere needs us. This allows us to buffer some ore ahead of time with it, which is a very powerful concept to have. And then, of course, there's the solid drop logic, which if we have any cargo in here, we're going to attempt to go to that cargo's drop and empty it out. So you'll see that happen right here. This is a little slow. I need to update these a little bit to be slightly faster, but honestly, the time it takes them to do this doesn't really matter because we have ore that's buffered up at the depots anyway, so I'm not too worried about it. But then you'll see here, this is now going to trigger. Now it goes back to the temporary depot because we tried to do the solid drop logic down here, but because that is not available, we've then gone with this. So interrupts work on a sequential order. So you always do the highest priority goes to the top, which is refuel, pickup, and then you want to do depot rest, and then solid drop. The reason is because if you do it the other way, this kind of breaks. They'll wait somewhere they're not supposed to. So you actually do the depot rest first, because this will never trigger unless this is incorrect, and so this will then take priority. I know that was kind of a crash course in that one, but here's the real beauty of this, right? We also have combinators here in conjunction with this. So you'll notice right here we have all these that are set to different signals that we've made. This, again, was our early iteration. Not super happy and content with this, but it's working. So you'll see here that it has a bunch of output signals that are like CIXKS that are representing the different ores and all that. And then all of these have different values, which is basically however much it takes to fill one train, which is 2 wagons, which is why we have the 8,000. These then go onto the radar, which is then transmitting to the entire planet wirelessly. And then we can go to our location. So for example, I've got calcite right here. You can see that's been building up for quite some time. And this calcite does a couple calculations. One of them is that it makes sure that the rear and the front have enough to fill one train. And then it's going to do the same thing, make sure that they're both greater than 0. We're then going to output however many that is. This is the interesting bit. We then pass that, instead of straight to the train, we have one more step. And what we're basically saying is K not on the red wire? Okay, I can actually bring my camera back now. There we go. So we're saying, is K not on the red wire? It is. So because it is, we're not actually sending the input count of R. Meaning we're not sending and requesting for 3 trains of this stuff, right? Because this K is meaning that we have enough calcite stored over here. And if we look over, sure enough, there is 2 train loads of calcite, which is more than enough for what we need. Because that calcite comes over here and gets used in this process, right? So going up the next step, these are the liquid trains. This one takes a slightly different approach, where we're just taking all these things, we, compare it, and then we send its own signal out. Okay? Which is why you're seeing all that stuff. Now, we can then use those signals on the green, which the green are the providers, basically. And then those providers will essentially check to see if their own signal exists on the red signal on the wireless network. And if it does, they know that they can't send anything out, basically. Not all of them have that green signal going on, sometimes just for fun, but that's how we know that we're able to actually dispatch a train for different things. Different things there. The next step was the intermediate. This is where we have complications, because intermediates mean pretty much all of these items are able to craft into something else at some point, and some of them are like, you know, end products and all that. Which is a lot more than you can feasibly hard code. So, to solve this, what we do is we do the same thing. We read the train stuff again, right? And this is where the cool stuff's about to come in. Read the train stuff. This is going to come over on the red wire, and then we attach to this decider combinator. And what we're saying is we take each signal that's on the red, meaning stored in the system, and then we're going to compare it to the green wire. And what is the green wire? Quite simply, the green wire is connected over here to this stuff. So we'll see the green wire comes over and comes into this. So what's the green wire doing? Take each signal, as long as it doesn't equal these ones, because these were like ghost signals doing weird stuff. And then we're going to output one of each of these signals, meaning these are things that we have, that we're calculating out. Okay? Green then comes over here. We're then calculating the stack size. We take that stack size, and then we're looking and timesing it by 160. Okay? By 160. Because what we're saying is we want 2 trains of this stuff. Okay? We output those. We then take that and we compare it at this point now, saying that this is how much we want in here. Now we're going to compare what's actually here. Okay? Hence the separation of the red and the green. So the red is what's currently stored. The green is how much of that we would like to store. Right? So you can see right here that there is a processing unit on the red, but there's no green. Well, that's because we don't have any blue chips here right now. Meaning that when we look at this stuff, that we know that that's actually going to pass through, right? So once that's actually, you know, provided to us and all that, that's something that we can then request and have it kick through. And again, you can see here, oh, there is actually blue chips there. What the hell? Why? Well, that's weird. That's supposed to be registering. Now I'm confused. Hold on. 4,000, 8,000. Yeah. Strange. Read the train contents. That's very strange. I don't know why the blue isn't necessarily showing up right there. Because right here we can see that the green... Oh, you know what? It might be because we forgot to add blue chips as a provided signal up here. And I believe that's exactly what we did. Yeah. Because right here we're doing this stuff. And then there is a red signal for the blue chips coming on. But what we need is we need to have an actual like signal for blue chips passed as a provider, right? So we'll fix that later. It's not a huge deal, because at least there is something provided. But yeah, that's essentially the logic behind it. There is like one little anomaly right there going on, and that's because I didn't add a provider signal to the wireless network. That's a complete user error problem on my end with that. So we can take responsibility for that, and that's totally fine. So where did my notes go again? Oh my gosh. Right up here. Okay. Let's see. So we did hands-on, a little bit space age twist with that. Oh yeah, so space age specific. Let's come down here. So this train system now operates within everything else going on. Pistachio, thank you for the resub. I appreciate that. 66 months, by the way. So this all now culminates into where we can do stuff like this, okay? I can now request for calcite here, using a couple different combinator things. And essentially, at the high level, what this is doing is we're just kind of calculating, can I actually fit everything in here, right? Which I look over here, it's less than 104, less than 104. Yeah, so we could fit some here. And then we're going to look over here, and we have a couple other things. We're looking at each signal divided by 4. Right there. Inverted. And then right here, this then outputs an L signal if these are less than 40, okay? And they're not, meaning that we don't actually need to go and get calcite because we have more than enough calcite here, right? More than plenty of calcite. Same thing over here. It's pretty much the exact same thing, but it's just for the iron ore with a little bit of an addition going on with this one here. And then this has a liquid provider, which comes down to this station down here, which will then have trains come by to put on the liquid metal, because transporting liquid metal is way more efficient than the raw metal, as we can see right here when you do the numbers on it. I don't know, fancy the mine networks, all I do is the provider has enough to fill train, station opens, if the receiver has enough room to empty train, it opens. It doesn't mean I can't share the trains between iron and copper. Yeah, and that's the advantage behind the system, is that I'm able to blueprint trains and have them be generic in groups, and then just add more as I need more. And it's very, very hands-off with it. So you can see here, like, I just go and get some, you know, some open fluid trains. They come, they load up, they leave, come up, load up, leave. And as that's going on, we have a little bit of a provider coming up here to do stuff. And that's great. And then see, this one will kick up right here. And yeah, you'll get a little bit of a gridlock-ish. It's not a huge deal because most of the time this is where we're just kind of topping off things. And that's why we have the ore come up and get out of the way of the liquid trains coming up and topping off with that. And because we're able to reduce the size but still have basically the same capacity here, these are able to zip around and provide extremely quickly to everything. But then I typically also, you know, on this, I try to provide, you know, provider signal and stuff with all that to just kind of indicate, yeah, this is where we're actually providing all of these materials from. This is where you come and get them. And then we have additional stations everywhere that we need them. So like over here, this is a drop. Drops are much more simple. These are just operating on whenever they specifically need anything. They will then request it and have it come and get dropped off, right? This one is our more advanced solid stop. Let me come over and show you this one. This is one that is actually parameterized. So we haven't really covered parameterized blueprints tonight. That might be something for another time, because that's kind of its own beast with it. So essentially what's going on here, I'll show you just like at one end here. We come over here to each of these, and we're going to take their signals. We come over here and we're going to divide it by the W signal, which we get from over here, where we have our constant combinators set to the stack size of what we're wanting. And then we come over here again, this is for one wagon, and then we divide each of these by the wagon size to determine front and rear, you know, and how much space there is there. These then come down over here after all these combine up to then set signals for the 2, the 1, and the 0 stations here. Which, I found something very interesting with this that some of you might be interested in. So let's look at this. When I go to the parameterized solids here, and we'll just set up an example station here, I'm going to bring this up here. Then you'll see, I have a little menu. All it's asking is rear, center, front. And the way you do that, you just set a symbol. So let's say that I wanted to get a couple of items from, you know, the factory. And typically 3 is like a good, solid deal here, right? So what we do here is we can just say, hey, I want to get, let's just do some random. So let's say like a heat pipe in the rear. And then I want to get like red circuits. And then I want to do, I don't know, let's say for some reason we wanted Spidertrons. I then set that. Now, of course, what you'll see on the signals here is that those all got set, which means that all the stuff is set here. But something that I found out that is not written is that it changes the actual train stop names. That is not actually written down. Normally, you would have to go in and manually change those. But because we're changing the signals here, and they're correlating with these things because we set that when we set it up, these are also changing because these are considered wildcard signals when you parameterize them here. I don't know if the developers intended that, but I am abusing the feature for as long as I can. The front stove doesn't receive any. Yeah, that's part of the design. So what this is a multi-material stop. So you'll see here that this is actually set to not pull out rocket fuel. I had an incident, I don't want to talk about it. And these are spaced out. They're spaced out so that there's always at least some inserters unloading every wagon, right? So you get right here, and sometimes you're not going to get it all. And you go over here, and sometimes you're not going to get it all from the top. So we just space them out to make sure that we get as many as possible, put them onto the green lines stacked, sort into their respective areas, and then we distribute them from there. And this was just something that I didn't need to do, but I accidentally made a little mistake, so we're just going to grab that. Because it should just be clean like that. See it? See right here? This comes off, goes through, gets sorted, goes to the very end. The beauty of this is that it's nice, it's compact, it's parameterized, and you are able to put down multiple of these if you need multiple items, so to speak. The only thing it doesn't do very well is like liquid, because I didn't design it for liquid. This is just for solids and all that. But you can put this down as long as you have the materials. This will then go down. Everything is automatically set. The train stations will turn on with the conditions that you set. And if you wanted to be extra cautious, you could do everything but the train stations so that all the logic stuff is in place at the very beginning, and then you can send out for the trains. Now I'm looking over here, I'm noticing you had an incorrect calculation. And so there is a little tiny bit of red science that didn't get out properly like it should have, and that's okay. We'll come back to that later. So yeah, this is kind of a tight-knit area that really shouldn't be too much of a problem, but it ends up being a problem sometimes. But now we're able to get all of our science unloaded there. What are you missing? Ah, yeah, metallurgic. That makes sense. That makes sense. We'll get to that later. We'll get to that later. But yeah, so now that also allows us to have some distributed factories that don't really care about space, and then we can put everything out onto their own factories and then ship them over here to then crunch out the research when we're ready to do that stuff. Hi. A little delayed on the hi, but hi. Glad to see that you're alive. So yes, that's the essential idea of how this all works. All of the stations that have intermediate stuff for producing things, all the ore pickup stuff, the liquid pickup, the drop-offs and all that, operate on the same logic and makes it extremely easy to expand the system. In fact, to demonstrate this... Well, no, I don't have to demonstrate shit. Not me, baby. Not me. We do have sometimes there's little interesting things like this one, for example. Little ghosts in the system will sometimes come through like this. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to nix that drop because that shouldn't have activated. Not sure why it did activate, actually. It's actually reading. Man, this one I tweaked a little bit. Now I'm kind of annoyed with it. Oh, you are kidding me. It's because I don't have this. I see now. I see what happened now. Yep. We had a false positive because I missed a wire. Whoopsie. We all make mistakes, alright? We all make mistakes. That was my mistake. That should now work beautifully. Okay. But yes, so this concept allows us to do these distributed factories that are able to output at pretty high rates with efficiency and not worry about the space. And then we can just kind of plug them on the side, kind of like little little chips on a motherboard type of thing everywhere. Eventually this is going to expand out, we're going to kind of have it sprawling, is the general idea. But we haven't gotten to that point yet. Maybe someday it will crawl over to that. Okay, let's see. I think that was the general gist of that. Okay, any questions? I know we kind of went after this for a while, and most of the people that had requested the circuit logic tutorial, I don't think we're able to make it. I'm hoping that they're able to see the VOD later, and hopefully I can address questions after people have seen it, but I would have preferred if everybody was here, you know, for it when they said they were going to be. But I totally understand that people have lives and things come up, so. It's going great, Maholic. I finished doing a circuit logic tutorial, type of thing, so. I'm so chuffed myself vibe-coded migration code to fix my sec2 save to migrate to 0.7. Yeah? Yeah, is that right? Just chuffed as can be. Is that it, Maholic? Is that what you got going right there? How did the vibe coding feel? So surprised it worked? You know, there is a certain magic to the vibe coding thing and all that, but I'll be honest, there's also like huge potential for things to go wrong, but it has gotten a lot better, so that is pretty awesome. Who said something about missing? Well, okay, here's the thing. People didn't say anything about missing. People raved about attending. And then everybody that said that they wanted to attend missed. I'm just saying, alright? I'd like to join the server if possible, but I can understand why I should be put in the mines. Oh, I mean... Sure, yeah. I forgot I was on single player too. Here. I was thinking about switching, but we can do this. I was gonna go over to Armory Forger because I've been enjoying that, but I can do that in a little bit. There's your server now. Like, sure, AI? Yeah. Okay, well, let me just do a quick little wrap-up for anybody that watches the VOD later, because this is over on the Red app, the Happy Red app. So, it will be up there for people to reference, but I think I'm just going to end up having to do a YouTube video instead. So people can just go whenever they have time. So let's come back up to our little happy block that we had. If I can remember where it is. I think it was up here. Yeah, it's right there. Okay, so just to kind of recap a little bit of what we went over here. We went over these combinators, the most important ones. We touched on the display and the constant combinator sum. There's really not much to them. We didn't really talk about these two, because I'll be honest, you don't really use the power switch anymore. You can. It's very, like, rare instance that you'd be using that. If you want some more information on how the power switch works, I'd be happy to show you, but I'll be honest, you're probably not going to be using it. Unless you have a very, very, very unique use case for it, or you are trying to fine-tune control of your power. I can understand the power control with that. The programmable speaker, that's more kind of for fun, or if you just want an audio indicator. So let me kind of show that a little bit. I guess I should show it some. So I can just do this. So this one, you can have the same thing we've been seeing all night. Excuse me. You can adjust volume and all that. There's different alarms here. Miscellaneous. Crafting finished. Game lost. Game won. Armor insert. Research complete. And then you've got like drum kit. You can do like fun little music stuff with it if you want to. Then you got alarms. Bunch of different ones. There's a siren. That is a fun one. You got the ringing. Buzzer. Buzzer 3 is usually what I use for stuff. And buzzer 1. Buzzer 1 and 3 are my favorites. So let's just go ahead and we'll set a condition. Let's say that we had... We'll do this like in opposite order, but let's say that I had stack inserters, and we're going to represent greater than 100. But we're going to pretend that it's like less than 100, like we're running out type of thing, right? And then what we can do is we set a couple things here. Signal values, volume. You can do that. You don't need to. This is pretty much enough. Where we turn this on, and then we have playback mode, which is local, surface, and global, right? Global will do it everywhere in the game, no matter what planet you're on, and all that stuff. Surface will do it on novice and nowhere else. And then local will just be if you're within range of it. So I'll demonstrate that a little bit here. So let's say that I add this, and then we'll just do 150. You can see there, it is now beeping at us. I zoom out. I walk away. It gets quieter. And if you got your headset on, you'll actually hear it kind of travel around a little bit of a directional deal there. Not super important stuff for that. That'd be like if you're running around, then you gotta... Oh no, I hear something. What is that? Oh, what's going on here? You're more likely to notice something visually blinking if you're gonna do local, so you might as well do that. Now if we do surface... See that? You'll notice the direction is still changing, but no matter where I go on the surface, it will always remain, no matter what. But if I go up in orbit, it's quiet suddenly, right? So then again, of course, you know what's going to happen next. I'm going to do global, but then global doesn't necessarily mean just in orbit. It means everywhere. So that would be for something extremely important that you can't see it with your eyes, and that you would want to have a audible alert that something is going on somewhere else type of thing. So that's basically the general idea of that. Good stuff if you get sleep. Have fun with circle logic and the factory must grow. Thank you, Foldley. We'll see you next time, brother. I hope you sleep very well. And I'd come and tuck you in, you know, if you wanted to. I'm a little shy about that, but that's fine. We'll see you next time, huh? Good night. But yeah, that's basically, that's your programmable speaker. That's essentially what happens with it. So like I said, not a whole lot to go on with there. We talked a little bit about your deciders, the arithmetics, the selectors, display panels, and the constants were the most frequent ones that we did stuff with. We then have a couple of examples up here of different things that we've done in the past and in the future applications. SR latch right there with a little green light indicator, different things. Display panel, you know, switching things. Noticing, again, one interesting trick if you want these to be able to oscillate like this, you know, where you're switching off the signals here, which is looking for anything greater than 0, which I think we were doing like this. But then if you do this, where there's, you know, that this works as long as you're here. But if you then come at this point and you disconnect at the source or at the output, you won't get the same thing. And that's how we demonstrated the tick rate, which I didn't think about at first, so it was baffling me for a good like 2 minutes. And then I remembered tick rate, which means you can condense things to this. And as long as you have wires connected and there is the ability for one tick to pass, you are able to do that on a single display panel. But then typically you want like multiple display panels for multiple different things, or like different sections, areas, and all that stuff. So we then went over the concept of the SR latch in 2.0, which you can do with a single decider combinator, and then a memory cell, but specifically a memory cell counter that has green as the addition and then red as the subtraction right here. Right? So that's something else to keep in mind. We'll keep that up for a while. If people have questions, that they can come to the stream live and they can come see this stuff. We then also went over some practical applications, and I'm not going to go through the trouble of showing that, but we did go over a few ones that you could have, and then we went through and we demonstrated how we put kind of everything together to make the train system that has the ores, the liquids, and then the intermediates that then provide and ship things around dynamically. We showed a parameterized stop. We also showed different ways that we're doing stops. So for example, this one is a 3-train stop that has these kind of spread out in order to have the raw materials in and then the liquid material come out. And some of the advantages and disadvantages with that came through. And then over here we have some of our more nuanced concepts, such as a pseudo, quote, single stop, which has multiple stops kind of chained together in order to provide multiple materials to one location and save on space, right? And we see that in that place that had 2. The most we've done so far is 3. And some of these have to be kind of specifically set up. There's, again, advantages and disadvantages to all this. And then again, we have our parameterized 3 material stop, which we then demonstrated has the ability to not only set the recipes, to set the requests for what's in all of these, but it will also automatically set the train stops to request for that stuff as well, because it changes the names of the train stop, which is something that somebody asked me about a while ago, if that was even possible, and I said no, because it wasn't possible to programmatically change it before. And then I mentioned we can with train interrupts, but it was limited only to the train interrupts. And then I accidentally found out that when you parameterize these things, because you parameterize the constant combinator and that stuff, which is what each of those stops are corresponding to, you end up actually changing that, because it becomes a wildcard signal with the parameterization, and therefore you are actually able to change it. And I thought that was a really cool interaction, and one that I don't think is actually documented anywhere. So that gives you a little leg up on people if you can do that. And it's also what allows us to actually set up train stops that look like this, that are kind of this weird little setup here. But there are so many advantages to having it set up like this. I'm not even joking. It is wonderful. It is absolutely wonderful. That was basically the circuit tutorial right there. So, yeah, like I said, there's really not much more I can talk about right now without any questions, so, you know, thank you for coming to my TED Talk and all that. I did have a bunch of the flowcharts and stuff I had prepared. We used some of them to kind of demonstrate a few things, but nobody asked for them. They weren't really needed. I think people got the general idea of it without the flowcharts. I'll keep these around for a bit, just in case people need a little bit of reference, but yeah. That is that. Let me see. We've got an ad break coming up in like 6 minutes here. I'm gonna trigger it early so I can run to the bathroom. It will be 3 minutes of ads. We will be back hopefully before that is up, because I'm assuming that he is asleep. Oh, I got a text. Please don't be anything important. There's one for the fish. Yeah, my dad wants to go on wants to go fish and stuff, so okay. Well, yeah, like I said, I'm glad we could do that. I was really hoping there was more people, more of the people that requested that actually there for it, but I understand. So we'll run this ad break, we'll come back, we'll decide what we're doing next. Be right back. Give me just a second. Okay, well, we're back. Let's see. Looks like Bunny's playing Arma. I thought Bunny wasn't going to be on tonight. That's interesting. Yeah, I thought Bunny was going to be done. Guess not, though. She's over playing King of the Hill. That could be fun. Now I'm trying to decide what to do here. Because I mean, I think over here on Volcanus, he was getting some stuff set up. I took some time to do the circuit logic stuff. I have sulfuric acid in the system. I think I've got lubricant now decently in the system as well. It looks to me like it, yeah. Oh, did I... Oh, son of a bitch. I didn't add... Hold on, I gotta go add lubricant to that system that we set up. Yeah, can't let that one slide by. Yeah, I've already got too much of it right now. Okay, that's ominous. That shouldn't have happened. Okay, I think that was for something else. I just happened to do it at the wrong time. Yeah, so then I gotta go back to the lubricant stop, and I gotta stop it. Which is pretty simple. I can show you that a little bit too. It's a pretty interesting technique. But it's essentially you just check the wireless network signal. You look for the red. If the red has your material that you're looking for, you then just do not pass go. Just go right here. You can see here there's a red signal that comes through. Yep, and then don't need the red on that one. Yes, we do. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, good. There we go. Yep. So now that won't allow any more lubricant to get shipped out. Because I guarantee you we've got too much already. Yeah, we got 200,000. Which means we have 4 trains worth, which is not what we wanted. We also have 300,000. Oh, that makes sense. We have 2 extra train loads of the molten copper. That's fine. That's the stuff that we use the most, is the iron and the copper. So that's not really a concern in our particular instance. So not too worried about that one at all. Not in the slightest. So, pretty content with that. I wonder, what do you guys think? Should we do some more Factorio, or did we kind of jump off of the wagon with that? Should we go over and do some Armor Reforger, have a little bit of mindless fun? Go play with Bunny and them? I don't know if I've actually streamed playing with Bunny with you guys. Flying into the sun. Are you now? Mindless fun? Isn't that what Armor Reforger is? Missed a lot, didn't I? Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. A lot of people did. That's fine. That's fine. Raised rails look cool, super cool there. Yeah, I wanted to, like I said, I didn't want to do a city block design with my rails and stuff, so I wanted to do something that was a little bit more of the organic type of look that I would envision something would happen. Some like straight sections that go in like that look a little bit neat. Some kind of more curvy, you know, not quite symmetrical looking stuff mixed in with some of the more symmetrical looking stuff. I think it gives kind of a nice little blend. I really like this kind of with the little crosshatch going through. I think that's great, so. Am in the middle of an argument? Damn. Bad night for people, huh? That's what it seems like. Jesus Christ. I have thought about going to play some Hell Let Loose, but maybe that's not tonight. We'll see. We'll see. What servers Bunny on, actually? I want to see. Store page, join game. I can't see. Oh no, game info. King of the Hill Reforged Novka, huh? It's tempting. That is tempting. Let me see here.
Tattoos? No, I do have fake tattoos though. I do have tattoos that, like what she's got, I do got them. I got big ones. Nellers! Hey there, mister. Wherever you are. Dwight's here! Pablo's here! Robo's here!
Always some project to work on. Oh yes, always. That's why I'm kind of thinking to do Reforger and stuff.
For fuck's sake, she's running out of real estate to sell. Yeah, she said they were supposed to all be on her face, but
I'm just gonna see. I don't know if I'm like,
I got some cool
if it's like open season on joining or not. I'm just gonna check. I like to be polite that way. If not, I can just do some projects here.
Pablo, you wanna fly? I don't think Styx knows he's echoing so bad. I gotta wait till everybody moves theirs. I can't do anything yet. Mike, I used to do a thing.
I did 5
where
code.
people did that,
Learned to make
where
Vector
you
mod
could
and said
keep
use it
on
to fix my
face.
save game. That is part of modding though. Just saying. I'm just saying.
Write it on my arms. Okay, Pablo, over here. After like a minute, it'll open and let you get in, but it takes a minute. Let me rename the group.
The ick tier of modding, keeping it working. Yeah, the maintenance bit.
Oh! He's not on console. Oh, I think he's talking to Pablo about hopping in.
I think she's busy. Well, what do you guys think? Should we do some more Factorio or should we jump over to Arma? What are you guys feeling? Because they just started a King of the Hill match. So it's nice and fresh, which means that there's probably a lot of people like jumping in there with it. Feeling like I can't kill you in this. You would be surprised. There are ways, Z. There are ways. There are ways. Maybe not for the uninitiated, but there are ways. I don't know, it's just, I went through and did the whole, like, crash course on circuit logic stuff, and now I'm kind of like, well, shit, now what do I do? Because that actually took longer than I thought just to go through and talk about it. But I don't think I have like I didn't have a project in mind coming in. Usually I have one, but this was the project to go talking about the circuit logic stuff. I don't think that panned out quite the way that I thought it would. So I probably needed some more planning with it. That's okay. What could I do? Now, like I said, I was gonna see if Bunny was okay with me hopping in, but maybe I could just hop into a server that she's in right now. I don't know, she's live right now. I don't want to interfere with what she's doing. It's one thing when it's like when I'm offline and doing it because I'm like focused on like her content and like that stuff, but just hop in Reforger if I see kill ya. Well, Z, fucking, you know, tempt me with a good time, why don't you? All she's doing is playing the King of the Hill, is that what it is? Does she just not like the Insurgency one and no more? That's interesting. No, I mean, I think King of the Hill is fine. It's actually, the way that they've implemented it in Reforger reminds me a lot about, how they've done it in Arma 3, and I'm pretty sure that was on purpose. She's mad she doesn't do fun shit. Well, I mean, last time her, myself, and Clock were all on King of the Hill, we were having a good time. I mean, they were just like, you know, beating me the fuck down. Which was really funny, but... And then, oh, Clock was streaming too, I remember that. I was also waiting because I feel bad I haven't let Pistachio play Factorio in a bit, but I guess he's in the middle of an argument, so... Is it just her and Clock on right now? God, I do love Clock. I don't know what it is. I just really like Clock. I think Clock is freaking hilarious. Big Clock. I mean, if you listen to Clock, she sounds big. And I mean big in, like, the right way. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. No, I think Clock is hilarious. That's a tough decision, though, because... Here, just in case, I'll put up a poll if you guys would like to weigh in on it. We'll just do, like, 5 minutes. Do, like, more Factorio nerd. Get some Arma grunt. Let's do that. Keep it nice and simple. One of these days, I'll probably go play Hell Let Loose. I do like those types of games. You know what I miss? I miss the days that we would play Squad on stream. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of miss Squad. I like Squad. Squad 44? I usually just play, like, just the regular Squad. Squad devs took over the other one, now it's Squad 44. Wait, what? Wait. I played this. Oh, post-scriptum. Oh, that's... Really? When did they change that? Oh my gosh, how long has that been? That's a full rebranding. What the fuck? Did it get better? I know for a while I played it post-scriptum for a bit, but I always liked the other Squad more. They added stuff? Man, it's about time. It was so bare bones when I played back in like 2019. They had a Pacific Front. Oh, really? Well, I don't have it installed right now, but I would be I'd be 1,000% down to play that sometime. I can't do it tonight though. Can't do it tonight, but we'll see. Alright, just a reminder, there is a poll up at the top if any of you guys are interested in it. There's only one vote so far. I know who voted that, Z. I know who voted that. If that times out with the Arma, I'll just do some Arma. That'll be fine. No worries on that. I tried asking Bunny if it was alright to jump in. Maybe I wasn't clear enough. I feel awkward just like jumping into Discord calls like uninvited. Because I'm a little baby. That's what it really is. I'm just a baby. I'm always like, can I have permission to come in? And if no one responds, I'm like, I take that as a no. I take it that you hate me. It would be kind of funny just to run into Bunny. Let's see. What can I do right now while I'm waiting for the poll to drop off? Because it's about halfway through. I don't think there's anything I can do in just a short amount of time. Go play with be on the other team. Do you know how mad they would be? Or how... Well, they might think it's funny, actually. We could do like one round on the other team, and then... one round on the other team, and then go join them later. That's a great idea. I think that's hilarious. I'll call my revenge arc for them abusing me the last time we played. Is she on Op 4? Is that what it is right now? Is she red? Pretty sure she's red. Ah, what the fuck? She's red? Are they winning? That's bullshit. If I'm gonna choose something besides red, I'm gonna be green. I'm just saying, I like green. Screw blue. No one likes blue. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's a tie. Hell yeah. Anybody willing to break that tie on the poll? Someday? Somehow? Because that'd be just fine by me. If not, I'm gonna have to make the decision. You vote for chaos? Dude, Arma's full to the brim of chaos. I think it's freaking funny. I think it's funny. Oh, but that's 2 votes for Factorio. Ooh. What time is it? It's 22:20. If Factorio goes through, we'll go for like another 30 minutes, and then we can switch to Arma. I think would be alright. So we'll still get Arma, but it might be just a little longer if people are voting for that. That wasn't really a vote for chaos. Well, it's about to end. It looks like Factorio's gonna win, so let's see if we can kind of crunch out something really quick. I think one thing I should do... Do I actually need stone bricks here? What is this going to again? Do I need this? I don't know if I need this, actually. Play whatever you want. That's not the point of a poll. You hear no matter the game? Oh. Aw, bird. Man, I wish you weren't sick or kiss you on the lips. Don't let hell hear me say that. I'm undercover. Just voted to tie. Oh, I got. Oh, so somebody else voted after you. Which one of you did it? Brick gaunt furnaces and concrete. Yeah, well, but what I'm wondering is, so I had some defense stuff here set up, but I don't need this stuff anymore because I've already moved the science out of the way. So I think I just put this all into the network. Except for, hold on. Let's make sure I'm doing this right. Because I don't want to cut out too much here. We can cut like this junk out. Because basically what I want to do is I just want to get rid of this train stop. I don't actually need this train stop here anymore. And from what I can tell, I don't actually need to produce the bricks anymore either. So we can just do... do this. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do a little bit of touch-up on the base, I think. Hella went to bed? Damn it, Hella! That's okay. He needs his beauty sleep. He needs as much as he can get. I'm just kidding. Sorry, I started thinking about armor, and I become a completely different person when I think of armor for some reason. I don't know what it is. I blame Z, honestly. Probably Z's fault. Okay, I do need the steel for this stuff. Do like that. Just kind of trim that a little bit there. Okay. You know the other thing I need to do? I need to actually expand my drones. All my drones keep getting, like, tore up. I've got 31 construction drones. No wonder that shit's going slow. Hold on a second. Okay, let's see. Ratatata, latati. I got like 1,000 right there. What am I doing? Hold on a second. Let's get those added in. Let's get those bad boys added in. Fly, my pretties! This is probably more than I need, honestly. Fly, you scumbags! There you go. Then those ones are mine. Thank you. 31 sad guy, I know, right? There, I fixed it. There's now 1,000. Much better. Wire to a combo and logi button and rope boards is always a good idea to keep your factory at optimal bot levels. I know. I used to do that with like the Crass 2 SpaceX because there was the robot attrition and stuff. I just completely forgot to do it for this one. Because I didn't think that I was really going to need it. Then I realized, oh yeah, I don't have enough. And I probably lost, I think I had about 300 at one point. They must have probably been destroyed over here trying to repair all this junk. So I'll set that up later, but having 1,000 right now, that should be enough for a while. Don't blame Shinomi because I taught you how to have fun. How long was that? Z, are you a little slow? Are you a little slow, Z? I'm just kidding. No, I'll blame whoever I want, damn it. You're an Arma? Oh, that's fair. Yeah, you're a little busy or something. Ooh, I can't imagine why. So I'm trying to think, should I... I'm going away from this. You can see I'm slowly tearing down the starter base. Maybe I just want to trim it up a little bit, then we can start adding more stations later. Let's see, what is this? What is this here? I don't want to rip up too much, because I don't know where it's all going. I also don't know if I have the storage. That's probably enough. I could probably add a little bit more, though. Let's see. Let's do that just to kind of store up everything. Just so I'm not, you know, being paranoid about that. Yeah, like, you know, I do know I need the yellow chest, so that's why I did it. Oh, it's out of Roboport range on that one. Oh, dear. Yeah, thank you for the advice, Mustache. How long have you been playing Factorio, by the way? Next up, strobe light. I have thought about it. If I did strobe lights, I'd probably add like maybe 3 more lights up here at the top. Maybe 3 more down here. And just do kind of like, ooh, and do like 2 here, and then just... I put them on a clock and have them just kind of rotate. I'm doing that next time. I'm not doing that tonight, I'll do that next time. Because that'll be funny. That'll be really funny, I like that. Because why not, right? Why not? Too long for too many hours and... hate the smart belt updates so much. Smart belt updates? What do you mean? You talk about wiring up to the splitters and experimental? Or is there something I missed? 'Cause I don't remember hearing anything about a smart belt update. Let's see. I'm just gonna put this all into the system. We're just gonna trim. Because my idea right now is to try to keep, like, the more critical systems up and running that are still here, if they exist. But I don't know which ones are critical or not, so I don't want to just go willy-nilly ripping stuff up right now. Now, how they have the undergrounds, if you pull the cursor back, it undoes the belt. If you're doing a bus, it sucks. At the undergrounds, if you pull the cursor back, it undoes the belt. Wait, so like... So I'm not quite seeing it, because I know you can do like this. Not that. Where it sucks up all that stuff. I guess I don't see where the undoes the belt comes in with it. Is it like if you're going backwards? No? I'm confused. Probably because I'm stupid. I'll be honest with you, it's probably because I'm stupid. If you're just doing belt, it will scroll out and back. Huh, I guess it's not something I typically encounter then. Which makes sense why it would be something I wouldn't really notice, and therefore not be affected by. Something underground is smart placement or just dumb. Okay, I mean, like, yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that for sure. Oops. Oh yeah, I need to be, not doing that. Let's see, let's grab. Because all this stuff is no longer really needed. Wow, can you imagine just, like, how incredibly fast all that is now? That's crazy. Yeah, we'll just get all these out of the way. Because I have my sushi mall that I like set up now. I don't want the lamp to get ripped up. There we go. Then I don't want to ruin that. There we go. It's looking a little bit better. Okay, what did I say? I said like a half hour, so we got like 20-ish more minutes here. Golden. Let's rip up this junk. I probably overdid it with the yellow belt. Yellow belt's nice. With the, yellow bullshit. Damn it. The chests. The chests, stupid. You overdid it with the yellow chests, but that's fine. Yeah, I don't need these belt producers anymore. Either, I just realized. I think I still need that coal going that way for a bit. Perfect, yeah, we're starting to kinda make things a little cleaner, and then we can worry about all the other stuff later. This stuff's not necessary, you're not necessary. I'm gonna be doing utility science somewhere else anyway, so... Oh, wait a second. Wasn't supposed to get rid of that one. Oh, and then I should just keep... I need to keep this one like that for now, just to keep it on the same side. And then let's grab that science. Let's put it in one. Bus is several lanes, belt side by side, usually end up missing. That one connector is just... Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I didn't end up doing a big bus this time because it's the same reason why I didn't end up doing like city block style with my train system. I just wanted to do something different. Is mostly what it was. Wanted to switch it up a little bit, you know. I wonder if I should keep the engine factory there. I'm not sure yet. You could probably go ahead and just get rid of all of this, though. I don't think that's necessary anymore. No longer a critical function. Same thing with this. Because I believe I switched to doing batteries off-site. I'm pretty positive I did. Okay, I think that's good enough there. We'll worry about the rest of it later and think, oh, well, no. Yeah, worry about the rest of it later. Piece by piece. Ran out of ammo? Whoa, that's rare. Too many kills. He's just too good. He's just too good. Yeah, when I was playing the last time, I was cursed. Every time that I landed in a helicopter, I just got shot. I couldn't even get out of the helicopter because every time we landed somewhere, I was just dying. And I decided instead of getting mad about it, I played it up. And it was like some of the funniest shit ever. Absolutely ridiculous. It was great. Let's see here. Oh, hi, Mosquito. Long time no squeak. How's it going? Let's see. That stone mine doesn't have much longer on it, but we got the other one there, so. Feet hurt from the Fanex. Oh, that's right. That is this weekend, huh? I forgot. Oh, so we're not having... Oh, we're not having Pathfinder tomorrow because of Fanex. That's right. I forgot about that. Are you going quality farming yet? I did that on my other playthrough. Right now in this one, I'm not quality farming just yet. Not just yet. I will be getting to that in a bit. So, context on this mustache, by the way. This is a playthrough I started with Noble Pistachio, who hasn't done Space Age yet. He's been over here on Vulcanus working on some stuff. This is his brainchild over here with all this, the spaghetti and that. I was doing this over here, because I needed this for, launching rockets and all that. And now he's been kind of mimicking my train system a bit. Or trying to. He actually he created his own, train blueprint stuff. I like the way he did it with the circles. With the roundabouts and all that. I think that's a fantastic design choice. If I were him, I would have gone a little bit bigger on the grids just to give a little bit more space, but he's making use of the space just fine. He's got like a lot of really good ideas for it, so. But yeah, I haven't gone quality farming yet on Fulgora. I just bootstrapped this a little bit to get a couple things going and rolling. And just to get some science up. So, I haven't really spent too much time over here. I've been kind of just... I'll be honest, I've been kind of just lollygagging over on Novice, trying to set up a few things, because on my first run I ended up ignoring Novice and didn't set up my train system, and since I'm waiting for Pistachio to do some stuff, I decided to spend some time here and delay going to Aquilo. Even though I really, really want the fusion reactor, I am delaying it because he did mention he wants to go with for that one, so I'm waiting until he feels comfortable enough to leave Vulcanus to then go and try out Aquilo. And Aquilo is probably the harder one of all the planets, I think, so being there with him, I think, would be a good idea for his mental, basically. Is kind of the idea that I had with it. So, yeah, not really doing a speed run type of thing. In fact, I think if we look at the save right now, we're at 148 hours, we'll round up a little bit. And the one that we reached the system edge, we were 180. I don't think we'll hit that 180 to reach the system edge. Oh, well, this is actually beyond that because I played beyond it. So I think I actually completed the game at about hour 150 is what it was. And I've just been kind of dilly-dallying, having some fun on that one. I come back to that every now and then. I almost clicked on save. That would have pissed me the fuck off. That would have pissed me off if I overwrote that save. Did not want to do that. The heat spaghetti for that place. Yeah. That's why I didn't want him to do that on his own, because I think that would kill the experience a bit for him. I was hoping that he would get Vulcanus done, and then I would go to Fulgora, and then I was gonna have him try out Gleba on his own, and then I would come over and help him after a bit. I ended up doing Fulgora and Gleba both without him, and I think... Nah, I hit a stall again. Damn it! Yeah, wait a second. That spoilage is that's 61,000 fucking spoilage. What the hell? Oh, what the hell? When did that break? There's supposed to be a replacement. Where's the replacement? Well, it's right there. What are you missing? Boilers? Damn it. Where's the boilers? Where did I put the boilers in here? It's all just a mess. I don't have boilers. That's the... Shit. Alright, stand by. Stand by a second. How do I not have boilers in this? That is kind of weird of me to do that. That's a heat exchanger, stupid. Oh my gosh. Oh my word. You know, sometimes I impress myself with just how stupid I can be on that. There we go. There's been a push for walls with insulation to heat towers on the walls to get a larger warm area. I mean it'd be nice. I don't think it's necessary though. Oh my gosh, that's... Okay, yeah. I don't think I'm shipping stone in. That's right, when I did my other playthrough, I was shipping stone in. I think we ran out of stone here. Well, no, there is stone around. I don't want to go get it, though. Like, the 143 stone, that's outrageous. I don't want to go and get that right now. What if I just did an orbital platform of stone, huh? I can do that, can't I? I can't remember now. Oh no, I don't think you get stone in space. That's right. I'm stupid. I don't know why I thought you could get stone in space. Yeah, can't remember why I thought that. Probably because I'm stupid. That tends to be the usual consensus, is stupidity. Plain and utter stupidity. That's all it is, really. Alright, okay. Back to doing something for the next 10 minutes. Have I tried not being stupid? I have. It's really hard. It's really hard. Everybody tells me how stupid I am. I mean, it's like today, doing the whole... people begging to do like a circuit network tutorial bullshit thing. And then those same people didn't show up. Fuck. Fuck. That's okay. At least the VOD is there for them to go look at later, and I think I will end up trying to do a YouTube video on it so they can just go back and pause, refer to it, have a little bit more detail with it. So... assume they're shipping in science to send back boilers. I could. I don't know if I want to send back a whole lot of boilers, though. I'm like, would it be better off to send the boilers? What do they stack to on the rockets? Oh, it's a 50. Okay, that's not bad. What about the heating towers, though? How much do those stack? Ew. Stack 10? Yeah, it's probably better to just send the boilers then. Did we have everything else, actually, for those, for the heating towers? Because we got concrete in the system. At least some. I'm not making heat pipes. What? I could have swore I was making heat pipes. Wait a minute. Why would I not be making heat pipes? That's crazy. Hold on. Yeah, that's an intensely critical function. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know why. Weird. Yeah, I guess I could just send even just like one load of boilers would be enough. I do need to start eating up those those seeds eventually. I think I need to go through and I need to do something with Gleba. I like my island fortress. I've been doing it every single time I do Gleba. I'm wondering if I need to extend the perimeter a little bit here. Because I've tried just kind of keeping it isolated to the individual farms with the Tesla turrets, and it works pretty well, but I think I have to research the upgrades, is what's missing on that one. Oh, I probably need to go to Fulgora and get another load of science now that I got that back up and running. Yeah, I do. Okay. I don't have that set to automatic because I haven't set up everything to be sustainable yet, so I can't justify it. Ah, hey, wait a minute. That ain't right. Fix that. Secure that shit. Okay, we got the power back there. Oh, wait. Yep, no. We're good. We're good. We got it. Okay, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I can do in, like, the next 5 minutes. I don't think so. Let's see. Can just rip those up, that's fine. No. Yep, I think we're pretty much good on this stuff, because like I said, we've just been kind of slowly... Oh, here, just in case. We've just been slowly ripping up processes that were in the starter base and transitioning to moving everything to the distributed factory stuff. And I've been really liking the way it's turning out so far. See the interesting design for the one factory fills logistic orders. I think I did see a little bit of it. I haven't actually watched it myself. But it is something I've been curious about because I had the thought myself. But then I realized that when I was looking in it, my idea was to have something that would fulfill construction requests. And it would build items for, like, you know, when you have these popping up with entities missing material for construction. But I couldn't find a way to do that, and it might be because I'm stupid, but when I looked into it, I didn't see anything that even remotely indicated that you could do that. So I was very curious to see if someone else has found a solution, preferably without mods. I know I could just mod the game, even if I had to do a custom mod to get what I wanted there, but that's not really what I want to do. Oh no. Oh. It's just that. And then there was some... There you go. His system did that too? Oh, maybe I'll have to go find that then. Because that was exactly something I was looking at that I had an idea, but I couldn't figure out how to find that. Complex combinator system. I know, well, so... The thing was, I was trying to find where I can read the construction requests right here. Like, so in Vulcan it has that, Gleba has the other stuff. And it was tileable. Well, the tileable is less important to me. I don't really need it to be tileable. So, for example, I was trying to see if I had a combinator or something. So, like, here you can see that you can read, like, contents and then the requests. But you can see the requests, they're not... It's not for the accumulators here. It's looking for red circuits, batteries, and the prod mods. none of which has anything to do other than the battery slightly with the accumulators, so I don't know if there's a way to even see that stuff. Again, without actually modding the game, I don't see a way to do it. But maybe he's got some little secret trick, nuance type of thing. I would be very curious to find out. I'll have to go and, like, do some research over the weekend. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, Jesus. Alright. Trying to think here. I don't think there's anything else I've got that I'm thinking of here. So I'm thinking, why don't we make the swap over to Arma? I do need to run to the bathroom, like, super duper fast. But I think we'll do the last little bit of stream, we're gonna go and do Arma. Yeah, because I need something that's less brain power intensive, something more reactive / pro-action type of thing. And then we'll come back to this on Monday, after we do the Spirit Fair stuff. So we're going to save that. I'm going to back up here. But yeah, so we did do a little circuit network thing in this VOD. If anybody wants to go and see that, if they had any questions or new to that type of stuff, would be a great thing to do. And also give me some ideas on what more to do. I think... I don't know if it's worth doing the video anymore now, come to think of it, but... I probably could. We'll see. Let's just get swapped over. I still don't have Armor Reforger set to automatic, and that kind of irritates me, but I don't have time to fix that right now. Let's see. Factory, we can take off all this stuff. Oh, you know what I can do, actually? Come back up to this. I think I have an action set, I just haven't found... No, I don't have Arma. Damn it. I don't have Arma set up, because I'm stupid. There we go. Had a base stock of one, every item so would replace that one item, and if taken to build, it would be replaced. Oh, that's a really clever way of doing it, actually. I like that a lot. Yeah, I really like that. Let's see, long time player. What else do we want to put in here? Do drip or drown because that's hilarious. Friendly. Chill, sure. Fuck it. Alright. Let's go ahead and swap this over then. And then, yeah, over the weekend, I really gotta set that up. Because I hate doing all this bullshit manually. That's okay. That is okay. So Bunny is playing King of the Hill. Is Meg playing King of the Hill? Or is Meg doing some other shit? What the fuck happened to Meg's face? That's a lot of cats on her face. Kitties for biddies. Oh my gosh. That's hilarious. You gotta see this. I don't know if you guys know Meg. We've shouted her out a couple times, but... Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's so good. Put her back up in the lurk pile, but that's so funny. That is so funny. Love that. Alright. Let's see. Are we able to join... Yeah, join game. Now I don't have to go crawling through the... Mods! Shit. That's fine. Joining. Alright, let's see here. I like Z's idea. We're gonna go link up with Z and see what the fuck happens. Oh, wait. Why is it hanging on joining? Blue? Blue? I'm gonna hit him with the gross. Okay, is this really... Don't do this to me. Only blue and red this game? Oh. Well, that sucks. Close to ending, though. All goody. Hit him with the all goody. God damn it. Why does that take forever to do that? Let me just do this. King of the Hill Reforged, so I just do... What did it say? Novka port? There's only one Novka port. Cracked it. Full server! There's a free slot. Oh, there's not even a free slot? What the fuck? Robbed. Cheated. It is the most popular server, so clearly that's the one. That's okay. We'll wait here until we get a spot that cracks open. I guess if it's almost over, there's probably going to be some spots that open up and I can try to slot in. Not sure if Z can hear me right now. Damn. I in your Discord? What a fuck. Just kidding. What? Where the fuck is he? Boop. There we are. Yeah, it's almost like the server's popular or something. I can't get in. But you said it's almost done, yeah?
Yeah, they're at 92 to 39. We were doing well, and then they got like snipers like at our spawn, and our helicopter pilots started. There was 2 helicopter pilots that were just literally like getting us all killed on purpose. Like they would literally blow up like on the way there without anybody shooting at them.
Ah, I see. That's a lot of fun. Like, were they griefing, or were they just bad?
Oh, 100% griefing.
Griefing? Okay. Just checking. That sounds like Blue 4, I'll be honest with you. That does not surprise me in the least.
We were winning for a while, and like I said, when I ran out of ammo, we basically got fucked because I had a good position. I was holding off like 4 helis at a time and shit. But you only get 8 mags. So when you start to run out, it can get real bad real quick. I was using my pistol to try and shoot down a heli. It doesn't really work.
Sounds like a skill issue to me.
Yes, because I could barely kill anything with a 5.56 because everybody has upgraded armor and shit.
Yeah, if you were John Wick, you'd be fine.
Once I had a better gun than the M3, I was able to fucking kill people. Wonder how that works. It's the exact thing that I've been saying from the beginning. Interesting.
Interesting.
Like I said, give me a decent gun, I'll get you some kills.
I don't know. Speculation. Speculation, I think.
I feel like I'm gonna get a shit ton of XP this game, though.
Probably. It looked like it was a pretty close game for a bit there, so I'd imagine there was some
yeah,
good
for a
back
bit
and
it
forth.
was. It wasn't. Once I got killed, like, Red just has taken over. They have 40 people on the point to our 20.
Yeah, I'm seeing
right
that.
now.
I'm looking over at Bunny. You know, I sat there, I messaged, I was like, hey, Bunny, is it alright if I slide in? She completely ignored me. Hurtful, by the way. Even Clock ignored me. Can you believe that? I used to be something. I used to be somebody.
You started hanging out. Oh, I just killed Bunny.
Hey. I bet she
How
loved
pissed
that.
on a scale of 1 to 10 do you think she is?
Should we go find out?
Wait.
Oh,
Go ahead.
she says, wait.
Decided to hit you instead of the guy I was staring at on
Z's like, oh. Steel's like, Z's on 2? Ah.
Oh gosh, GG's, Mr. Slab.
The
I
fear.
killed Steel earlier.
Oh, I
And
guess he
even said, I even wrote, fuck you, Steel.
did he respond to it though? Did he register it?
No, I don't think he saw. Yeah, I just got a shit ton of bonus XP, so I have no idea.
Good.
So I might be able to get, you know, like a rifle with an actual scope so I can see people that are closer than 20 meters in front of me.
Dude, yeah. So, funny thing, while Bunny was on, I was getting just like completely mobbed every time that the helicopters landed. She left, and then with iron sights, I was getting like 1 to 200 meter kills with one taps, like consistently.
When the heli pilots aren't putting you right where the enemies are or right on the point, you can do shit.
It was crazy. I couldn't believe my eyes.
That's why when I always look at the map, I go and I fly at the beginning, because obviously at the beginning you tend to be able to get in more if you get your shit quick. But then, like, after that, okay, it just restarted. After that, I try to find a path to, like, just drive in, because I don't want to, unless it's impossible. Like, when we're on the...
I know, I should have started driving, but I was like, I got faith.
Isn't this the same map? Oh, it's blue and red again.
Oh, good. So blue?
Oh, so now we switch sides. It's the same map, we switch sides, it looks like. But it looks like... Oh, no. It looks like they moved where the point is now. It's like where they were spawning, I guess. I don't know.
You doing like a... You doing a custom group, or did you just do a random group?
I just did random group.
Oh, Atlas Red 1, okay.
And then I just always just buy fucking... but nobody's joined. I haven't seen anybody spawn in yet. Oh, now they're...
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm here with a gaggle of them, my goodness.
They all spawned in after me, but I don't have heli abilities, so... And I don't think this is one where you can really drive, given how far it is.
Yeah.
You could probably drive. It probably would just take you a hot second. So actually, I'm gonna try and go drive over there.
So the L85 doesn't have an optic. Damn. I was hoping one of these would fit onto that rail, but I guess not. That's fine. Whatever.
Yeah, I got nothing with an optic.
Ugh. That's fine. I have to level
No
up,
spawn
I
points
guess.
for anything because everything's still on the ground. There's only so many spawn points for vehicles, guys. There's another chopper over there that's about to take off. There's a fucking bike.
right in front of our bike.
Fucking assets.
Yeah, no, it's
Get
when
that
you
dirt
first
bike
start.
off the helipad,
Jesus.
man.
It'll come
You want to jump into Hilo, or what do you want to do?
Man, it's kind of my
I'm
point.
fucking stealing this guy's bike that's been sitting here for fucking 10 minutes. Because I'm fucking tired of it sitting here.
Hey, they're spawning in. I see him motorcycle.
Yoink it.
Jesus fucking-
Take off.
Just move it over here.
I am. I saw it sitting here, so I'm like,
We'll
I'm getting this thing
move
fucking away.
ass, baby. See you later. Mwah.
Whoa, watch where you're driving that thing.
You gotta tell me where to go. I think somebody's shooting at me because this is their bike.
Well, they're lost. You snooze, you lose.
It's been sitting there the whole time, and people are getting pissed. So,
Okay,
you know what?
just follow this road for a little ways. Let's see, where's the point?
Well, I see a guy in front of us, so I'm gonna follow him for now.
Yeah, follow him. He'll probably... Let's see, this is gonna do a little bit of a weird little, you know, hatchback, going back
it's
and
like
forth.
it's like we're up in the Alps.
Yeah,
We're in the
exactly.
mountains, so roads suck.
I
It's like
think-
we're in Utah.
I think he's gonna take a right up here, because that would be the shortest path. He might go left.
Someone just asked me to re-land and pick
There he
him up.
goes, yeah.
I don't know who said that.
So you'll follow this road, it'll come up to another T section, you'll take a left at that T section. Once you go through this town, it has little
All I know
wiggly
is I heard
squiggly.
somebody else something.
Okay. I didn't want to do that.
I didn't even see. I got my nose in the map. What happened?
He fucking hit a pole and killed himself.
Oh. Drive responsibly.
That's why I slow down when I like come up to corners that I'm not used to. I'm just like, I'd rather slow down for a second, especially knowing that they're probably not right here.
Yeah, right. Okay, so just follow this road down. You're gonna come to a little town called Dunvac. We can probably get off in a little bit along this road. Whoa, easy. If I die, I won't even see it coming.
Well, this is Koth. You're probably not going to see it coming either way.
Yeah, probably not. Okay,
we're only 500 meters away now. This actually wasn't that bad of a drive.
Yeah, you can pretty much park anywhere here. We can just walk in. It's pretty close.
Oh, alright. I'm assuming do you have the same gun as me?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're on shit levels too.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. I haven't played Reforgers since before I started playing with Bunny like a week ago.
You do know how to zoom, right?
Oh yeah, I've played Arma. Like, I'm not new to Arma. I just haven't played Reforger in like
but there's a lot of
a
people
year or
that
two.
Fuck, man.
Don't know.
Did you pump us
basic
up? I'm
shit
already
like that.
pumped, bro. I don't need to be pumped.
Somebody up in that tower by the end of this.
To
the south, you can see a big ass sniper tower.
Holy shit! Hold on. I had to throw my radio off. That was heinous.
Oh, I always do it. That's why I only carry a radio backpack. The first thing I do is I turn it off. That's the first thing I do.
I was
don't want to hear.
I
That's
like
why
to
I
work
need you
with
to have
people,
a radio
but...
so I can talk to you. And I'm like, I don't want to hear the shit that you guys say. Like, if
like-
I could turn off and just be like on a specific group channel, that'd be great. But
Well, yeah,
it turns off both channels.
It's like, buddy, I don't want to talk to you. Like, we
Oh,
have
fuck.
already.
This is an interesting map. Oh, I got an
Oh,
idea.
it's a great little dam over here. A bunch of strays coming at me. Relax.
I got an idea. I'm going all the way around because I'm gonna be a dumbass. I'm gonna go walk on the other side and just walk up behind him. It's gonna take me a while.
You know what? I'll come with you. That sounds like a fantastic idea.
Yeah, just like go through the snow over here.
Is there
Think
no...
anybody's gonna be paid?
Is there no stamina? Oh, hello.
There's no, I think it's unlimited stamina. Oh yeah, there's a good chance we get killed here just because it's so open.
We're already
I'm
getting shot at.
for
Yeah.
Sure.
There's like a whole gaggle of them. You see them? On that little
Nope.
ramp?
No, I don't see nothing.
And all these tryhards with their... Wait, there's someone down by the water in the little snow vines.
Oh, I see him.
Yeah, there's two of them actually.
One's dead.
Yeah, see the other one?
Oh, I got lit up the second I started going through that.
Ah, yep. Yeah, there's no way we were getting through that.
No, but we can drive behind him. I'm realizing now.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I think there's a...
There's a road that leads directly behind him. Oh, I can finally get a heli.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Well, do you want to take a road or do you want to take a heli and fly low to it?
I don't trust my heli driving skills. I will probably get us killed.
That's fair. Understandable.
We can try it next time. I want to see if we can get behind them first without them
Yeah, oh yeah. I think it's worth it to try.
Yeah, I don't want to try with like a Vic that's really noticeable. That's why like when I do this, I go on a motorcycle or something.
Yeah, so you'll take the same road, but instead of turning right, you're just gonna turn left up ahead. And that pretty much takes us the entire way behind them. Which is fantastic.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking, worst comes to worst, we're gonna meet people on the road. That's
yeah,
what's gonna happen.
if somebody else has the same idea. Because if
The
they
other problem is because they give you tracers. The second you start shooting, if you don't have like a one-shot sniper,
yeah,
they fucking find you immediately.
and when you've got nothing but the
And seeing
irons at that distance,
Yeah,
it sucks.
Yeah, that's my only problem. Like I said, that's my only problem with this Koth mode. I like Koth. I like the idea of Koth.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
played other Koth servers. The other
Craig,
Koth
I was trying
server
to tell
that
you
I
we had
played.
enemies right outside that
Oh
window.
my gosh, I forgot to turn off my radio.
Hey, the boys are back in town.
The other Koth server that I played, you earned money as you played. Not permanent.
Put that in there.
So like, the more kills you got with the
Yeah,
shitty weapons.
as
You know
the-
what game mode I miss just from old school Counter-Strike and shit is fucking gun game.
Oh, I remember gun game.
I miss gun game. And then they had that in Black Ops 2 for a while.
I think I remember that some, yeah.
Then they turned it into a betting game, and that's the only way you could play it.
Of course. Why not, right? Let's see. You're gonna get a couple more switchbacks up ahead. It'll come up to another, almost a fork.
I just gotta know about that fork. Which way do I go? Oh, I gotta go down. Okay.
Yes.
Not sideways, down. Going down, baby.
Exactly. Good old south.
Yeah,
That's all you gotta
everybody's
go.
Everybody's so focused on helis. I figure if I just stay on the road, I just figure I'll die less by doing this, number one.
Yeah, well, because most people are looking at the skies, they're not looking at the roads, I swear.
Or unless they hear a vehicle gun. If they hear a motorcycle behind them, they're gonna think one of their guys is on a motorcycle, is what I figure.
Because that's just a very generic sound. Yeah, so this left right here.
Uh-huh.
There you
I
go. Yep.
figure if it's a bigger vehicle, they'll look for it. If it's a motorcycle, they're gonna be like, oh, if anything, it's one guy. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, if we can get it behind him and sneak it behind him, maybe catch a heli as it lands.
Oh, that would be great. That'd be fantastic. My word, they got
And then make their
31
guns.
people on that point. That's crazy.
We got 10. Because all the people that normally play green are on red.
Oh, of course they are.
So it's all the people with the really good gun. Because like I hear some more sniper shots from the enemy team than from our team. So I'm like, okay, I know the other. And anytime I kill an enemy team guy, I'm like, you're so much more geared than the rest of these guys.
Right. Yeah, so what sucks is like I'm always trying to kill somebody in a spot that I can try to take their stuff, so I
Their
can
shit.
at least have an optic. Because I mean, irons are okay, but my word, when you're dealing with people that have rifle sights, it just sucks.
Dude, I think we could pull up straight to this house
I'm
and just take this house
pretty sure
over
we
for us.
can, yeah.
Just
bail out here,
take
yeah.
this fucking house over. Just take this fucking house over, dude.
Get in there. There we go.
This is now our house.
Alright, take the earplugs out so I can
Oh,
actually hear
dude.
shit.
Do you got a window in there?
I got a window, yeah. I can actually see towards the dam. I just can't see what you're looking at.
I got the road. I got a little bit of the road. There's an enemy Vic right next to us.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, do you have a rocket or something?
No,
It's one of those with the gun on it.
I should have brought a rocket. Is it a top-mounted gun or is it a covered? Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
it's
yeah.
APC.
Damn.
Really wish I had some optics. I could probably...
What?
Oh my god, so
This
many
sh-
helis just flew past.
This shit comes with like one grenade. Are you kidding me?
Okay, this house really doesn't have great sightlines to
No.
like what we would need to see.
Yeah.
We might need to try and... I'm gonna see if anybody's in this fucking thing first and foremost.
I think I saw the turret move a bit. I'm pretty sure someone's in it.
Well, then I'm gonna try and throw a nade under it and get a stupid armor kill, if there is somebody in it.
Yeah, it moved. He's in
Oh,
there.
I can open up the hatch. I can open up the hatch. Can't I? Okay.
Did that? Oh no. He was just switching seats.
That's not good. That's
Nope.
not good for me.
No. Nope.
That's really not good. I gotta get the fuck out of here before I die. He gonna kill me.
Yeah.
150%.
Uh-huh.
Now we just yeah, I just gotta bring a rocket next time, because that was perfect. Nobody was fucking there.
I know. I'll stay hidden and see if I can just keep an eye on him.
He's gonna sit right there.
Yeah, he is.
I think I could literally get the same thing, couldn't I?
I think so, yeah.
I might be able to get the same fucking thing here, and then just fuck him up. No, you gotta be level fucking 50 to get that fucking thing.
Oh, of course. Yeah, he hasn't moved. He's still by the house right now. Trying to see. I can't see shit here. Oh. There's someone above me.
Is there an enemy?
I think so, yeah. I don't see any blue on the map here. He was shooting at a helo, so...
Alright, so I just gotta remember when you're doing this, you just keep going left, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. It's all left turns. Which I would normally hate, but...
I don't have my earbud plugged.
Okay, I need to...
I went the wrong way. I was not paying attention. I was trying to plug my ears.
I just plugged my ears because that helo's not going away. I can't hear nothing.
I can't get it to go. My normal keybind's not working for it.
Did your settings reset on accident?
I don't know. I have to look and see. It might be that mine was keybound.
I thought I was gonna have friends, but they blew their chopper. That sucks.
Comment. No. I don't even remember where it's at. Probably, I think.
Can't see nothing. Oh, ooh. Oh, there's a... Oh, damn.
I don't see the earplugs. Why don't I see the
Oh,
earplugs?
you gotta look in... Where is it? You know, controls, then you gotta go to... What's it called? RHS, WCS, ACE. I know I found it the other day.
Oh, it's WCS.
Is it WCS? Okay.
Oh, great. Now I have binoculars for some reason. It's not letting me boot now.
Watching another Frank's Holy Horny Robot anime. It starts off super horny and stuff. It gets deep later. Like, trust me. It is worth the watch.
I went the wrong way.
It was all left turns, though. It's all you had to remember.
But I turned left too many times
Oh.
at the beginning. Kept going left. I was like,
Whoops.
yo.
You overshot it. That's fine. That happens to the best of us.
Yeah, I turned left into the cul-de-sac. I didn't go through the ice mountain.
So
I gotta remember ice mountain, then all lefts, and then I'm good.
Okay, so looks like BMP boy moved while I was not paying attention because I had
mean,
the
he's still
earplugs
probably
in.
in the fucking area though.
Oh, I'm sure. We just had a friendly helo drop on the bridge here and just...
Just get destroyed.
Yeah, they self-naded there. That's awesome. I forget how much I love Blue for. I'm glad some things just don't change, you know?
So that's what I was saying. All these heli pilots are either shit or purposefully just blowing up. Like, I saw 3 hit trees for absolutely no reason. They weren't shot or anything.
Well, and you know, I was regretting dropping my radio earlier, but after seeing that, I know that chat just blew up.
Oh, that chat, it's like, ugh. Ugh.
Yeah, it makes me want to tear my eardrums out.
Yeah. But yeah, so yeah, squad, creators of squad took over Postscriptum.
That's
Not
awesome.
very high player count though.
Well, no,
I don't know if there's more now since they added the Pacific, but it was not a very high player count.
No,
but there's not a very high player count on Hell Let Loose anymore either.
Yeah, I think, like, I don't know what it is, because I really like Hell Let Loose, and I played it over Postscriptum, but I think both of them just kind of hit a lag for a bit.
Well, I think the problem is the gameplay, it was just so repetitive. You had the guys that loved
Yeah.
it, and it was just so repetitive, and there really wasn't much new content coming out.
Yeah.
And I don't feel. So the whole reason the squad guys took over is because their plan was to make it kind of like squad, where you can go in and mod it, do shit like that, make it, add in other maps and weapons and shit like that. Because obviously that's the big thing with squad.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they have one of the biggest mods in the world in the fucking the Star Wars mod.
Oh, yeah. Man, that Star Wars mod is really cool, too. Like, holy shit. It's so well
yeah,
done.
I know most of the people that run that mod too. Like, I was an admin on one of the servers for a little bit.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's super impressive what they've done with that.
And that community is really good and things like that. It is really just a well done fucking thing. And people don't realize just how... Like, I saw a couple big streamers go into it every once in a while, but I got off of it because it used to be that you could one-man tanks and, like, one-man stuff like that. And I was doing better as a one-man tank than most people were doing with two, because either the driver sucked or the gunner sucked, and it was just a pain in the ass unless I knew somebody that was on, and I'm like, okay, I trust you. So when they said you can't one-man anymore, which I know a lot of times you get into a shit situation with it, but a lot of times you could do really well with it.
Oops.
And so it just made it to where it was like, my favorite thing about this game being in, AT-ATs and fucking, the robot one and everything like that. It's like, oh, you guys just took it from me, sons of bitches. Looks like we're all on this side now.
I
so
know.
I don't think this worked.
It was the weirdest thing, is a bunch of helos came and we just completely switched sides of what we were on, and I witnessed the whole thing. I was trying to get a ranging...
I just saw an enemy helo land on our building.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I just saw it.
I must have missed it. Man,
I'm gonna die. I drove the bike right up to our fucking thing. Oh, yeah, there we go. There's the hit that I was looking for. Ugh, okay. Tourniquet. Fucking morphine. Fucking bandage.
Trying to get some of these long shots here, but...
Yeah, I really fucking can't. Because I got no fucking scope.
I know,
and I got fucking 5.56.
It's the damn, like, wintry fog stuff is kind of messing with me, too. I think if that was gone, I could actually see them better. I'm basically waiting for them to move. Oh, wait. That might be one.
Yeah, like, I can basically, like, make out, like, moving shapes. That's about it. I can't... I think an enemy just fell on us. Left side of the fucking...
I saw that. It went straight down the dam on the smooth side. Oh, there's a chopper. Ooh, he just flew low. Oh, they're styling. They're styling on us. That sucks. Alright. That's it. I gotta get close. I'm coming up to you. Stand up,
oh,
stupid.
just under it. I hit it just under it. I am... I pretty much have to shoot at helis as they're trying to land, otherwise I get fucked.
Oh, hey, I got level 9. I hope there's something good there.
I can't see shit.
Oh.
This dead guy has good.
Oh my gosh, how did that guy kill me? Fuck.
Got a fucking MPX.
Yeah, he whipped up so fast. Alright, let's see.
Oh, this guy has a better scope on his fucking MP5 than I have on my fucking rifle.
Come on back then.
And then when I tried to grab his fucking... his amp just got fucked hard.
Yeah. What kills me with this is that, like, yeah, you're unlocking all these optics and shit.
I just killed Bunny.
Oh, nice. You unlock all these optics, but you can't put them on shit. How am I supposed to put it on anything?
Yeah, I was like, what does this fucking go on? Like, these optics that I'm getting.
Can I take the carry handle off the L85? I don't think I can. Wait a minute. Oh, don't tell me I can. Am I that stupid?
I get.
No, I
have
can't.
just the iron sights as a thing, and it doesn't.
Yeah,
even
I was
let me
gonna
take it
say
off.
that should be built in. Wait a second, hold on. M16A2, did that have built-in or is that a detachable? I don't remember. Let me look. It's not even an option. I can't believe the L85 even has iron sights as an option. DMR can't do... Oh, MPX is at level 10, so I'm one level away from that. That would actually help a
So
little
am
bit.
I. So am I. And the MPX, I got it right now. Or I got the MCX. I don't know if that's different. I got the SIG MCX.
It's a little different.
This has got a double scope on it, so I would assume that would also have a scope.
How has this happened? What is going on?
Yeah, alright. Oh, I bought myself an RPG. So
I
expensive.
did too, but I missed my fucking shots. I haven't spent my money on anything because for $200 I could get the fucking only gun I could buy. So
I know.
why am I gonna lock it permanently?
Right, I don't want to do that. It's like, that seems like a waste of money. Why are we watching the glitching out helicopter? Why don't we just take another helicopter here? What the hell? Oh, there you go. They fixed it, I guess, kinda. Whatever.
Can I fly?
I got enemies right on me.
Perfect.
think it's recoverable?
Yeah.
I just killed a bunch of them, but they got me.
At least you got a bunch of them.
Yeah, they're all like right up in that building, like when you go through.
Yeah, it's great. See, I want Arma 3 because you can actually shoot while you're in the little birds.
Certain little birds do have guns.
No, like, you just use your gun.
Oh, like use your weapon. Yeah.
Yeah, you just bring it up shoulder and you just shoot. Because that makes sense. I don't know why I can't do it here. But, you know. Engine limitations, I'm sure. Oh my word, all these people up on this mountain by the Holy Cross? Is that even in the zone? I don't think it is. Nope, it's outside the zone. That's fine.
Oh shit. My heli fucked up immediately and flipped all the way around.
Oh, yep. I've seen that. Was it Rubber Band Man, by chance?
Watch out, guns out, guns.
No, it's me.
Oh, it's you. Oh, good. Just didn't know if you were in that, that junk. Are you kidding me?
Oh.
This guy crashed the helicopter and took out my fucking leg.
It literally, they spawned it next to a pole, so that it literally just attached to the pole.
Finally, I got somebody. Fuck you, bud. Oh, wait. Oh, that's much better. That's much better.
They are definitely kicking our ass again.
I know, but I'm actually in a position now I can see people and get kills, which means that I can level up faster and finally get a good gun.
I see where you're at, but that's going to be pretty much our entire team, because after that building that you're looking at, the one with all the windows, there's one on their side. And that's where most of them are.
I can't believe that dude lived. Fuck.
Oh, buddy.
There's
That's
no
what
way.
you get.
Damn. Bunny did what now?
Oh no, it's just the fucking... They're getting
Up the hill on the other, above us.
She don't-
Oh no, why do I...
Oh shit. Oh fuck.
Oh.
Oh, they found me.
East.
They found you?
I think so. There was one. Yep. Okay, there we go. There's the follow-up shot. My leg. I'm like hobbling away. Have mercy.
My leg broke this second that I fucking got to the enemy base. That I got to the base.
Yeah, our
I
helo dropped, and I think I whacked a tree on the way down. I'm pretty sure it inverted my knee. I'm happy that I can walk on two legs right now.
Yeah, we'll put it this way. I'm not buying a helo again until I get a little bird. The big one. Just no bueno.
Yeah, understandable. Let's see, can I at least get in the zone here? I don't think I was in the zone up there. Whoa! Whoa, now. I hope that was a stray, because that was kind of rude. I don't see someone up in that tower.
Yeah, so we did all that work to get behind them, and then they just did all the work to get behind us. And they won out on that battle.
That's just the way it goes, I guess.
Kanye East, there's at least 3 snipers up there at the top of that hill that you're pushing.
I love when teammates shoot at me because they flip their car, or they're in the process of re-flipping their car.
Mmm.
It's like, I didn't fucking do that to you.
God damn it, dude. I was trying to get a leaf out of my face and I get shot.
Oh, do you want me to go back to Maine? I'm literally just outside Maine.
Yeah. I'm coming like right now. I'll have to grab another RPG, but... Oh, good. I can just rebuy it there.
Yeah,
2700 is cheap. I like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I just buy them individually. There's, like, no point. Fucking...
Nah, not until I get a gun I actually want.
Why is this dude driving right at me? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, like, if I got a gun, like, where I can get optics with it, I don't care if it's a fucking MP5 or whatever the fuck that they're rolling with is. If I have optics on it, I can hit a shot or two.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's like, even just a reflex sight is better, just because your sight picture is so much more open.
Oh, yeah. Is this you running on the road?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hop in, bitch tits.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, it really is kind of stupid that, like, you're in the back of the Jeep. You can't shoot anything.
Yeah, well, I remember Arma... I don't think Arma 2... No, Arma 2 had it, at least Operation Arrowhead had it, where you could shoot out of the kilos on the side. And then 3 carried it over, which was fantastic. And I remember one of my gripes with Reforger, even an official, was... You know, when you were in stuff like that, you just simply couldn't do it. And then when people had mods and stuff, none of the mods added it, and I don't understand why.
It's gotta be a limitation then if the mods haven't added it yet.
See, so that's my thing is, what in the world caused the limitation?
Well, isn't Reforger like a whole new fucking system, like platform that they used?
It is,
like
but
they created a whole new one from scratch.
Yeah, well, like an upgrade of that engine, basically, but...
Yeah, but they basically redid that engine. That's why they called it Reforger.
But see, it felt like that was such a small feature, I don't see why they wouldn't be able to do that one, if
Probably
that makes any
hit
sense.
reg. Probably it makes the hit reg fucking terrible.
Oh, it might, yeah, that's probably true.
Ninjas, what the fuck are you even doing as a sniper over here? This is like the worst fucking place to be sniping. You can't even see the fucking AO from where you're sniping. You're sitting up here on the mountain.
Why am I not surprised that a dude named That Irish Guy is the one yelling on radio? That does not surprise me in the least.
He's probably drunk. It is a Friday.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, probably. See, this is more like the King of the Hill I remember here, where Blue 4 gets absolutely dumpstered on, and usually it's green that's ahead, it's red this time.
I don't understand. This is what I don't understand. Why the fuck was the next map just the same map, just put it in a different spot? Because having only 2 teams, one team dominated the whole fucking second half of the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, see, that's the thing is, I remember in Arma 3, red was actually usually the one that was ahead, because that was CSAT, and for some reason CSAT was popular with all the tryhards and the sweats. But then it was usually green that would be the competing one, and always blue is where all the bad players go.
So kind of like red now, except only because
green's not available. Yeah. So green and red have basically flipped spots, but blue is still the same because blue never changes. I swear to Christ. I don't know what it is, if it's like just all the people that have egos go on to blue or something, but
I don't know. There's probably a lot of people like me who are just like, I'm tired of listening to all you people bitch at each other on the radio. So I don't even turn my radio on, so you may be saying, hey, there's a guy right next to you. I'm not paying attention to that shit.
See, I wish this had some of DayZ's features in it where you can just like throw items and stuff. Because I'd throw my radio every single time.
Well, you could drop your radio, can't you?
You can drop it, but I want to, like, lock my arm back and physically just throw it.
Like a grenade.
Yeah. I just want to just yeet it. I want to hear a satisfying smack against a tree. And if they would add, you know, destruction physics to that, just let it blast apart, best game of the year, in my opinion. If they would do that one small change.
Yeah, I know Squad recently added building destruction.
Yeah, it's really cool, too.
It takes a lot to destroy a building, but buildings can't get destroyed.
Yeah, once it does get destroyed, though, ooh.
Yeah, they probably started adding that because they saw that, like, people were pissed at Battlefield for not having it, and they're like, we can get some of the Battlefield players to come over. And I'm like, maybe for a little bit, but then once the next Battlefield comes out,
well,
they're all going back.
A lot of people were pissed off with 2042, me included. I'm like cautiously excited for 6, but I'm still not pre-ordering it because I feel so burned.
because I play on PC, a lot of people still play like Battlefield 3.
Oh yeah, well, Battlefield 3 and 4 were the best ones in years.
Well, yeah, but I feel like a lot more people play Battlefield 3 than 4. I feel like Battlefield 3's always got a lot of players.
Oh yeah. I like 4, but 3 has the better gameplay.
I will say the demo looked good, but until I see a fucking big map that doesn't fucking, where you have a shit ton of vehicles on the map and shit like that, you got multiple helis, multiple planes, until I see that, I'm not trusting shit.
Yeah.
And I didn't, and in the demo, they're like, these are the smallest maps. I'm like, yeah, they're Call of Duty maps, dude. What the fuck are we doing?
Yeah. I did like the pacing of the gameplay, though. I was liking that the movement was slower.
I just saw a helicopter land. How about we just go run into this helicopter?
You just want to ram it? Where did it go?
He landed on the other side. Fuck.
I don't think we were going to make it. I think he'll take off before then. Or is he just going to jump out?
Oh, he was on the other side of the fucking thing. I'm trying not to get us killed immediately.
Oh yeah. Take the earplugs out so I can actually shoot.
I'm surprised nobody fucking killed us.
I see people dead in here. You got a gun? You little bastard. Not you, this guy. Yeah, give me that gun. There we go. Give me a moment. I gotta switch this stuff. Give me your shit. At all? Let's see what we got here. There, that's more like it. There's an optic.
Yeah, I was really happy when I got Bunny's guns. I was like, ooh, thanks, Bunny.
See, maybe I should grab my gun as a backup, though. Oh, but I need my RPG. Never mind. There'll be time. Alright, let's see what we got here. Oh yeah, it's one of these buildings. Ugh. Alright, let's see if I open this. This goes outside. Oh good, I love the inside to outside glare really irritates me sometimes. I'm not gonna deny it. See if I get up higher.
A heli tried landing on me and I started shooting everybody.
Perfect. There we go, I got a slightly better gun that suits my tastes here. Get some more ammo for this bitch. Thank you.
That tried landing on me, so I started shooting at it, and so he missed his landing spot and ended up going in the water.
Oh, perfect.
Hey guys. Hi guys.
Let's see.
Did you see all those kills?
No, I was too busy repacking.
I blew up a helicopter that was trying to land over here.
Oh. Alright. I got a hollow sight deal. I'm coming over to you.
So I think this is the next gun that we get, and I'm like ecstatic for this because I would love a hollow sight. Like it's just so much better aiming with this shit.
What is it? Is this an HK that I got? No, an M38, I guess.
I have an MPX. Yeah, I blew up a heli that was trying to land. So they were all like trying to land on me. Are you on the bridge yet?
Yeah, and I think... Okay, that's not shooting at me, thank goodness. I was like, please. I gotta climb over this death trap real quick, don't mind me.
Holy fuck! Look towards the lake. Look towards the lake.
Oh, I saw... Yep. I'm not in a position to deal with that. I think they're shooting at me. Oh, shit. Oh, come on, you can go through that. Come on, dumbass, get through. Oh, man, as soon as I finally got a gun.
I know, right? And as soon as I had like a boatload, like I'm like, oh, I can kill somebody right here. I can kill somebody. Dude, there was a whole fucking squad landed there. I'm like, if I had a better gun, because like I was hitting them, I know I was. But I'm pretty sure that it's 9mm that I was fucking hitting them with, so it doesn't fucking do shit.
Little Nerf darts.
Yeah, basically. Alright, so it looks like Pape, Ryan, fucking Hades, Clock, and Bunny are all up.
Damn.
So what did Bunny say to you when you said, can I join you?
Oh, I think she just didn't read it. I don't think she saw it. I don't think she meant to be rude. I'm just choosing to be offended.
Well, I told her that I was here on behalf of an enemy team, so now a different streamer, so now I have to kill you all.
Damn.
It's worked. I'm killing more people than I killed whenever I was on her team.
That's true. I mean, it's more target rich because you're not on the team that's just killing everything.
Green is available. We going green?
Hell yes. Give me green. Because I do not want to be on blue again. Absolutely not. Give me green.
I am level 10.
Oh, nice. Where's your little squad thing you joined? Where's that?
Oh, I can get an AK or an L85A2, which looks like it does have stuff for rail-mounted sights.
Oh, is it the A2 that does it? That would be nice.
It looks like it.
Oh, I'm not quite level 10. Damn it! Oh, yeah, I see it. It's got the rail. And then you got the AK. Does that AK have the dovetail?
Oh. I have no idea. I did not buy the AK.
I can't see it in the image because the dovetail's on the left-hand side. It irritates me. Just show me. Alright, so I think one trip in should give me the experience for 10. If I don't die, you know, on arrival. Alright,
Are we getting in a heli?
Yeah, I'm hopping in this one. They've got guns on it.
I'm in. No, I wasn't.
There you are. Yeah.
I have an optic, and I have an optic that goes further than 100 meters.
Stop looking at it.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy right now, dude.
You got a problem with people's eyes on you, brother?
Dude, look at how close that this is to our main. We can drive to it all the time.
You like what you see, brother?
Beautiful eyes. You know, I do.
Well, this is all right here for you. Exactly. See, green's the best. I've always said it. Green's the best.
Oh, fuck. Oh, really? Really?
Gentlemen, I'd like to retract my previous statement about green being the best.
Hey, I want to let you know I clipped that, and that will be forever live in my mind, rent-free.
You are welcome.
Oh my god.
Green is the best. Kaboom!
Yeah, that was well-timed.
You're welcome. I'm here all week.
Certified armor.
Comedic timing. That's what it is. Please don't crash.
I love like how close we were to actually getting on point early.
And then just that fat ass helicopter just blew up. I just jumped on a random bird. I don't know if you got on it.
No, I did not.
The blue team also crashed.
I'm just trying to get on as fast as I can to get an actual optic here. So.
Tree.
Yeah, I mean, worst comes to worst, I can buy an optic, take it off my gun, hand it to you, or give you my gun, and then fucking...
Oh, that's true, yeah. Just for one round would do, because I'm literally, like, just about level 10 here. I bet you if I can just even just live 5 minutes on point, it'll probably give me enough.
That's what I was just gonna say. If you get on point, probably.
Well, they're on the point.
Oh, J-Hook like a pro. There you go.
I don't know about that.
Beautiful, flawless.
Oh my god.
Almost flawless. Oh my gosh. You know, I just had to say something, and then they just flew us in. We died again. We were on the point this time, though. Oh, I might actually wake up. Hang on. It's not over yet. Come on, wake up. Wake up, stupid. You can do it. Yeah.
I feel like this guy's about to hit trees again. I think I'm in the same guy's fucking thing.
Damn it. Nope. I was trying to get to a bush so I could heal up, but I was too jacked up. Couldn't do it.
Oh my god, again. Again. I keep getting in helis where... How do I end up in a heli that blows up every fucking time? I haven't been able to use this gun once.
Well, I'll have you know, so far, every heli has blown up.
No, because there's a group that's there.
Yeah, they probably got out before the heli blew up.
How? How did that? How do you do that? Can you like jump out?
I've rode with Bubba before.
Do you have a fucking parachute?
So.
No, but if you time it correctly, you could probably do it.
I saw somebody with a parachute the other day, actually.
On King of the Hill?
Yeah, I don't know how he got it.
I don't know.
Dude, we're chopped cheese.
Chopped cheese.
I'm kind of irked that it's blue that's been killing us, by the way.
You wanna get
No, it
touched
hasn't
like
been anybody
chopped
killing
cheese,
us.
get
It's
touched.
fucking
No.
our own team killing each other in the fucking thing.
The second one, it was blue that was like mowing us down as we tried to land. Because every single one of these pilots want to be fancy and J-hook like hot on top of things.
Next to all the trees. Because they're so fucking smart. I'm driving from now on. Fuck this. It's only fucking 700 meters away. I'm not gonna keep wasting my money to blow up every fucking time.
I hate these goddamn iron sights. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna aim. I'm on target. No, not on target. That's great. I'd like to believe I'm on target.
Oh, I don't know where
Alright, let's keep it cheap. No more RPGs.
I still got like 30 drained, so I'm not worried about it.
Alright, I'm buying a bike. I'm just dipping.
I stole somebody's truck that was sitting there.
I'm sure they won't miss it. Not refuel.
Yeah, they started shooting at me.
Not push, drive. There we go. Alright, see, where am I going here?
You basically go to that main road and take it all the way. I'm getting behind him right now. 300 meters away.
Perfect. Yeah, we'll try something here. Let's just try to find that road. Oh, good. Yeah, let me just hit a rock. That's fine. I barely bumped that rock. Come on. A random fence there, like that. There we go. Okay, let's see.
Just the clarity difference in having like an actual scope versus the fucking thing that's in my way is so fucking huge.
Exactly, yeah. That's what's kind of killing me is the clarity. And then the way that they model the iron sights when you bring up to your eye just gets in the way of what you're trying to actually aim at.
Yeah, no, it's not like a traditional iron sight. I think a lot of people that make games don't shoot guns.
That's what it feels like.
So they see a gun and they see an iron sight and they 3D model that gun and they go, oh, that's how it looks when you look behind it. It's like, no, it's really not.
I think the one game
helicopter
I have
J-hook that I think is gonna blow up.
Oh my gosh. I swear to you, the slightest dip on this damn thing Unflip it. There we go. Yeah, one game that did do Iron Sights justice, I feel, has been Hunt Showdown. I do like
You know,
that
never
one for
played that.
It's-
Oh shit! The second that I saw somebody had me in their sights. That sucks.
Man.
Where did you go? I don't
I
even see you on this fucking thing.
ended up going west because I'm trying to do like a really wide drive around here, but I keep hitting stuff and flipping. I think I got it now here. So I'm just trying to get onto the point and survive long enough that I can get a sight. Maybe I get like one kill to kind of speed it up or something, but...
Oh, so you went west. Okay, I see you now.
Yeah,
I
went far west. I probably went too far west, but that's okay.
Yeah, I didn't see you on the map. That was the thing. Oh,
Yeah.
I see you now.
I'm starting to
went
close
all the way
distance
around.
over. Yeah, I was trying to follow the road thinking that I could do it nice and quick because I'm on a bike, and I didn't want to deal with all the rocks and trees, and then I still had to deal with rocks and trees. It was great.
Oh, yeah, there's just like a side road that you can take, though.
I know, I should have taken that one. That's okay. This will get me there in no time, I hope. Whoa, let's go this way. Okay, let's see. Where does this take? Yeah, I think if I get off the road, there's a tree line that looks pretty thick on the map. I'm hoping I can take that in.
Yeah, I never got the point. Like I said, the second I saw somebody.
Yeah, I got turned off after the second J-hook into a hot drop that made 0 sense.
I got turned off after the second J-hook into trees to kill me. I said, nope, I'm good on that.
Alright, here we go. Get me off this bitch.
I think I'm behind you, dude.
You probably are.
And not that far from you, because I took a cut until I get in. I think I just hit a wall.
Now we just cut a little bit of wire, no big deal, and we're in.
The only thing I hate about the maps in this game is that behind every bush is some big-ass rock that'll kill you.
Yes.
And I'm like, that's not how the world works, guys.
Yeah, I don't know why every bush has to
my
have
God.
a rock as a condition to grow, but apparently it does.
My bike
Yeah.
hit a rock, knocked me off, hit the rock again after it knocked me off, and blew up next to me.
Yeah, that sounds like Arma. That really sounds like Arma.
I'm not a happy camper right now because I was literally right next to you. We have 0 points and only 2 people on the point.
Yeah, and good news, I'm one of them. Oh, I can't get to the yellow bit, though. That sucks. Damn it.
So much for my theory that with an optic I'll do better.
Well, you will when you can get actually set up. The issue is getting to the point that you can get set up right now because we don't have any control. We have nowhere that we can...
Nowhere.
Yeah, there's no way that we can get on and actually set up a position because, first off, there's no coordination, which, that's fine. That's fine.
Not even that, it's that all of our coordination is of helis that fly. Like, I would rather be blue right now.
I just can't believe that I would choose the wrong option. That's crazy. I can't believe I would do that.
You've chosen it every time so far.
It is. I think I'm cursed. I think this whole week is just bad for me.
That's alright. It's not like you gotta be up at 6 a.m. tomorrow to have people move.
Don't worry. I killed one in a bunker.
Nice. Maybe we just take over that bunker and that's our position.
I don't know. That didn't look like a great bunker, I'll be honest with you. There's a reason that dude died so easy. Am I getting shot at? Oh my gosh, no, that guy's getting shot at right next to me.
That's how it normally works.
Oh, I just killed a buddy!
Yes, yes. Let the hate flow through you. I definitely hear an enemy, Vic.
I should have said so. I didn't even realize that was Bunny.
Hold on. I hear an enemy, Vic.
Well, go get him.
I'm going for it. I have a rocket. I just gotta see where the fuck he's shooting from.
Oh my gosh.
I heard him, but I didn't see him, so you know.
Ooh, wow, that sucked.
I know he's somewhere within. Oh, I just heard a rocket go off.
Yeah, according to this, I'm the only green on the point now.
Oh, I just got the guy. He had a Vic with a gun on it. That's what he had. Blue bitch.
Nice.
Get blue bitch. You ain't me. I'm better.
Woo! It is noisy.
There's the only thing about these big forest maps.
Yeah, I do prefer the like forest stuff more than I like the city stuff usually, but
Alright, well I got 2 kills so far now that I've gotten somewhere near the point.
yep, that's about what I had.
No,
Oh, I got level 10, let's go! Let's
Nice.
fucking go. Here we
Changed
go.
My optic though.
Okay, let's see.
My only problem with forest stuff is that I always feel like somebody's right behind me and then I'm just gonna get like knifed.
Yes. Okay, I want to look at the AK first, see if it's got a dovetail. Oh, naturally, it doesn't have a dovetail. Naturally. Alright. L85A2 it is.
That's what I got going on.
So what options do I got? Oh, I got the pink sight!
This helicopter's broken.
You got all the options. They all spit on it.
We got a 2.5. Might be
That's
good.
what I'm running with.
Do you like it?
The only problem is if you get too close to somebody, obviously it takes you a second.
Oh,
obviously.
sure, yeah.
Versus, you know, one of the dual ones, which I don't think we have access to yet. So I would definitely prefer dual one as just for my main gun type of shit.
Oh, yeah.
But because
there's a 4X.
This is definitely the best option. I don't think you want a 4X.
No. Oh, that's for the M16 anyway, so I don't want that. Alright, I'm gonna try we'll try that P-Lad and see how it swings. What does it look like? It
looks very good through the scope.
Oh, yeah.
That's all I will say.
That is not bad. Let's see.
Yeah, like I said, the only thing is just if you have a close encounter, you got a problem.
It does have illumination on that center dot. I don't think that matters too much to me, though. And no switching on it. Okay, so it's just this fixed optic. That's good. I love you, boys. Thank you.
Whoa.
Thanks for picking up a swell lad, brother. Alright, now let's see if we can do a little something with this.
Damn it, I missed it on the fucking heli that was flying in.
Somewhere.
Oh man.
We dropping alright.
We do
nothing but drop.
If I'm gonna
Take out drop next to that rock formation en route right next to the fucking flag because
just be careful. There's
just watching
it to the southeast.
Yeah,
oh yeah, I'm excited.
Rock.
Died there like 6 times.
Says that there's 5 of them and 7 of them.
Why are we flying like directly at the point? No, what?
That's what they always do.
Stop J-hooking. They're always like, I'm gonna take this big ass helicopter, I'm gonna J-hook like directly into the center of the point. Because we clearly have the control to do that. That's just insanity.
Is that what happened to you? Did you get killed by that?
Oh no, died in the chopper because every single chopper pilot doesn't want to land somewhere that's remotely safe.
I'm not getting in the chopper. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I'm changing my mind. I'm giving up on the choppers. I don't know how. I don't know how we're getting like the groups that have this bullshit mentality, but it's irritating the fuck out of me.
Okay, so is there? If we take this and we take the main roads, we can come up behind them because I think they're all like to that east side.
Yeah, I think so too. I did feel pretty good about going west and then getting into that tree line that's like connected right to the west of Signal Hill there. That felt really good going in.
It did for me too, because that's where I was. But then the second that I started moving east, you know, to start taking some of them out, so were less people, there was a ton of them. So I feel like east is the hotbed. Yeah.
Yeah, east might be
and
better.
It looks like if
I'm looking at those.
Felt like that's where a lot of their helis were trying to land.
True. I'm looking at those elevation lines. That might not be super awesome elevation, but I think there might be an open area that I could see where they might be wanting to drop helicopters that we could get an eyeball on.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I was thinking that maybe if we're not on the point, maybe what we do is we try and lock down an area so that way none of their helis can fucking spawn there.
Stop them from reinforcing and give our guys a chance to actually, I don't know, live. I think that's the call.
That's what I figure.
I think we just need to screw off from trying to get on the point itself and try to deny entry to the point.
I think that's what we do, because I got 2 rockets with me.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to pick those up. Whoops.
That's fine. I think with our gun, you're gonna be fine.
Yeah, probably.
Shit, we might be able to take out this heli, dude. Let's fucking get out.
Yep.
I can help our boy.
Ah, dang it.
He fucked off, but I think I fucked up his tail rotor a little bit.
I think you did, yeah. Oh!
Oh! Get in, motherfucker! Oh, I think he's on top of the fucking thing.
Yep. And now I'm on, and I gotta get off. Where is he?
I think he's on top of that tower over there. To your left.
Yeah, hold on, I'm trying to...
tower. Because that would explain why he can see us over trees.
No, he's not on that antenna. At least not that I can see. I gotta patch real quick. I don't know how bad you are.
Fucking notch.
I know, but he's not shooting at you right now, so...
That's why I'm thinking he's in that fucking tower.
Well, I looked at it, I didn't see it.
Me right now.
Unless there's another tower besides that antenna tower.
But I gotta fucking heal, or I'm fucked.
Yeah. I'm looking around, I'm trying to find him.
There's no way it could be somebody to our east, like, on the fucking thing, right?
I don't think so. I'm looking out west, I don't see anywhere west that would be a viable shooting position.
It definitely seemed east that the shots were coming from.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like. I had my earplugs in, unfortunately, so I couldn't exactly tell, but...
Could it have been that fucking heli and the guy just fucking saw us?
It might have been. Like I said, my earplugs were in, so my location was off.
That heli's hovering southeast. Well, I mean, I just saw the tracers and it looked like east. That's why I thought it was that tower.
I gotta pop morphine. This is bullshit. There you go.
Morphine doesn't even fucking help you that much.
Helps a little bit. I can feel it. Do I got a saline? Tell me this thing came with saline.
No, you don't get no saline.
What? Why?
Because this fucking... And you don't get to change your kit. That's the only thing.
Great. Wait, is that as close as I think it is?
No.
Oh, yeah, you're right now.
He's going back to his main.
Yeah, alright.
Making my way down. See? There's somebody. See?
Yeah,
see?
I see
you
that.
See it?
Yeah, I saw the parachute. Huh, that would be really nice. I'd take a parachute over trying to get frickin' J-hook slopped into that point. What was the thing to take off the name tags again? Was it Control 0 or something?
Control O.
Control O. Oh, now it's not working. Of course it's not working now.
It takes a second. It's left control, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. It's not working for me for some reason. It was working last time.
Mine took a minute the first time I did it.
Okay. We'll let it sit for a bit, then I'll try again.
They got a sniper ambush up just north of zone on dirt road.
Great. Oh look, there's actual green's getting points. What? What happened while we were gone?
There's 8 people in there, dude.
Yeah.
Our guys got on point.
How did they get there?
They started parachuting in. I think if we sit in this forest, I gotta figure there's gonna be people trying to get up on these rocks and shit. Because that house, I think, is like the main point.
I would think so, yeah. Oh, there's like a gigantic ass field in front of us now. Which is where I would think that they would try to land and then get into the tree line, but...
Yeah, and honestly, if we wait, be patient, because we're getting points right now.
Yeah, I agree.
We figure out where they're coming from, because...
Yeah, maybe go a little farther south. See if there's like a slightly better angle and all that.
Oh, I can start... Oh, we got a heli coming in.
Yep, I hear it.
Doesn't look like it has any passengers.
No, I think he's just doing a flyby. Oh, he's got one passenger. I think he's
He
gonna...
landed to the west.
Yeah. There's another one coming from the east, it sounds like.
Does sound like that.
Oh, yep. Oh, it's that one that's been hovering.
There's also one, like, way up high right now.
Oh, yeah, I see him. Okay, well, my blood's recovered. I wish my legs would, cooperate.
Somebody on the rocks. Somebody on the rocks.
Oh, different rocks.
270, he's in the bushes somewhere. I ain't got sight on him anymore. I hit him at least once.
Is in the bushes up on top of the rocks or to the side?
On the top.
On the top, okay.
Oh, he's running
Oh,
now.
yeah, I see him right to left.
Fucking yellow markers right between me and him.
I know. It's pissing me off. Oh, he dropped. He is dead. Confirmed.
Yeah. I got the enemy kill assist.
Yeah, that bullet dropped way harder than I thought it would. What is it? Is this 556? Oh, two helos. Left to right.
Yeah, it's 556. Let's see where they land. I don't want to take a shot until I start seeing where these fuckers are landed. That one's got a passenger. It looks like they're landing in the field even wester of us, like in between this field and the next.
Yeah. Oh, shit!
Behind you, next to you.
Oh, damn it, I couldn't turn around in time. God damn it.
He got us both.
Yeah.
He killed you before he killed me. How the fuck did... We weren't even, like, standing next to each other. It says that you died before me, and I died immediately.
Oh, it's weird.
That's fucking crazy.
Where was he coming from?
I don't really like this map so much.
I think we can make it work. If just, you know... I wish the
still
helos
yet
would
to
just...
be, like, on the point.
I've been on the point a couple times. I want one of these helos to stop dropping, like, directly on the point. That's all I want.
Do you want to just take a helo and then jump? I'm gonna see if you gotta buy a parachute.
Listen, Taxi.
Okay then.
You probably have to buy a parachute, I would guess.
That close.
Yeah, see, it's the same. Let's see. Would it be accessories?
It literally says
No. It'd be a bag, wouldn't it?
Spawn camp.
I looked in backpack. There's just the Koth backpack.
meters out and let's work our way in.
It's not full suit. I know that. Explosives, accessories. Cat ears.
You have to buy a fucking sailing bag.
Alright, which attempt is this?
How much is a sailing bag?
100.
I guess it's not bad. That still sucks. It's a cost.
Okay, I think that's good.
You can't give me like one sailing bag? That's disgusting.
Alright.
No more suicide missions, fucker.
Oh fuck, they got a small too.
Oh, that would be nice.
You don't get that till like level 8 till like you're done.
Hey buddies,
Yeah, I don't
sorry
see
about
anything that would be...
sorry about not saying anything. I tried to see if you wanted to queue up before, but thank you for the lurk, by the way. Appreciate that. I know you're not listening. You're too busy gaming. Bunny came to lurk because she's so nice.
It might be the pilot suit then. I gotta think. The only thing I could think of.
Might
right?
be, yeah. Here, let's try one of these helos. Let's just get on one. Let's see if they've changed their way of thinking. If this one doesn't work, we just try something else.
If this doesn't work, we can always switch teams.
Yeah.
There's 7 of us on point, so I gotta figure one heli got through. What'd you say about Bunny?
She came and lurked. I didn't notice it until just now. she did notice me. Oh.
I'm sad? What? Why are you sad? How have you know this green team is wanting to die? Wait, why? Can't figure out where he landed. I think he landed at farm.
No way.
Ah, they're still there.
Is it just a heli that's fucking in there? What is this?
No, look, they're right here.
Just,
They're bringing us right on top of them.
they're literally on the rocks in between.
I know.
That's all they're doing.
They're sitting there like,
That's
oh, they're
so
still
gay.
there. It's like, I mean, yeah, of course they're still there.
That's so gay.
Oh, bail out, bail out. Come on, come on, let me up.
Still
Let me
alive?
up.
I was dead.
Yeah, I'm alive. I'm stuck under the helo because of course I am. God.
And you just got lit up right away.
Yeah, of course
I
I
don't think
did.
helo's the way to go here, buddy.
I think
I'm gonna stop buying an RPG because I'm wasting a lot of money with this.
Yeah, I agree with that. Oh my gosh. Man, maybe we should have went with Bunny. Oh, wait up. Hold up. I woke up. There's hope. If I can just bandage, maybe they won't notice me in the rubble. I gotta try to get, like, away from this bullshit. Please tell me my legs work. Yes! Am I still bleeding? Please tell me I'm not still bleeding. I am still bleeding. God, how many bullets did it take?
I don't know, but I'm driving from now on. Fuck this.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of shit. Where the fuck is my bike? But how much of a tryhard loser do you have to be to camp the spawns?
I guess they really want to win, you know?
Like, I mean, it's one thing to, like, be, like, where we were, we're within the vicinity to attack. That dude is nowhere near anything except our spawn.
You know, tactical. Tactical as fuck.
No, it's called tryhard as fuck. And the dude had an actual machine gun, so it wasn't like a dude trying to level up. That's a fucking tryhard.
He was just playing to the strength of his kit, you know?
Yeah, that's what it is. Strength of his kit.
Yeah, I'm just, you know, I'm stretching. I'm trying to justify.
Oh look, I found more.
Oh, good.
Now it's blue camping our roads. They're like at Newfield.
Oh my gosh, so many helicopters. Ooh. See if I can sneak onto the point. That's what I'm looking for here now. I don't think it's gonna happen.
There on the road. Like what the fuck, man?
Yeah, I don't know.
Can I just like not get fucking camped? Like, come on, play the fucking point.
Let's see. I'm getting closer.
Are you in a car or something?
No, I'm on foot.
You're just running to the. Oh, that's right. You got knocked.
Yeah. Hey, what happened to your friend, buddy? Aww. Poor little fella. Yeah. I shot him dead. Then I watched his friend panic. I just couldn't get a shot on his friend. Still got some damn blood loss. Hoping it comes back a bit here. I'm tired of shaking. Alright. Baby steps, baby steps. I'm like right at the edge. I just want to get a little farther in.
Yep. Still can't, that's why I ran this like. I said fuck you. You're gonna camp it? I'm gonna fucking run you over with the bike bitch tits.
Yeah, extract some small measure of revenge on it.
Well, because he was also on foot, so fuck you. Now you gotta go back to main bitch. Fuck you and your little bitch ass camping ass. Like I was with your fucking M60 unless you're trying to shoot at helicopters coming out of spawn.
Oh, the stupid range sight. He was on top of me. Fuck.
Yeah, I switched my sight. I switched to the other one.
I think I have to at this point.
One.
I really wanted to keep it up, but it's just so hard to justify it right now. I think the other map would have been fine, but this map I don't think is the way.
It's too close. It's too close quarters. The fights that we're getting in right now.
And I can't point fire in this deal.
Yeah, and
hopefully that.
I mean, even when it is long range, it's not like long range to where that would be all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going back to the MK14.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll 100% feel it.
That last map for sure. The 2.5x would have been awesome to have.
Yeah. Not
this
this
map?
though. Not this one. Ain't it? Ain't
I'm
it?
not taking helicopters.
Hey Bobby, sorry for the delayed response. There's a lot of junk going on here.
We got people on point though.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I'm gonna try the helicopter since we have people on point to see if maybe.
Heard of Vic.
This dude's got the name of Taxi. Surely he's a good pilot, yeah?
Oh, and I just think I killed myself. No, I didn't. Cool.
Taxi, can you drop us off in the
what I
yellow
did,
zone,
though,
please?
I flipped myself.
You've got to be kidding me.
Now I'm walking. So that bike
I have no idea what you said. You sound like you're actually here.
Okay, time to go running.
This dude literally asked, pilot, can you drop us off in the yellow zone, please? Like, really? Can we just get on the edge and then walk in?
Heli? Is that a shooty heli, or is that a coming for a landing heli?
That is a good question. That's a good question. Oh, easy now. Yeah, how are you doing, Bobby? What you got going on? You've got to be shitting me. How did he even blow up? He was coming in so smooth.
Oh, I might be sitting outside their main now.
Oh, nice.
Not on purpose at all or anything.
Lock a fucking better weapon. These beginning weapons are fucking harsh.
Yeah, they're pretty rough.
Literally from 50 meters away or 25 meters away, I gotta put like 6 of them in them.
Oh shit, somebody's shooting at me now. I gotta run.
Man. Fly, flee.
Okay, so I think the blue is somewhere to the west, and I think the red is to the south. They're mobs.
Land and
so should be aware of that.
Oh my gosh!
There is definitely people in the forest in between our base and the point.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. What I don't understand is why we don't go and drop like outside of the forests and then go through and clear the forest rather than just flying directly onto the point that we very clearly are just going to get shot at constantly.
I don't know, but I will just say this. It is not looking good for green team.
No, it's not. Alright. Let me on.
Time to... Oh, hello.
Give me the shit. Hi. Yeah, I've had it with helicopters. I gave him a fair chance again. I gave him a second chance. I'm done.
I gave him like 4 chances before I said I'm done. After I got blown up for the 7th time or immediately got shot because they're not paying attention.
Uh-huh.
Versus other helis that I'm seeing doing crazy shit in the air, but they're doing it like where they're not next to trees.
Yeah, crazy that. Imagine. I can't. Couldn't be me. Oh, good.
I'll continue
Lynch
going this
killed
way.
Kanye East. Can you believe that?
I will take my time going this way,
yes.
and then getting into the woods where I at least get into battles instead of getting killed on my way to the point.
Yeah, I feel like
That's all I want.
It's better to walk in on it rather than to just get dropped in the middle where they're all like, oh look, there's a really loud helicopter, everybody look.
Yeah, like if helis landed here,
yeah, and then
we'd be fine.
And then we just walk in.
Yeah.
I don't see what the problem is with that. I don't know why people feel like they gotta drop right on the yellow circle.
Here's the thing, I don't think people realize that 300 meters is not that far to walk.
No. It literally will take you like max 1 minute. I swear, 1 minute. That's all it's gonna take you.
Yeah, if you're just rushing straight through, 100%.
Yeah. If you take your time, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. That's gotta be more worth it than flying in, dying, flying in and dying again and again.
Yeah, it's like these guys never played DayZ where you had to run across the entire map and it took you 20 minutes to get across the map, but then you died immediately.
See, I was about to ask, like, is there a free weekend or something going on? Like, I don't think these people have played milsims, like, in general.
I also think that Koth is not a game mode that lends itself well to the rest of this game.
That is true. That is true.
I feel like there's people who just play Koth, and that's it, and don't play the rest of the game.
I'm just wondering how the
Yeah,
let's face it, Koth is not very realistic.
No, it is one of the more arcadey modes, that is true.
Yeah. I'd rather be playing DayZ than Koth, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, there's a helicopter right in front of us. You see that?
But it just landed. It just
it
just had its rotors taken out.
Yeah. I didn't see if there was passengers on or not, but I'm assuming there was.
I'm pretty sure there's at least one. Whether they're knocked out or not, that's another question. I don't have my rocket with me, though.
It's okay, we can walk up on it. Alright.
They did the let's land directly on the point thing.
Crazy. I think it worked out for him this time. Okay, oh, we're even in the yellow circle. Golden. Imagine that.
Good work, Larry.
Oh, the guy I knocked got up. Fuck, and they just knocked me. They're on the other side of the house.
Yeah, I'm trying to get an angle over there, but I can't quite see it. Let's see. Oh no, not that. Give me a grenade.
If you hit that corner of the house, the opposite of where I am, there's at least 2.
I don't think it got him.
No, I think if I get up, I'm gonna die immediately. Based off what I'm hearing around me.
Okay, coming up. Yep.
Into the house.
You look clear so far. I can't see around that corner though.
Oh shit. I'm black.
Oh,
not again.
My god. Of course there was someone above me. I think he's just gonna come finish me off.
I think same here. Because I'm just sitting there, but I'm black.
He hasn't come yet. I'm kind of surprised, actually. I might be able to get up. Friendly?
You killed me.
What the? How? When? I was down.
The grenade.
Oh.
Grenade you threw. Probably
Yeah.
got shrapnel on me.
Yeah, that might have been it.
Yeah. That's probably what it was, 100%. I don't think you shot me. I
No.
definitely think it was the shrapnel.
Yeah, it would have to
But
be.
that was really quick to get in there, do everything like that. That's what we do from now on. That's as simple as that. That was easy. We were in there probably quicker than we would because it would take us 7 helicopter trips. You know, it'd take us 4 or 5 helicopter trips to actually not get killed once.
Yeah.
We got in there, I got 3 kills there.
I think I only got 1. Where was this guy when he shot me? I'm trying to find his ass. Oh, wait. There he is. Little son of a bitch.
Oh, you're still up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I managed to get back up. He didn't come and finish me off, so... Yeah, it worked out pretty well, actually. And the yellow circle got away from me. Damn. Ooh, jeez.
That's fine, but yeah, for this map, if we're on green, that's what we do. We take that road up and then we walk ourselves in.
Yeah, that feels a lot better to do that.
It feels also, it feels quicker because I feel like I'm dying so much on the helicopters, like, before we even land.
Well, because it's that whole slow and steady thing, because if you go in too quick, you have no way to set up an actual line of fire or anything with it. So if you go slower and you know what's in front of you and what's to your sides, it's just better. Rather than just risking to get...
all the sound that the heli makes,
yeah.
you're just immediately a target.
Yeah,
whereas if I come up on a bike, get 400 meters out, cut the engine, yeah, some people hear us, but it's not going to be as noticeable.
Yeah.
Especially if I go down to like gear 1 and slow down as we're getting up there. Because I'm already like 200 meters out of the point. I'm already over here. And then as I'm walking up, I'm just looking in the forest going, okay, is there anybody I can see real quick? But yeah, unless if it's like, there's like 2 maps that I've been where I'm like, I can't get there without a heli. It would take me 10 minutes to get there.
Yeah. Some of them, the distances get a little ridiculous, but usually it's really not that bad.
Or there was the one where you could only get in from a bridge, so people were just camping the bridges. And it was just like, oh, I got a heli flying down on me right now. Oh fuck, somebody's shooting at me though.
I think I see it, yeah.
It's southeast. A bunch just landed with it. I'm gonna try to come around on it, hopefully. I just heard the shit get knocked on it.
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh, another one too. I got 2. I got 2 southeast. Or northeast.
What? What the fuck? I thought I had friendlies over there. I don't know how he got past them. Fuck. That was a great position, too, to intercept those guys coming off the helo, but... oh well, I guess. Let's see here. Okay, let's see. I feel like there's enough control. I'll try to hop on a helo if it comes up.
About to go get that motherfucker.
I actually got him, but not his friend.
There's another guy. I was shooting at him.
You have a PC again? Nice, Hex! I'm glad to hear that. Good for you.
Yeah, so this southeast side, like where we were set up before, that's where they're landing now.
Yeah, get in. I'm about to go kill that guy that's
trying to land at least.
Yeah, it's locked. So, man, we can't get in. Go out to granted access.
But what the fuck? Hold on.
Got another one.
Yeah, you'll have to grant access.
Nice.
Well, fucking beast. I heard him shoot, so I was like, alright, time to go.
Yeah, the spawn camping shit's getting old.
Don't you love it?
Oh, yeah, man, I love it. Kind of like, you know, a venereal disease.
Yeah, I love doing it, but I don't like when this happens.
Yeah, right? It's like getting a cactus shoved up your ass. You like it when you're the one, you know, giving it. You don't like receiving.
Yeah.
I don't know that I like giving it, man.
You don't know until you try it, brother.
Something else, but the tracer comes from right next to my head. And I'm like, oh. Like, I
like
wonder
to
how many
use the
kills you've
cactus
gotten
as a condom.
from fucking shooting at something very far away, but accidentally hitting me.
Yeah,
Yo, this shit's lagging. Hey, bro, we're gonna head on foot here.
Especially with these bigger calibers.
Let's go up a little bit more.
Like, some of these guys have straight up fucking.
No. He's like around this area and this wood line straight
Mine shoots 9.9. Mine shoots fucking pistol ammo.
Finally got it set up. Looks like we just went perfect. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Glad you got it set up. Okay, so I had some reasonable people driving. They're actually looking for the spawn campers, so I'm liking the way that's going.
Can someone on base, like, fly over right quick? Fly away from the fuck.
I'm in that fucking house, dude.
Hold on, I think we found him. He's not dead, but... I'm liking this a lot more. I like walking in. This feels better.
Oh yeah, it feels way better, dude. I got to the fucking house, dude, and killed 3 people on my way up here.
Oh, perfect.
I hear a heli landing. Getting out of the house now. Going back to where I keep hearing those helis land.
So how far out are we here? What do I got? Oh, we're a little ways. That's fine. Oh, that's weird. That's what's doing it. Apparently, if you're on my screen, it doesn't take the name tag away, but then when I turn around and come back, then it scrubs the name for some reason.
Oh.
That's a really weird update logic, but that's fine, I suppose. Because I was trying to figure out which one of these green dots was you for a second. Then I tried that. Is that?
I think they're all in that fucking bunker, dude.
The one like up at the top of the hill?
Yeah, because that's like on the premium point. And I see 12 blue markers in the zone.
Mmm.
So I think they're all hiding in these fucking bunkers. Yeah, give me fucking guns and I can shoot with you fuckers, done. I see you. Instead of fucking hiding with bitches. Sounds like a fucking elimination. Oh yeah, they're all up there by the bunker. There's a bunch up there by that bunker. Like up on that hill.
Yeah. I'm trying to get up there in a fashion that allows me to actually shoot shit. There we go, there's one.
Kill fucking 6. Hell yeah, where'd my buddy that from? Oh yeah, this
guys on contact and available.
I would not go back to that optic.
You not what?
Not going back to that the 2-time optic.
No, not on this
some
one.
Situations,
Yeah.
even though there's some situations where I'm like, man, I really wish I had that 2 times. With this and the zoom, just the clarity of it, I am.
Yeah, I am.
Mowing people down.
I am very grateful for my red dot right now.
Oh, you have a red dot?
Yeah. Got it with the riser on it. It's really feeling nice right now. Thank God, too. Alright, you know what? We're gonna throw a random nade and just see what miracle happens with that.
If you get it on the hill, like they're like in the blown up bunker building. There's a bunch of them over there.
Yeah.
I don't know where all the blues are hiding though.
I know, that's what's kind of confusing me. I keep tapping reds. I'm not tapping any blues right now.
Probably all hiding in bushes. That's where I tend to see blues, is bushes.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Oh, well, there goes my bike. Okay, I guess I'm running in. I think the blues, like, have a spot that they're all landing that's, like, on the edge of the zone, and they're all just sticking in it.
It's gotta be what it is.
Because, look, they got 15 out of 27.
No, I found one. They're doing the building. They're doing these little fucking buildings.
Which one?
The one that I'm at right now. Yeah. One on top and to the north.
On top of the hill?
Yeah.
Okay, so like the blown out bunker and all that shit, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it looked like what was an MCU was up there, overturned when I got up there.
Yeah, I'm freaking mowing down, like, buckets of them right now. Holy shit, dude.
That's what I said, like, when you get up there and you're actually in the point. Especially, so, what site do I have right now? I have the fucking, the Vortex Razor. Oh, fucking money.
Oh, yeah, that's a good site.
That's what I got right now, that's what I'm rocking with. It is fucking money, especially like when I'm zoomed in. Just the clarity of it. I still got a good wide view of it.
I've just always been a sucker for aim point. The M2 in particular.
At least you're not a sucker for high point.
Yeah, well. I just swear, every game, if I can get an M2 aim point, it always delivers, every single game. I don't know what it is.
I just remember an enemy heli just knocked himself out next to me.
I like it. Perfect. So I guess this wasn't where all the blues were, apparently.
No, they all, I'm telling you, they're probably spawning in that direction. They're like on the edge of it. They all just fly in together. I think somebody left red and went to blue. Who was like their top pilot.
Probably.
Because red hasn't done shit since then.
I know. Yeah, since Bunny got off and all that, I think you're right. I think someone switched teams. I don't know who, though.
No, somebody was waiting for me. Alright, I gotta be over there. I gotta help people move tomorrow, so I have to hop off for the night.
No worries, it was
Talk to you
fun
later,
playing. Yeah, we'll see ya.
Yeah, this was actually the best time I've had playing fucking golf, now that I actually have a gun that I can kill people with.
Yes, it's all uphill from here now.
For sure. Did you buy gloves, you fucking...
Yeah, I gotta have the drip, alright? It's drip or drown. That's what it is. I'm willing to pay the top dollar for it.
You're not paying the top dollar, though. You haven't bought them permanently.
No, I'm not that crazy yet. Let's be reasonable, alright? It's dead.
Weasel.
Oh,
Weasel.
A lot of games I have not collected from Amazon, apparently. I always forget that they give you free games.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they got Civ 5 on there, or Civ 4. And Civ 4.
Civ 3 was the best one, in my opinion.
Civ 3's on there, too.
Yeah, that's the good one. That's the good stuff.
Subterranean, Mines of Titan as well. A couple of Dungeons and Dragons things. Into the Breach, which is a game that I love.
Oh, that is a good one. Oh my, this guy's gonna make me puke.
Oh, actually, I don't think I've ever played Into the Breach. I've played...
You haven't?
I have played, FTL, Faster Than Light.
Oh.
They the same thing.
Yeah, they're pretty similar.
Yeah. Oh, and Marvel Midnight Suns, apparently. I claimed at some point. Alright. Hey, buddy.
Alright, we'll see you, boy. Alright, let's keep on going for a bit longer, hey? it's a night I don't have kids and all that, so I want to take the fullest advantage that we can here. So we're just going to kind of keep on rolling on with this. Let me just rearrange a couple things here. Alright, back up. Earplugs off so I can actually hear shit. I don't know if I'm going to stick King of the Hill. I might try a different, might try the Insurgency server again or some shit. We'll see. Shit. Run, bastard! Get on there! I got Nigel! Oh my gosh, please. Oh shit. No, don't go up there. Thank you. I was hoping to see a kill feed on that one. That's fine. That's okay. We just stick here for a little bit. Just to kind of intercept anybody that happens to cross straight through. What's around me right now? Oh, a whole lot of shit. Oh. I was hoping I had another grenade on me, but they only give you the one, I guess. I can't see shit. I can hear shit, I just can't see shit. Let's see. We've actually got numbers right now, which is nice, but... I'm gonna turn the names back on so I can, like... Oh, shit. Yeah, I saw his ass that time. Yeah, I know there's a dude down there now. check. Did I need to... Let's see. Okay, there shouldn't be anybody directly friendly in front of me here. Shit. What the hell? I tried. Can't believe how hard it is to hit those parachutes, I swear. I'm starting to see them crawling in that forest, but I don't have a great angle on it. Nice, yeah, that's what I wanted to do right there, yep. I didn't get him. Just gonna try crawling into the smoke a little bit here. Okay, we got two. That's very good.
Boys, we control the top of the hill. Get here as fast as you can. Copy that.
Yeah, I'm not going up there.
And that goes out to our enemy. Right.
The fuck?
It's not like it's like, you know, redacted information. And OPSEC does not care.
I am almost dead positive. I dropped that guy, but I think he's still alive. I didn't hear a notification that I got him. I'm gonna wait to see if he gets back up. Oh, yep.
They're landing a chopper on the other side of the hill?
That is one lucky bastard. Carefully. Oh, shit. Ah, fuck. Fuck, you found me. Alright. Alright. That was a good run. That was a pretty good run there, though. I did like that one. That felt a little bit better. Always buy the Gorka gloves. What are we looking at? Weapons on level 12. AKS, 74 UN. That should have a dovetail. MPX. Yes, okay. I think I'm gonna stick with what I got. M72A3. Got the 18. There's a small all the way down there. Any new optics that I can try out here? Thank you. Alright. Put the earplugs in while we're driving.
Let's go with the choo-choo train.
Woo woo!
It's the fun bus.
The fun.
Choo-choo.
Okay, let's see. So, my plan of attack right now is that green actually managed to take the point, thank God for that. I'm gonna try to play the edge again. I don't know where these guys are gonna stop. I'd hope that we go like Timber Ridge over here, and I'll kind of walk in. Walk in like that. I hope, we'll see though. Yeah, we'll see. Man, the earplugs are so nice because it gets so damn loud every single time. Let's see here. Whoa! Okay, it's a contested point right now. We're actually making a comeback, which is really, really nice, actually. Trying to decide if I hop out a little early on these boys or not. I'm thinking there's some potential. I don't want to get too close and be too high profile. Let's try to listen a little bit, see what's going on. The answer is a lot is going on. That's what it is. A whole lot of shit. Nah, they're crazy. This is crazy. Yeah. Come on. Full auto, thank you. Got him. I don't really want to crest this hill, but I want to get eyes down there. I don't know if that bunker's in the range of the zone, but I'm going to try to run to it. It's not. Okay, that's fine. You got more ammo? I thought I heard someone. Can't see his ass, though. There he is. Yeah, his ass is going wide. Bit too distant out of the zone for my liking. I want to get closer, and I'm thinking, is it 120 is the... Nope. I think it's 100. Yeah, it looks like it's about 100. So I just kind of slide my way in here. Oh. Got him. How's this? Not quite in. I'm close enough to get in, though. Oh, that was some nostalgia you just hit me with right there. I tell you what.
I tell you what. Yeah, that man, close. Negative.
Where are you?
Report your position.
Report your position. Oh my gosh. I was having too much fun with that one. Report your position. Enemy machine gunner southwest.
Alright, that was a really good one.
I was gonna say that one's burned into my memory.
1.5.
That shit was good. It was the shift in the in urgency.
Uh-huh, yep. That happened like once every 10 times, I swear to Christ.
I'm hit.
Possible enemy
Man
gunboat
down.
up there.
2. Report in!
For all the people who didn't play Arma 3 or anything other prior game, they have no idea what we're talking about.
Not at all, and that's fine. That's our joke. It's our joke.
I feel like it's more Arma 2 than Arma 3.
Yeah, it is more Arma 2.
It's both. It's just a matter of what voice line you're going after.
2 did have some of the more fire ones.
Yeah, I just don't remember much of the 3. The two ones are memorable forever. I saw it. Yeah, we got a bunch of greens in between us and them.
Guys, I think we can do this. We just can't let them clutch it and less loot.
I believe too. I want to believe.
We've made a big comeback, so I believe in us. Hey, Connex is at south side of the hill. South side of the hill.
You know, like, I didn't think we were gonna do as good as we are, but we're really doing a lot better.
Yeah, we came from like 20 or some shit to 71.
Remember that plan, which was to hold this for an hour?
Connex close southwest.
It was 7:54.
Landing bottom of the
damn.
hill here by me, full heli.
There's so many fucking Op 4 over here. Yeah, where did these jackasses all come from? Holy shit. Want to get myself in the point still. I want to contribute to the cap.
Woody behind on the other side of the hill, to your south.
Okay. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh, did I get one with the grenade? Get him! That felt good. I like that. I was debating on if it was worth it to pull the grenade on it or if they were gonna push, but it looks like a mixture of the two happened, and I'm pretty happy about that. Let's see. Well, they're taking too long. There's a bike there. Someone just leave that bike? Fuck it, I'm taking it.
Enemy south.
Yep.
Yeah, but there's still 3 enemies.
I'd like to appreciate that all of us are in the zone currently. 26 out of 26.
Easy now, not all of us. I'm getting there. I had a little bit of a hang up.
I got the Baileys.
He's talking about the ones that matter. Like,
Fuck!
That's
Wow. Oh.
I mean, acknowledged.
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 Cannot comply.
Negative.
2. Engage that gunner.
Negative. Fucking AI just refusing to do anything for you.
Where are you?
Gold team, stealth.
Watch your fire.
2, report in.
2. Fuck, man down.
This is what's gonna win us the game. The morale of previous Arma title or like of Sims's.
It's our ancestors from the previous titles watching over us. That's what it is.
No, we're the ancestors. Arma.
No,
Arma 2
no,
and
no,
Arma
no.
3 take place after.
Maybe you're old. Maybe you're old. I'm not old.
No. I'm saying they take place after.
If you're above the age of 25, you are old.
No. If you ain't a 90s baby, I don't want to hear you till you pull out the pacifier, brother.
No, yeah, 90s. Well, don't look out. We got some.
Oh shit, yeah, behind you.
We got some real old heads in here. Don't worry.
Look out behind you, north. There's a bunch of them coming in on the rocks.
Enemy north, 100 meters.
Enemy northeast, 100 meters. Enemy man.
Target that AT.
Hey, there's a bag head.
Yeah, I saw that. Nice one. Who the fuck is shooting at me?
2, target that rifleman.
6, medic!
Negative.
Wilco. No. Nah, don't say that. Don't say that. We got it.
They're getting aggressive now. They're locking in.
They're also channeling previous ammo.
Yeah, they're copying the technique. That's what it is.
No. Get in the little circle.
They're on the wall west.
Negative.
No, affirmative.
Negative.
Man, entering door.
Neutral.
Negative. Can't do it. Oh, shit. Come on, gun. Come on, gun. I hate that my gun wasn't in my hand. See? It's fine.
Because of me.
Exactly. Oh, shit. Man, I got smoked. Get fucking smoked. And deploy. Alright, gentlemen, run it back. We do it again. Negative. I mean, negative.
We have come back so far.
Whose back did you come on?
A-firm.
All the backs.
Are we still talking about that?
Which thing?
Bam.
Affirmative.
Affirmative.
I cannot guarantee I am the greatest pilot, but I do have. I can get us near enough.
You know,
We
I'll
have
come
not
here and
blown
I'll
up
just
yet,
take the controls.
so I
I'll
have
kill us
faith.
all right now.
Hey, you know what they say, any landing you live away from.
Negative. Who on here wants to die?
Negative.
Today, right now.
Not me.
Oh, you're. His ass just had to say something. Had to say something. Just had to open his big dumb mouth.
Who the fuck said that?
I don't remember, but you're fucking retarded.
Oh, we're all dying now. Fuck.
I know, I did it. It's my bad. My bad.
Oh wait, there's the guy camping here. I'm gonna turn around this way.
I fucking hate that guy.
This fucker.
Yeah, he's still there. Fucking Bucky. He's in the woods there, center.
With a big ass gun.
Bucky,
Yeah.
we gotta go tell him he's my least favorite Marvel character.
Oh no, they're contesting. And the place is kind of back here, maybe. If I can miss one of these trees, please don't hit the tree.
Nice. Easy. Beautiful. A-firm.
We need to end at 1 o'clock.
Enemy. Gaggle. 240 on the hill.
At the same time.
So last time,
They won't expect that. They won't expect that.
people were like, oh my. Holy shit, he was in there. I thought I was seeing things. Fuck. Damn it, did I at least trade on the higher end team? I think it's red. It's between green and red, isn't it? Or is it green and blue? Oh, I guess it's green and blue. Yeah, soup, fuck him up! I don't think he's even like, I don't think he's alive.
Man's fired. Fired.
I may have died, but I took that motherfucker with me with a grenade.
Fired.
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 We're going in a different direction, I'm afraid.
Hey, it's okay. We're about to. I think we're.
I think this is it. I think this is it right here.
Win. Come on, 1 point and we win.
Wait for it. We don't even have to leave. That's how much confidence we got.
In the beginning.
No, we did not. That was some bullshit.
Enemy rifleman, 200 meters north. Hey, boys,
GG's.
Easy.
Team on GG, it means get good.
Yeah,
Green is best. Green is best. Just saying, green is best.
Report your position.
One more
2
round.
missing
Green
action.
come back. Howdy, green is best.
GG's, guys.
Oh, that was great. Oh my gosh, that was some... Hearing someone say that triggered so many memories. I think he was right. I think most of it was Arma 2. Was it time? I have to go back and play Arma 3. Maybe Arma 3, they changed it a bit. I'm pretty sure Arma 3 had some pretty ridiculous voice line bullshit going on, too. It was awesome. If I recall correctly, at least. Oh, alright. Whew. That was enough of that. That is enough of that. Alright, let's see here. Who do we got that's on? I know Bunny got off a little bit earlier than I thought she was. I thought she was going to be on longer. I guess she must have been tired, though. We're coming for Mahalik's ass. We are gunning for Mahalik. So I'm going to go ahead and raid out the Mahalik. So hope you guys, you know, if you have any questions on the whole circuit logic stuff and all that, don't be afraid to ask. Don't be afraid to ask. Like I said, we're going to go ahead, we're going to get a raid up on Mahalik. Holy shit. Browser, please. There's your raid message. Don't say I never did nothing for you, Bird. Thank you for being around, Bird, by the way. Appreciate it. Especially with you being sick. You're a trooper. Just so you know. Alright, gonna kick you over to Mahalik, and we'll see you guys on Monday. Peace. Love you. Have a good night.
The problem... That was there.